population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation. I want freedom for the population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation.
All right, everyone. Welcome. It is June 8th, 2024. It is 11:42 a.m. and we're here to watch to get coverage of fucking the national mobilization for Gaza at the White House. All right. I barely got any sleep either. I got like maybe 4 hours maybe. I didn't sleep very well, but welcome in. This is the White House. This is the Capitol. Right now, this is from the Washington Monument. Clear sunny day for protests in the nation's capital today. We've got full coverage of all the events today from the lawn of the White House. We've also got our camera here. This is currently what's going on at the White House. This is the only view we've got at the moment. It looks like people are getting ready. They're standing out in front of the White House currently. Let's go ahead and see if we've got any information from any news sources. Got Reuters from yesterday. Pro-Palestinian protesters to surround the White House. Fencing has been put up as of 15 hours ago from Reuters. Just gonna show that. Oh God, Morning Dove. Yeah, that tends to show itself every once in a while. That's one hell of a large pencil. Yeah, for real, it is. Super big pencil. What else have we got? We've got... Hell yeah. They're hanging out over there. They're just now getting ready. I don't know, I think they should be... The timing should be right. What I see, like, with the crowd, I'm just trying to, like, figure out whether or not, like, the timing for the protest and everything is, like, the plan. Like, they were supposed to start at 12. It looks like there's enough people now to probably start at the time they were planning to, so that's good. Nothing really in the way. It doesn't look like there should be any whatever. I'm sorry. I've not slept well for a week now, and it is really showing. It's really showing bad. Oh my God, dude. Here, let's look for something different. Let's look for something else. What else have we got going on? There's not really much going on. White House right now, there's not really too much going on at the moment. Let me look at X. Okay. If there's any other news going on before we get moving, I think we're good right now. Nothing else going on in the way of news. Probably gonna make this violent. I'm not real sure, yeah. I don't know what's gonna happen today. Earlier today, hundreds of activists left New York City. We are the red line. taking them into D.C. for the surround the White House for Gaza protest. Okay. Philly has arrived. The thousands of people are arriving by bus for the People's Red Line. We will surround the White House to demand an end to the genocide in Gaza starting at 12 p.m. We got some video from the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We got any sound on that? So yeah, this is what's going on the ground right now. Oh yeah, this is a slowed down video of it. Okay. So this is a small little protest group just getting out of the buses and getting ready. Good day for it so far. Let's go ahead and take a look at the weather for our protests today, shall we? So far looking pretty good. Oh, PSL's great, yeah. Most of the protests I've been to were organized by the PSL. They're awesome. Mostly because they're the only ones organizing protests in our town, so. Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, radar. We're going to take a look at the weather radar to see what the weather's going to be like today for our comrades in DC. Oh wow, it's looking good. It's looking really good. Um right now it's clear. Yeah, Chud protest. Yeah. Right now it is clear. You might DC might end up getting some cloud coverage later on about I want to say 8 p.m. or so maybe. But yeah, for the most part, maybe a little bit of sprinkles by the time it gets over there. It might still be slightly precipitating under that once it gets over DC. A lot of stuff going on in Quebec right now, weather or rain wise. Jeez. Fuck. All right. So I did make the decision to stream in politics today instead of just chatting. We'll see what chuds we get through today. Yeah, there's the current weather. Not looking too bad for the protests. Got going on at the White House still. Like the crowd's still growing. Why do we get music going on in the background? Some non. Yeah. Uh, I remember there used to be a website. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like a bunch of different video game music that you could stream for your streams and stuff. It was really good. This might be it. Oh no, that's not it. Everything's set up here. Let's compare how civil this is between January 6th and today. Yeah. Okay, let's get something up. All these websites are like things you have to sign up for nowadays. Ugh. It's all these weird websites too. NoBandStream.com. All right. All right. Oh shit! Everything's fucking up. Oh no! The artist of the artist that made this has a what is it? A bored ape as their whatever their artist picture. Oh boy. Yo, Ali, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. We're covering the Surround the White House for Gaza protests right now. We got protesters coming into the Capitol, Washington, D.C. today for protests for Gaza, the June 8th National Mobilization. You're having a good day. Waiting for things to kick off here. Really know too much about current situation. I've been trying to find stuff on Twitter.
DC, there's dozens of young people brought in by DMV, SJP chapter, Palestinian Youth Movement, Artists Against Apartheid, and the Party for Socialism and Liberation, just writing the names of all the martyrs in Gaza. Each sheet is about 60 people, and there's several hundred sheets, all in preparation for June 8th, where we'll surround the White House. We're out here in Washington, D.C. There's dozens of young people brought in by DMV, SJP chapter, Palestinian Youth Movement, Artists Against Apartheid, and the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Hell yeah.
Enough to.
It's no longer enough to.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Video, please.
It's no longer enough to have our eyes on Rafah.
It's no longer enough to have our eyes on Rafah.
It is no longer enough to have our eyes on Rafah.
Now, we have to move our bodies to defend the people of Gaza.
Biden said he had a red line on the invasion of Rafah.
But now he's not doing anything to stop this continued violence.
So, we are going to bring the red line to Biden's doorstep. Join us on June 8th to surround the White House with a people's red line against genocide.
The time to act up is now.
The time to act is now.
The time to act is now.
We are starting now, actually. Yeah, it's 5 minutes away from starting. Get a nice view once again of the White House. Currently 11:56 p.m. as we wait for information for the start of protests today. Yeah, not really too much going on yet. Still amassing in the front. Oh, God. Should I turn this down a little bit? Okay. Go back to our monument cam just to take a look at what's going on in other parts of DC right now as the protesters continue to get ready. Live aerial cam delivered by the Washington Monument. Bright and sunny day. Actually, you know what? What is that right there? What is that, a city? What city is that? What way are we facing right now? Okay. While we wait. I wonder what city that is. I wonder if we could figure out what city it is. Okay, so be facing this way, and it'd be way far back there. Not Arlen. I'm talking it's like all the way out here, like this little area right here. I'm trying to. Would it be? Would it be Ashburn? Maybe around where Dulles is. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, there's a live view from the Washington Monument. I think this is pretty cool, actually. This view. Good view. Hell yeah, Pride. Let's fucking go. Happy Pride Month, everyone.
Each other.
Yeah, that's fucking wild, Morning Dove. What the fuck? Yeah, that's wild as fuck. Back to the White House. Yeah, that's fucked up. Sorry you went through that. That's awful. My God, what did I just do? God damn it. Shit. Okay, I think we're fine. Oh, yeah, that should be fine. Let me take a look at that to come up there. Take a look at this real fast. I'm gonna check the internets for stuff. We're at the White House to tell Biden we are the red line. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. I think I'm starting to get a toothache, and that is not good. Oh no. Oh man. Oh, if you want to send that, Morning Dove, I'd take a look at that. Hell yeah. That's just wild. Sorry about all the silence. I'm just trying to find things. We're still quite early. It's only been officially going for like 3 minutes, so I think we're fine. Let's get back to the campus. Oh look. You can see? Let me zoom in. Where's my... Oh, god damn it. There it is. See this? Oh, come on. Oh. Right here. That's the line. They're starting it right now. See it, let's fucking go. They're getting it done already. They started like at noon too, damn. Breakthrough News is gonna be live. Okay, we'll check. We'll see their stuff. Oh, hope everybody's having a good morning. Well, I guess it's not morning anymore, but hope everybody's having a good day. Reminds me of Democracy Now! Music. I think it's just the sax. Anytime I hear sax, it's like, oh, Democracy Now! Oh, you could put, see, it is pretty chuddy. You could post it in the chud copy pastas if you want. Really, you could post whatever you want anywhere. The topics don't really matter on mine. It's just...
Free
oh,
Palestine!
shit!
Long live
It went live.
Palestine!
It went live, and I was not ready.
Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! Free,
Yo, let's fucking go.
Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Let them hear you in the White House! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine!
Base comrade jump scare, I know, right?
Okay, you ready? Yeah. We'll do the DC one? Yeah. Okay, we got a good one for y'all. From DC to Palestine! DC to Palestine!
I'm getting things set up.
We are the red line! We are the red line! From DC to Palestine!
Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Welcome, everyone! We are here today, and thousands more are pouring in as we speak.
Yes.
Coming in from Ohio,
Yes.
from Iowa, from Vermont, from Florida,
Oh yeah, we'll
from
check
New
it out, Morning
York,
Dove.
and from right here in the DMV.
Yes.
Oh shit, my bad.
Let's hear it one more time. Free,
That was
free
my
Palestine.
messages. Sorry, y'all.
Free, free Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine!
We are pouring in from all over to bring the People's Red Line to the White House.
Yes.
The red line that they refuse to hold, but we, the people, can. The ruling class, they've shown us that they have no red line.
Yes.
They will bankroll the murder of 40,000 Palestinians. They will provide cover for the wholesale destruction of the entire Gaza Strip. They'll provide the blueprint for the mass displacement of over 1 million Palestinians and then send bombs to rain down on people in their tents of refuge.
Boo. Shame.
They've shown that they have no red line. They have funded the massacre of Rafah over the past few weeks, the genocide in Gaza over the past 8 months, and so many other instances of death and plunder, all in the name of empire and bloody profit. But we are here today to honor those martyrs, to honor our 40,000 and counting Palestinian martyrs. We are here to carry
If
the
audio's
struggle
too
forward.
low, let me know. We're too loud.
We are here in honor of those martyrs, but also to fight for the living
That's right.
and the liberation of the living.
That's right. That's right.
Let's fucking go.
Come on.
We are here to carry that struggle forward, and we are here to say, Biden, we are your red line.
Give it up for my colleague Lamise from the Palestinian Youth Movement. I am Eugene Puryear from the Answer Coalition. And I'm honored
Yo,
to stand here
October,
with you
good
to
morning.
say that we
Welcome.
are the red line, that we will not be silent, that we will continue to stand up, that we will continue to take to the streets, that we will continue to exercise our rights everywhere in this country. We will not allow a genocide to be perpetrated in our name. Because from D.C. to Palestine, we are the red line. And I want to let you know, because I can see it from here on the stage, people are continuing to crowd into the park from every different location. Buses are coming from dozens of places around
What
the
a
country.
beautiful day
People
for a
are
protest.
flying.
Look at this.
People are driving. It's only going to get larger. We're going to surround the White House. We're going to send a message to Joe Biden. We're going to send a message to Congress. We're going to send a message to all the warmongers from here to Tel Aviv. Lift the siege on Gaza. Release the political prisoners. End the genocide. End the occupation now.
Yo, Kaya, welcome in.
Free, free Palestine.
Oh, shit.
Long live Palestine.
I think the audio's a little...
And before
I don't know
we
if
bring
the
up our
audio's
first speaker, I
fucky
also
on your
wanna
end,
let you
too.
know that we are not the only people taking to the
Got a loose
streets
wire,
today
so I don't
around
know.
the world. In fact,
Loose wire on my
already,
my
as we
sound
were
system.
gathering, tens, if not hundreds of thousands
Sometimes
of
it
people
gets a little
have
fucky.
flooded the streets of London in solidarity.
I can't tell if
with
it's the video
people
or,
of Palestine.
My actual
In
sound
Ghana,
system.
in Accra, they are flooding the streets for Palestine.
We have to continue to be very loud, to be inspirational, because tomorrow in Sao Paulo in Brazil, they will be flooding the streets in solidarity with Palestine. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Now, to start us off here today, I want to bring up a representative of one of the cornerstone organizations of this entire movement. Welcome to the stage, Mohammed from the Palestinian Youth Movement. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Today I join you with a heavy heart. We all carry heavy hearts. It has become impossible to exist in this reality after witnessing this brutal genocide. 40,000 murdered!
Okay, it's your sound. It's their sound. Gotcha. Okay, thank you, October.
40,000 murdered! 150 just this morning! 15,000 children, my cousins, found in bits and pieces. Each household forced to choose between family members to save and those to leave behind. My family, which resided in the hundreds in Hart al-Zatoun, in Insirat, in Al-Rimal, to mere numbers displaced across Rafah. My homeland decimated, our homeland soaked in the blood of our martyrs every day. And every day it becomes increasingly difficult to find the energy to move forward. I don't say this to dishearten us, but to validate our feelings currently. We are tired. We are exhausted of this genocide. Victory seems like an eternity away, but we have to remember who, through the tears and the pains, who we do this all for. It is not for us. It is for the people in Gaza who exist as our compass, whom have been unwavering to the cause since the first night of the bloody campaign. I remember the first night like it was yesterday. They told me, we go to sleep knowing we might not wake up in the morning. The sun rises and we hope Gaza is still there. These were the first words uttered to me by my family members on the first night of this genocide. The worst night of their lives, as they describe it. No internet, no connection to the outside world, just bombs raining down on them from every angle. And the Gaza they knew, for all they knew, was no longer. For all they knew, they were the sole survivors. But when the morning came and the dust cleared, it became apparent to my family that this time was different. To the people of Gaza, that this time was different. The indiscriminate damage and destruction set by the Zionist regime presented a display of hurt, defeat, and shame. In its tracks of destruction, Israel left a stench of humiliation. For the first time, it seemed to the people of Gaza, the untouchable Titan felt shaken.
Sorry.
My family and I
throat.
were drenched in tears of anticipation
Need to
of
mute
what's
my
to
mic.
come, worried over our family in Gaza underneath the bombs. Yet it was them who came to comfort us, the people of Gaza, still drenched in the blood of the first martyrs. The people of Gaza swore to themselves an oath of sumud. The resilience is a reminder of the enormous pride we should feel as the children of Gaza, the children of Palestine. I wish I was able to show you what Gaza was. Gaza has always represented a glimpse of what a free Palestine could look like. Even as Israel attempted for years to choke out the air from Gaza, our people continue to breathe life. Their existence was resistance, and that is why the hatred of Israel to Gaza runs deep, as it represents their failed colonial project. The people of Gaza, the popular cradle, exist as the mark by where we should always measure ourselves. And for that reason, we cannot allow ourselves to succumb to despair, to succumb to defeatism. I know measuring our gains in the last 8 months can seem marginal, but we have to understand that we merely exist as one front of many. The efforts of the last 8 months have not been for naught. I want you to understand that. We have shut down streets. We have shut down bridges, airports, train stations. Think about it. This has never happened in the history of empire for a very long time. Day in and out, we organize to clog the arteries of imperialism here within the belly of the beast. And yet they continuously say, the old will die and the young will forget. Well, I have a message to the world and to the Biden administration. By being here today, we announce with the utmost pride that the old live on, and we will never, ever forget. ومين قال الشعب مات؟ ومين قال الشعب مات؟ هينا بنهتف بالشتات. هينا بنهتف بالشتات. 8 months of genocide, 8 months of bloodshed, and all week we've heard red lines. Biden said Rafah was a red line. Hundreds more dead, and it is clear to us that the ruling class red lines are as real as Zionist claims over the land of Palestine, as real as the state of Israel. Biden, you're a liar. We demand a ceasefire. Biden, you're a liar. Lies. That's all the ruling class has had to offer to us. Our so-called political representatives represent no one but their own self-interests, the interests of war profiteers and corporate oligarchs, companies like Boeing and Lockheed Martin, which would sacrifice our souls, the souls of the working class, just to maintain economic hegemony. Shame! 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 This is why we must attack imperialism wherever it's at and where it's most vulnerable. At its arteries. You hear me? We gotta attack them where? At its arteries. So what does that mean? Well, my guy, I am proud to announce the Palestinian Youth Movement have launched a campaign against Maersk, the largest logistics and transportation company in the world.
Let's fucking go, dude.
You may not know Maersk, but they have remained in the shadows as a profiteer of genocide, shipping about 30% of arms components for Northrop Grumman, Woodward, Raytheon, and Lockheed. And I'll give you an example. The F-35 fighters that have decimated Gaza, their wings are produced by Leonardo's in Italy. The plane transmitters are produced by BAE Systems in Britain. They take those pieces, bring them to America, to the weapons manufacturers, build the weapons, send them to Israel to continue to genocide our people. And that is why they are our focus today. We highlight Maersk as a major artery of imperialism. And through shutting down these war profiteers, we will sever a major supply chain of weapons and transport that has continuously murdered our people. Logistic companies have long gone untouched, but that changes today with us. So I ask you, the good-faced people of the world that have shown up today, will you join us in this next era as we knock down titans one by one, starting with Maersk? Not a nickel, not a dime. No more money for Israel's crimes. No more money for Israel's crimes. No more money for Israel's crimes. Many of my family members have escaped the war, but exist as a bittersweet moment as their safety only exists in foreign land. And after speaking with them, they have all echoed a common sentiment. They ask me, متى سوف نرجع إلى أرضنا؟ متى سوف نرجع إلى غزة؟ غزتنا العزيز التي تحضننا التي تربينا. متى سوف نرجع إلى أرضنا? When shall we go home? When can I return to Gaza, my dear Gaza, that has embraced me, raised me, and taken care of me? When can I return? This moment existed to me as a reaffirmation of an indigenous people's longing for return. That even generation by generation, as the diaspora becomes more severed from the homeland, even if they have never touched its soil or felt its winds, that the need for return will always rage relentlessly. This curse within our genes exists as an affirmation of a future where we have won. There is a version of us, days, decades, years from now, enjoying the fruits of our struggle today. There is a version of us that can freely walk from the river to the sea, where the walls of Gaza have fallen and the prisoners of Al-Quds have risen. Where the flag of liberation waves in Yafa, where the Zaghruta echoes in Haifa, where the young and old pray side by side in Al-Aqsa, where the resistance, the struggle becomes nothing but folklore told to the children of the new era, children who only know of the stories of darkness, never experiencing them. A reality that exists in a checkpoint-free Ramallah, a bomb-free Gaza, a prisoner-free Al-Aqsa, and a Zionist-free Palestine. And by us being here today, we exist as an affirmation of that future. Us, the masses of the world, the organizers and intellectuals, the youth and students, the working class and working poor, we are the true moral compass of the present and future. We will continue to draw the lines through our organizing. And as we shut down the streets in red surrounding the White House, we exist as a stark reminder to the ruling class, they do not set the red lines, we do. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. That is the sworn truth of us, the diaspora. Thank you.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine!
Still here. I just don't want to interrupt too
Please
much.
help me welcome next a true leader and organizer, Lubna with the Palestinian Feminist Collective. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! We, the Palestinian Feminist Collective, that's right. We are here today to deliver a message to the genocidal war criminals of this settler state, hiding behind the barricades as our people are being slaughtered in Gaza. We are not only the red line.
Welcome in,
We
LSD.
are a ring of fire, and we will not be crossed. To the colonial, racist, and imperialist feminists of the world, yet again, you have weaponized the language of women's rights to justify another imperialist war. Your time is up. There can be no true feminist movement without the fight against colonialism, imperialism, and Zionism. No feminist struggle without Palestine. No women's freedom without the freedom of Palestinian women and all our people. To our co-strugglers who have and continue to stand with us and our people in our darkest days, Palestine is neither an exception nor a litmus test. Palestine is a compass for revolutionary struggle worldwide. It is a struggle that belongs to every lover of freedom everywhere. Let this compass guide us toward a liberated future for us all. To our steadfast people in Gaza, thank you for teaching us what sumud and defiance and courage and fidelity to freedom looks like in practice. To the Palestinian women of Gaza, thank you for embodying a devotion to life in the most unlivable conditions on this planet. We in the Palestinian Shatat pledge to stand with you and struggle alongside you until this genocide ends, until the siege is lifted and this colonial regime is brought to its knees. From Rafah to Khan Yunis, Deir al-Balah to Al-Quds, Jenin, Al-Khalil, Musafir, Yatta, Nablus, to the refugee camps across the region and to the Palestinian Shatat everywhere. We promise that we will not rest until all of Palestine is free. And last, our message to the colonizer. You have tried for nearly a century to remove Palestinian presence on the land, to force us to surrender our rights and freedom, to kill us and to crush our steadfastness, resistance, and perseverance. Shame. But generation after generation,
I think we might have some pop-up showers
Palestinians
up
are
in the
proving that we are
south
still
of
here.
Washington right now. I'm just keeping an eye on the weather as well.
We are living proof that torture,
displacement, imprisonment, and mass execution do not work. We are more determined than ever to liberate our homeland and return to it. Your settler ideology and state is now in the throes of a political crisis from which there is no return. Your barbaric carpet bombing of Gaza, your starvation of a population of 2.3 million people, half of whom are children, is not a measure of your invincibility,
Oh yeah, October.
but
Thank you.
testament
Thank
to
you
your
everyone for
weakness
sharing out
in
the
the face
stream. I
of
appreciate it.
steadfastness. There is no longer a way out for your dying genocidal regime other than through the gates of hell. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Give it up for Lebanon, the Palestinian Feminist Collective one more time! Biden, Biden, you will see! Palestine will be free! Biden, Biden, you will see! Palestine will be free! Before we bring up our next speaker, I just want you to note, we already mentioned a number of cities from London to Accra, Ghana. I want to add Manchester, England, where thousands are joining us in the streets demanding an end to genocide. And I also want to tell you, inside of 48 Palestine, what they call Central Israel, in a small village, forgive my pronunciation, I believe it's Taiba, they are also demonstrating on June 8th, demanding an end to the genocide. From 48 Palestine to Washington, D.C., we are the red line. We are saying the genocide must end, and it must end now. And on that note, I want you to give a huge welcome to a man from the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights.
My name is Iman, and I am the Director of Advocacy at the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights and a member of the Palestinian Feminist Collective. I am also a daughter of Palestine and a mother to the next generation of freedom fighters. Today marks 8 months of the ongoing genocide in Gaza. 8 months of brutality that no one should ever bear witness to. Shame! We have gathered here together from across the country in D.C. to make it known to Genocide Joe that his complicity in this genocide has not been forgotten. For 8 months, we have been demanding a total and permanent ceasefire and to stop arming Israel. And yet the administration has doubled down on their support for the genocidal state of Israel. President Biden, you failed the people months ago, and you have failed the people now. You claimed that there was a red line in Israel, if Israel invaded Rafah, and even when Israel bombed Palestinians in displaced tents on May 27th, burning people alive and killing over 50 Palestinians, the White House responded by saying it did not cross the red line. And again, as Nusrat refugee camp was bombed this morning, killing over 200 Palestinians. And as Khan Yunis was bombed, and all the hospitals were bombed, it never crossed a red line because there has never been, in fact, a red line. But today, we are the red line, and we will hold that line. This is a genocide committed by Israel and the United States, a genocide that could have been stopped and saved tens of thousands of people's lives if Israel were held accountable for its war crimes. But yet we stand here today as yet another reminder in this moment of our movement that we will not wait around for the administration to make a change, but that we will instead be the ones to force the change. Our people in Palestine need us. Our people in Palestine are depending on us. We have shown up and will continue to show up for all our martyrs, from the babies killed in their mother's womb to the elders who were born in the tents of the first Nakba. We will honor all our people, for those who had to pick up their mothers and fathers piece by piece. We have made it a point today to stand together again, and we will not stop until our people are free. We are the red line. We will hold the line, and we are at the front line of the heart of the empire.
Welcome in, New World.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Give it up one more time for Iman. Do we have any students here? We've seen over the past couple months the students reignite the movement for Palestine. On university campuses across the world, we've even seen high schoolers protest and walk out of their high schoolers week in and week out. So it's my pleasure to welcome next from DMV SJP. Please help me welcome Lana.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am a student representative speaking on behalf of the DMV Coalition of Students for Justice in Palestine.
Thank you for the gift sub, New World. To
We are
Ellie and
students
HD.
from
Thank
George
you.
Washington University, George Mason University, American University, Georgetown University, University of Maryland, University of Maryland, Baltimore County, Howard University, and Gallaudet University, united for the liberation of Palestine. On May 26th, the murderous Zionist entity, armed and supplied with US-made bombs, unleashed a storm of terror on the people of Rafah, slaughtering our people and burning the tents that they have been forced to seek shelter in. Shame. Just a few months ago, the world erupted in rage over fabricated lies of Israeli beheaded babies.
Yo, welcome
Yet
in,
when
non-tofu.
Palestinian babies like Ahmed al-Najjar are murdered by the ruthless hands of the Zionist and American regimes, the world is silent. These bombs and weapons that are used to destroy our land and our people are supplied by the US and paid for by our universities. Campuses have become cesspools of complicity in the perpetuation of violence and genocide of the Palestinian people. To acknowledge this complicity and hand in the genocide is not enough. The time for empty statements, barely acknowledging the Palestinian people, is over. It is our duty and our responsibility as students to dismantle the very systems that continue to perpetuate imperialism and colonialism. And to do that, we must escalate. Our universities shamelessly invest in companies and programs that are soaked in the blood of our martyrs. These companies manufacture the weapons and bombs that constantly rain down on our people in Gaza and bulldoze the homes in Sheikh Jarrah and the buildings and the entirety of Palestine. Our schools study abroad, internships, and exchange programs are all directly tied to the occupation and attempted erasure of our people. These partnerships attempt to normalize the Zionist entity's apartheid and settler colonial regime with the stamp of approval from our universities. As the students, we refuse to be complicit in these institutions' agendas of destruction and death. We refuse to allow our universities to continue their contributions to the reign of terror on the people of Palestine. We refuse to allow ourselves to be weaponized and used against our own people. For months, the students have been demanding divestment, and across the country, we have seen over 100 encampments have been launched as a means to escalate and pressure the universities to divest from death and meet the student demands. These liberation zones have shown the world what our universities should look like. Communities that look after each other and keep each other safe. That are centered around the liberation of all people and that seek revolutionary learning. The students built the reality of the world that we want to live in. Our liberated zones gave us a small taste of what a liberated Palestine will look like, and our commitment to achieve this is unwavering. Gaza is the heart and compass of our struggle. When Gaza calls, we answer. Every action taken and every demand we make is for Gaza and for the people of Palestine. We are all here today for Gaza. For Gaza, we must fight. Students of the world, unite. For Gaza, we must fight. Students of the world, unite. Thank you.
Give it up for DMV SJP one more time. Give it up for the students all around this country. Give it up for the students all around the world. And just to keep giving you updates, I want to let you know that we have in fact been joined by thousands of people in the streets of Paris and Madrid.
Let's go Paris and Madrid.
All around the world. And let's not forget the millions who we saw yesterday in Yemen. We are united across the globe against genocide. Next, I want to bring to the stage the National Coordinator of the Answer Coalition, Brian Becker.
Sisters and brothers, earlier this morning, in the early hours of the morning in Rafah, the Israeli government, working with the U.S. Pentagon, infiltrated humanitarian trucks coming from the pier that the United States built in order to deliver humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza, allegedly. And they have carried out another giant massacre in Rafah just this morning. Just this morning. We are not going to allow genocide to become normalized, to be able to be repeated day in and day out without the government that supports, promotes, finances, and provides the weapons for genocide, knowing that we, the people of the United States, say resoundingly, Joe Biden, you may speak in our name, but not with our consent. We charge you with genocide. There's no crime greater than the crime of genocide. The Genocide Convention was adopted by the United Nations in 1948. It says that genocide is the destruction of a people in whole or in part, not because of what they've done, but because of who they are. The 45,000 Palestinian people who have been murdered in Gaza were killed not because of what they did, but because of who they are, because they are Palestinians. We must say, and we are saying today with this very innovative protest, one of thousands that have gone on, that we have to take it to another level. That we have to say in the most clear language that if Joe Biden's red line was a fiction, that it was a lie, that it was an act of deception, that it was designed to make us become quiet, that instead of that, we are going to become louder and bigger and more militant. Only the people can be the red line, not the Democrats, not the Republicans, not Wall Street, not the White House, not the Pentagon, not the entire capitalist system. Only we can be the red line against genocide, and that's what we're going to do today. Free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! Gaza is a red line! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! Gaza is a red line! So free, free and a longtime organizer. Please help me welcome Arij from Pal Auda.
Assalamu alaikum, comrades. I come to you on behalf of the Palestinian Assembly for Liberation and Pal Auda, New York. We stand here today in the wake of one of the most gruesome massacres Gaza has seen till date. Over 210 Palestinians assassinated at Nusrat refugee camp with shame! With reports suggesting that American troops were amongst the soldiers who fired at multiple times displaced refugees. These troops came in by way of a false pier in central Gaza and dummy humanitarian aid trucks. Shame! In the words of the founder and director of the PAL Law Commission on War Crimes, Justice, Reparations, and Return, Lamis Deek, they may have the power right now, but we are working to ensure that this is the beginning of the end of the era of Zionist fascist denomination. In solidarity with the Palestinian resistance and the people of Gaza and Palestine, who have been steadfast on the front lines of the struggle for decolonization and anti-imperialism, we will be the red line.
I don't want to interrupt too much, but
we
welcome
will
in.
amplify the call of the freedom fighters, the martyrs, the prisoners, and every single Palestinian. Not only will we continue protesting in the streets and boycotting and calling for divestment and sanctions, including that of Citibank and Chevron and any and every institution that profits off of the blood of the people in Gaza and Palestine, we will escalate the calls to action by sending delegations to Palestine to record crimes against Palestinians. We will provide material support to Palestinians in the West Bank against settler violence. We will arm them through our PAL Shield initiative with helmets, vests, and other means of self-defense. Corporate America needs to pay a financial and economic price for benefiting off of the genocide and making it possible. To the country and to the White House, for which everything is about money and profit and gain, we stand here and say that for us, everything is about Palestinian liberation and return. Everything is about justice until the hour of liberation and until every moment after liberation. We will honor the memories of the freedom fighters, martyrs, prisoners, every person, every child of Palestine. And we will do so by remaining steadfast in our solidarity for the Palestinian resistance. By causing widespread disruption to the systems of oppression, by taking the streets and ushering a new era of liberation led by the Palestinian resistance and no one else. We will secure the right to return, safety and security for all Palestinians. So let us continue to urge our national and international communities to stand with Palestine, to demand an end to the occupation, and to work towards liberation, self-determination for the Palestinian people, as they have been for the last 100 plus years. Thank you. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Gaza! Gaza, Gaza, don't you cry! Palestine will never die! Thank you.
From Palestine to the Philippines. Stop the U.S. war machine.
Sorry. Fuck. What's going on now? Oh, did it go down?
Free Palestine.
Oh, okay. I guess not. That was strange.
Next,
Welcome
I want
in,
you to welcome
whoever's in.
warmly Ruby from the U.S. Palestinian Community Network.
Trying not to interrupt too much. My bad, y'all.
All right. My name is Ruby. I'm with the U.S. Palestine Communities Network. I just want to start with free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! All right. The U.S. Palestine Communities Network stands here today along with all of those of consciousness and of humanity and all who demand the red line for Biden and his administration, and to demand the stop to this genocide they are inflicting on Palestine with their Zionist partners. And we hold responsible for the genocide in Gaza. We are here to reaffirm that we stand with our siblings in Palestine, and we stand with those everywhere around the world resisting this brutal genocide. We are clear, the contradictions are sharpened, that there is only one side to this liberation of Palestine, and we will not settle for anything less. This capitalist, racist, and imperialist government that just invited and confirmed a visit by no other than one of the biggest war criminals of our time and their partner Netanyahu for the visit next month. Let's be clear, this desperate move by the ruling class is not only to shun the movement that we have built for the last 75 years, but this desperate move to try to crush us, to crush our spirits, and to crush our work, and they will fail. They will fail. We only become stronger, bigger, and more steadfast than ever. And Genocide Joe, we will use all means to hold you and your administration accountable. And in addition to today's People Court for Justice that will take place later on today, this Monday, June 10th in San Francisco, at the San Francisco Federal Court and Court Appeals, plaintiffs, including our own USPCN members, will once again sue this government for genocide. Genocide Joe, we are taking your house today in the East Coast and taking you to the court in the West Coast on Monday. Also, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala, and the entire Democratic Party cabal that is responsible for this Israeli genocide against our people are going to be in Chicago for this summer for the Democratic National Convention. And USPCN is one of the leaders of the coalition to march to the DNC. Come to Chicago on August 19th for the largest protest for Palestinian rights in the history of Chicago, and stay till the end of the DNC on the 22nd as we say no business as usual to the complicit Democrats, and as we demand that Genocide Joe stop arming Israel and end all U.S. aid to Israel. Join us in Chicago and free, free Palestine! Thank you.
Oh.
Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Now we know it's a lot of people
here today from the DMV area, and we salute you for being the cornerstone of this mobilization. And I would like to bring up our good brother Muhammad, who is a key organizer here in the DMV. Give it up for him right now.
Yo, thank you for following, Fabuli.
Free, free Palestine!
Twitter's being very normal
Free, free Palestine!
about all this stuff. Wonderful.
I begin in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the merciful, the avenger of the oppressed. Today, we are now entering the 9th month of genocide. For 9 months, we have watched as the full weight of the Zionist entity and the American empire has been used to crush Gaza. Over 40,000 have been murdered in cold blood while the Gaza Strip has been decimated. All while Genocide Joe continues to gaslight us while funding this genocide. In these 9 months, we have fought every single day against this brutal genocide and those who support it. And in response, what have they done to us? We have been beaten and arrested. On campuses, our students are targeted. They are suspended and expelled. And our organizations are targeted by the most deranged genocide supporters with lawfare tactics and discrimination. For over 8 months, we have seen the full force of the Zionist entity used in Palestine and used here in the United States. They have used every arsenal, every weapon in their arsenal against us. We see in these past couple of months, just this week, we see the media come up with new terms, legally targeted children, legally targeted civilians. There is nothing legal about that. We see Netanyahu come out and speak against our students, against American college students. And we see the Zionist entity funding campaigns here in the United States on what Twitter is or whatever they call it nowadays. I'm old enough to remember when we didn't like it when foreign nations participated in our elections. But despite all their efforts, we are winning. Despite all their power, everything that they have invested, we are winning, and they cannot get a single victory. At every level, we have made them pay. At every level, we have made them pay. And not a single member of this genocidal regime, of this genocidal administration, can leave their homes without being confronted. I come here today to announce proudly to you all that Zionism has lost. Israel has lost. وَلَوْ كَرِهَ الْمُجْرِمُونَ, even to the dismay of the oppressors. History will remember this moment, and Gaza will torment all those who allowed this genocide for the rest of time. They can harm, prosecute, arrest whoever they want, but at the end of the day, history will remember that Genocide Joe failed. And they will remember that Blinken was the butcher of Gaza, and history will show that Gaza will not be defeated. History will show that victory is for the Palestinians. History will show that Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. And let's show the people in this house why we are here today. Gaza,
Gaza, Gaza, Gaza, Gaza, Gaza, Gaza. Let them hear you in the White House. From D.C. to Palestine, we are the red line. Now we want Biden and all of his campaign staffers to know that we won't forget how they perpetuated this genocide in November. You can't support genocide, much less in our name, without consequences. And just like we can take to the streets, we can take to the ballot box. I want to welcome to the stage next an anti-genocide candidate, Jill Stein.
Jill Stein.
Woo! Free Palestine!
Hell yeah, Fabulous.
Free
Palestine.
Palestine! We are the red line! Free Palestine! Thank you. History will remember every one of us. History and humanity needs every one of us to keep standing up. We will not allow the torture and murder of children on an industrial scale to be normalized. We will not allow human rights to be dismantled. We will not allow international law to be shredded. And we will not be silenced. We will not be intimidated. We will stand up and stand together until Palestine is free. As Fannie Lou Hamer said, none of us are free until all of us are free. And as Martin Luther King said, silence is complicity. We will not be complicit. The people of this country and the people around the world have said no to Israeli genocide against the Palestinian people, supported by U.S. money, U.S. weapons, U.S. diplomacy, and U.S. intelligence. We say no to U.S.-Israeli genocide. The International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, the United Nations General Assembly, the United Nations Security Council, and above all, the students in this nation and around the world. They are leading the charge to say this genocide must stop now. But Israel and the U.S. are not listening. Surprise. In fact, they are doubling down on the genocide and the war expanding around that genocide. U.S. and Israel are now bombing some 5 countries in the Middle East, and Israel is attempting to bring Iran into the war and drag the United States into Israel's war against Iran. This is nuts. This is like World War I before it blew up with nuclear weapons thrown into the mix. We will not allow it. As Ronald Reagan's Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger, said back in the 1980s, Israel is the unsinkable battleship for the United States in the Middle East, whereby Israel and the United States control much of the world's oil supply. Well, we say no. We say no to Israel as the unsinkable battleship, and in fact, we say no to you as empire.
Yo, Nabil,
As
welcome
Martin
in.
Luther King said, my country is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. We pay an incredible price for that all over the world as people are murdered by millions all across the world by the U.S. empire and its many wars. In fact, according to the Brown University Cost of War Project, the U.S. currently has so-called anti-terror special operations in 85 countries around the world. This costs us half of our budget. Half of our tax resources are used for this endless war machine that makes the world a more dangerous place and which destroys our health care, our housing, our need for jobs and education here at home. The last thing I want to leave you with is what Alice Walker said, that the biggest way people give up power is by not knowing we have it to start with. Remember, 68% of the American public, according to a Reuters poll, oppose this genocide, want an immediate ceasefire and a diplomatic solution. That is 68%. Add that to the 44 million young people in unpayable student debt who are locked into debt servitude for their lives because of the lousy economy and the lousy jobs provided by the economy of empire. 63% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Half of all people who rent their housing cannot afford it and are one paycheck away from being evicted from their homes. We have the highest rates of eviction and homelessness ever in this country. You put us together. We are an unstoppable coalition together. We are Joe Biden's red line. We will stop genocide and empire and oligarchy and fascism together. Free Palestine! Free all of us!
Give it up for Jill Stein one more time. We will let Genocide Joe know there will be consequences. Free, free Palestine. Please welcome to the stage another anti-genocide candidate. Yes, you're spoiled for choice, Claudia de la Cruz.
There's Claudia de la Cruz. Let's fucking go.
Biden, you can hang! We charge you with genocide! Biden, you can hang! We charge you with genocide! Comrades, we are here to affirm that Biden is not only an enabler. Biden is not only complicit. Biden is a collaborator of genocide. Biden is committed to war. Biden is committed to death. Biden can stop the genocide that is currently happening in Gaza. He could stop it. But it goes against all his interests. And so we are here to say that we are the red line. We are the red line against genocide. But beyond that, we are the red line against the U.S. imperialist project. We are the red line against colonialism. And we courage, have the resilience, and have all the political agency to birth revolution. As the people in the United States, we say we have a responsibility that is a historic responsibility. We have the responsibility to break imperialism from within, to allow the Palestinian people to breathe. That is our task. It is our task to break U.S. imperialism from within so that the people of Puerto Rico can be free. It is our task to break imperialism from within, to allow the babies in Congo to have a life, to allow Sudan to breathe. And so, yes, Mr. Biden and squad, we are the red line. Today and always, because we acknowledge that our lives are intrinsically connected to the lives of the people of the global South. Because we understand that we have more in common with every community in struggle than with the so-called leaders of this country. We make the connections that those police officers causing havoc in our communities have been trained by the same terrorist forces that are in the occupied territory of Palestine. We understand that the reason we are suffering a housing crisis, that we cannot access health care, that we cannot access education, that our migrants are being attacked, is for the same reasons the United States imperialists launch war against poor people every day. And it is those connections, it is that deep understanding of what our task is that will free us as the people in the United States and will help the rest of the world breathe without the shackles and the terror of U.S. imperialism. We are here because we are committed to fight genocide, regardless of who the tenant of the White House is. And I will leave us with this from the people of the global South, from those who are Spanish speakers, for those who have suffered the terrorism of U.S. empire. We say, ni olvido ni perdón. We will not forget, and we will not forgive. And this is not just a slogan. This is a promise that goes well beyond November. We are here to build an anti-imperialist movement and to reorganize the society in a way that allows our people to live in dignity. From the Bronx to D.C. to the Palestine community in the diaspora, everywhere and anywhere they are, and for the people of the world. In the millions, in the billions, we are all Palestinians. In our millions, in our billions, we are all Palestinians.
From where I stand, all I see is Palestine. And there are hundreds and thousands more still pouring into the park from ready to form a red line around the White House?
Let's fucking go.
Are you ready?
Yes.
We're going to keep this going all day. We're going to have speakers throughout the day, and we're going to take it to the White House and form our red line. Right now, Dhuhr just came in, so we are going to listen to the adhan, which means the call to prayer. And I want everyone to know that we have a space for prayer back here in the back of the park, so behind me. So if you need to make your way over there, please do. And now I'd like to pass it over to Hatem from Tampa, Florida, to share the adhan with us.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, thank you, thank you everyone for coming to show your solidarity with Palestine and Gaza. Inshallah, we will make the prayer call and do the prayer right after behind the stage, inshallah. The program will continue. We're not going to stop the program. So for the ones who wants to join us in prayer, they can do so after the prayer call. Thank you. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. 1, 2, 3, 4. Occupation no more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Occupation no more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Occupation no more.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Next, I'd like to welcome my comrade Mohammed from the Palestinian Youth Movement and the DMV chapter here of PYM.
Yo, welcome in, and thank you for the follow, Legion AOD.
Assalamu alaikum. It's been 8 months now of untold horrors. And for the Palestinian people, 8 months of the worst period in our history. Each image more soul-crushing than the one before. And we now know more than ever before that there is no limit to Zionist depravity. And yet, after 8 months of all of this, our enemies are weaker than ever before. more divided. They're more divided than ever before. They've experienced more defeat and more humiliation than ever before in their entire accursed history. The savagery we witness today, believe it, is because they are so weak and so close to defeat. That's why they do this. And yet, despite all of this that we have had to endure here in the diaspora, after 8 months, we as a movement are stronger than we have ever been. More united than we've ever been. Equipped with a clarity of vision and purpose that our people have not seen in decades, perhaps. We draw on the lessons and victories of our brave and courageous ancestors, and we have succeeded. Yes, we have succeeded in carrying the struggle forward in the face of the greatest assault on our people in our history. Now, here in the diaspora, in the West, and specifically in the DMV, our movement is stronger than ever. We are 8 months stronger than we were in October. In the last 8 months, we've witnessed not one, but the two largest mobilizations for Palestine in this country's history. We shut down roads, airports, this city itself, we shut it down. All in the name of Gaza and its honorable people. Our movement has helped transform students into revolutionaries.
I'm going to give a shout
Just
out.
last month, with the support of the people and the community here before us, the courageous students defied not only George Washington University's administration, not only DC authorities, but the federal government itself in its entirety. And for 2 weeks, those brave students held the liberated space named Shuhada Square.
Covering the protest. They're filming.
In the midst of one of the most vile
They're doing it live
Zionist
as well.
institutions on
So
the
if you'd
face
like
of the
to
That is
follow them, watch what they're doing, you can as well. Let's fucking go.
Here in the capital of the global U.S. empire and one of the centers of global Zionist power, we, the people, have made Palestine unavoidable and have made support for Zionism inexcusable and untenable. That is victory. But is that enough? It's not enough. It's not enough. Nothing we do will ever bring back our martyrs. But we can give their memories dignity and meaning by continuing to struggle. And if we refuse to ever be satisfied, we refuse any compromise, any and all empty gestures, with heads held high and hearts full of unimaginable grief and pain on the one hand, and unshakable pride, dignity, and honor on the other hand, we reject anything less than full and total liberation from the river to the sea, and from the sea to the river back again. Every village, every farm, every orchard, every stone, every blade of grass, every grain of sand, every farm, all of it is Palestine. And we will settle for nothing less than all of Palestine. That is our promise to you, to our people back home, our people in Gaza, our people in the camps in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. And it is our solemn promise to you, our people, and a solemn promise to our enemies. We will not yield. No massacre you can commit will be horrific enough. No amount of repression can ever be terrifying enough. Nothing our enemies can throw at us will be enough to make us back down. الشباب لن يكل همه أن يستقل أو يبيد. We inherit with pride this responsibility from our ancestors, and one day we know we will bestow this responsibility to our children, not with mere hope, but with ironclad conviction that liberation is coming, that our liberation is inevitable. Generation after generation until total and full liberation. We know our victory is inevitable. It's on the horizon. Each of us here can see it. We can smell it. We can taste it. It is coming. 8 months later, and we're not done. We're getting started. Remember this. So long as we continue to fight, so long as you continue to fight, we will never be defeated. And our martyrs will never truly be dead. They're watching us right now. They're smiling upon us right now. Carry that responsibility. Carry that burden and never give up. Next month, when a certain Prime Minister Netanyahu comes to address the criminals in Congress, will we be ready for him? Will we be ready for him? Say it so our martyrs can hear us. Will we be ready for Netanyahu? It's going to be a busy summer, everyone. We're not letting up. All power to you. All power to you, each and every one of you. Victory is coming. We know it's coming because history teaches us something. History teaches us that the people united have never been defeated. The people united have never been defeated. The people united have never been defeated. Peace and love to you all, comrades.
The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. And what do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, if Gaza doesn't get it, if Palestine doesn't get it, shut it down! Shut it down! Louder! What? Louder! Shut it down! Shut it down!
Also gonna shout out Adrian Vixen because
Free, free Palestine!
they're also streaming this.
Free, free, free Palestine! Please help me welcome next a Palestinian from Gaza, Mu'taz Salim.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being out here. I'm going to keep this pretty brief. We know the statistics. We know the horrible, horrible crimes they've been committing every day. Massacre after massacre after massacre, including 200 plus killed this morning as part of a quote-unquote rescue operation. That's how depraved they are. That's how depraved the people we're working against are. It's been over 8 months now of this genocide. I've lost exactly 161 members of my family in Gaza to this genocide, to the depraved Zionist entity that is currently massacring our people, supported, actually I won't use the word supported, directly in association with this government here. Because this government, we're not even gonna say they're complicit anymore. They are directly responsible for the murder of Palestinians in Gaza. They are committing the genocide. It's not just Zionism, it's not just the Zionists, it's this empire here, it's this country here. We know that what we've done so far has been historic. I never thought in my lifetime that I would see a Palestinian movement this strong. But we still need to do more. The reality is we're never, like, it's never going to be enough to honor our martyrs, because that is just how great they are to us. That is how great our martyrs are. All glory be to them. But we should do more, and we need to do more. So my ask of you as a Palestinian from Gaza is assess within yourself the amount that you're willing to sacrifice for Palestine. Because in reality, it's not just for Palestine. If you believe in collective liberation for all, that means none of us are free until we are all truly free. I personally really wanted to believe that the system did have some justice within it. That if you engaged with it, that's kind of what we're told growing up in the Middle East. America's the golden icon of freedom and justice. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. I can't tell you how much of a sick lie it is. And they use it to justify murdering our people in mass. I say all that to say we've heard from Gaza. We heed Gaza's call. Gaza tells us to escalate for it. That can mean so many different things, but what I will tell you is we need to start sacrificing, truly sacrificing. Think to yourself, how much are you willing to sacrifice for the people of Palestine, for Gaza, who are being bombarded, massacred every single day? Because I personally am willing to risk it all. Because what point is my life and my existence on this earth if they can massacre my cousins, my aunts, my uncles, as if they don't even exist? They dehumanize them to a degree where they can just murder them in mass. Shame. On July 24th, we know that the Prime Minister of the Zionist entity is going to come here, and we need to really mobilize about in regards to that. We truly shut things down in every meaning of the word, because it has gone way too far. Way too far. I don't have the words to say anymore. I've given speeches before, and we need to really look at ourselves as people of a conscience, as people, as part of this movement, and really think about how much we need to do to actually fight the empire and bring down imperialism from within. Because that's what we gotta do. That's what we gotta do. It is time to abolish Zionism in its entirety. Free Palestine. Thank you.
From the belly of the beast, U.S. out of the Middle East, from Palestine to Mexico, all the walls have got to go. From Palestine to the Philippines, stop the U.S. war machine. Free Palestine. Now I want you to take that energy and welcome to the stage Leanne Fulahan of the People's Forum.
Welcome in, Tybalt.
This sea of red will give everyone in the White House nightmares until they stop the genocide. This sea of red is now extending all across the avenue here, a sea of red ready to surround the White House. Just that the invasion of Rafah was a red line. This morning we woke up to the news of hundreds of martyrs from Nusrat refugee camp. Murdered not only by U.S. bombs, but by U.S. military personnel who entered Gaza via an aid convoy. Biden is a liar, and everyone in his administration and on both sides of the aisle are complicit and are enabling and are executing this genocide of the Palestinian people, live streamed on all media for the world to see. Biden says that he wants a permanent ceasefire. These people here in red, the movement for Palestine, has forced him to admit that as the President of the United States, he has no other option but to say that he wants a ceasefire. We did that. We forced him to say the word ceasefire. On October 8th, we were on the streets in the thousands. On November 4, we were here over 500,000. And in between every national action, we have been in every city and every town of this country, building the movement for Palestine, learning new skills, building different kinds of actions, bringing our entire community on the right side of the red line with us. Today we are going to draw the line between right and wrong, because it is the people who decide what is right and wrong. We are the ones who decide what is right and wrong. And we knew in 1948, and we know in 2024, that the occupation of Palestine and the genocide of the Palestinian people executed by both the United States and Israel is wrong. Biden refuses to draw the line. So we are going to draw the line. And I want to tell you now how we're going to do it. We have people of conscience in the tens of thousands already lined up along Constitution Avenue in front of the White House. Let's shout for them to hear us. Now, if you turn around and you look at the southeast exit of Lafayette Park, you will see the way to join the red line, the people's red line that is already making its way around the White House.
At least for the next couple hours.
So while the speakers keep going, while the program keeps going, I'm going to ask every one of you to help us build the people's red line and to surround the white line, the red line, against the true perpetrator of terrorism and violence in today's world, the White House.
Oh, shit. That one.
We are telling the world that we have picked a side. We have picked the side of humanity, and we are drawing the line. Anyone who wants to be on the right side.
Damn it. All right, so it should be there in about... I'm having a little bit of trouble with the stream, too.
So pick up a banner if you can. We want to show the world. We want to show the White House. And we want to show our people in Palestine that we will not give. And then I ask every one of you, when you go back home,
should be fine.
We are going to multiply the red line in every city and every town until every single institution that is building this genocide has to withdraw. And the genocide ends. All aid to Israel is cut. The siege on Gaza is lifted. And we are one step closer to liberation. So say it loud and and say it clear. Liberation is near. Say it loud and say it clear. Liberation is near. Thank you.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! So just like Leanne said, we're going to keep this going. We have a lot more speakers and we have people forming the red line, so join them if you can. We'll be sticking out here in the park as well.
I'm going to try and find
over 10,000 people watching with us on the live
footage
stream. So next, I'd like to welcome from Black Alliance for Peace, Rafiki
of the
Morris.
line.
My name is Rafiki Morris, and I'm the organizer for the Black Alliance for Peace and the All-African People's Revolutionary Party. This young man standing beside me, his name is Zion. And he insisted on coming up here because he has a message that he wants me to deliver to you. And that is that Zion, which is his name, is good. And Zionism is bad. We bring you salutations and greetings from Africans all over the world. We want you to know without a shadow of a doubt that Africans in Africa are with Palestine. Africans in Europe are with Palestine. Africans in Canada are with Palestine. Africans in the U.S. are with Palestine. Africans in Asia are with Palestine. Africans in the Caribbean are with Palestine. Africans in South America are with Palestine. It is one struggle.
I think this is live.
Because the occupation of Palestine is a settler colonial project, and we stand against settler colonialism in Gaza, in the United States, in Australia, and everywhere in the world. Our Native American brothers want to remind you that you are standing on occupied land. And we want to remind you that the Democrats and the Republicans are not your friends. They are not your friends. They are active participants in the struggle to destroy the Palestinian people. They are the enemies of humanity. They occupy that house, and it is not your house. And it is not my house. And it is not my government. This is the government of the patriarchs. This is the government of the colonialists. This is the government of the neo-colonialists. This is the government of the settler colonialists. This is the government of the Zionists. This is the government of imperialism, and imperialism must be destroyed. People are saying that the genocide began on October the 7th. But the genocide began long before that. The genocide has been going on since 1917, when them first Zionist terrorists landed in Palestine and started seizing the lands of the Palestinians. This genocide has been going on all the way up to now. And October 7th wasn't the beginning of the genocide. October 7th was the beginning of the end of genocide. October 7th was the exclamation point at the end of genocide. We are watching the illegal, racist state of Israel commit suicide. They are killing themselves. And every bomb they drop, every bullet they fire, every drop of blood they spill only guarantees their destruction Israel will not last throughout this upcoming period. We've been fighting Israel for a long time. And for a long time, nobody agreed with us. But now the whole world agrees with us. So we want to see if you agree with us. We got 2 words. We want you to say it 7 times. Smash Zionism. 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 As always, we stand ready for the revolution. Thank you very much. Give it up for the Black Alliance for Peace one more time! Free, free Palestine! Free Palestine! As we continue here, and to remind you, we have over 10,000 people watching online. We've been joined by people in Paris, in Ghana, in London, in Manchester, in Palestine. As we continue here, we want to bring to the stage one of the principal organizations that has made sure that the warmongers have no peace, that they cannot prowl the halls of Congress with their bloody hands. Please welcome Code Pink!
Biden, Biden, you can't hide. Biden, you can't hide. You're committing genocide. You're committing genocide. Netanyahu, you can't hide. Netanyahu, you can't hide. You're committing genocide. You're committing genocide. Today, my name is Chris Cerisier, and we stand side by side with struggle.
So right now we're in front of the White House, and you just heard that the program is actually still continuing, but people have begun to march this way, and they're forming the People's Red Line.
What's going on
This is
now?
the red line in protest of Joe Biden's fake red line on Rafah. And right now we're gonna be transitioning to our mobile setup, but we're gonna be going dark for a second. So the screen is gonna cut black for like 10 seconds. So please bear with us, but stick with us. We're gonna switch to this camera. So just give us a sec, but don't leave the stream.
We cannot see them.
All right.
The children of Palestine are here. The children of Haiti are here. The children of the Congo are here. The children of Puerto Rico are here. Of the Philippines are
stopping
here.
the record?
Yeah.
To tell
The
them
file
that
might be
we
corrupted.
No, that's fine. I don't think it is. I think it actually
for
stops recording
criminals
before.
It prompted me to format it, which means it might be
accountable
corrupted.
in
But we'll sort it
international
out.
court for the world to see, for the world to know that we have seen the crimes.
All right, cutting out now. See if I can find anything on that. If I can find anything from the air. Anybody's doing that right now? One sec. Right back to this. Why don't we take a real quick break? And I shall return. I'm gonna play one song while I run to the bathroom real fast. Oh, give me a Palestine song. Let's find one. Here we go. How about oh, god damn it. I'll be fuck. I'm trying to find a song to play real quick while we take a real fast break and wait for everything to come back. We'll be going all night as long as they're going. So Oh yeah. All right. I will be right back.
This is for Palestine, Ramallah, West Bank, Gaza. This is for the child that is searching for an answer. Wish I could take your tears and replace them with laughter. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza. Palestine, Ramallah, West Bank, Gaza. This is for the child that is searching for an answer. Wish I could take your tears and replace them with laughter. Long live Palestine. While we listen to tunes made by ignorant fools, Israel blocked the UN from delivering food. They bring in the troops and you won't even glimpse of the news. They make money off the products that we're quick to consume. And it's not simply a question of differing views. Forget emotions, this is facts. What I spit is the truth. Makes no difference if you're a Christian or if you're a Jew. They're just people living in different conditions to you. They still die when you bomb their schools, mosques and hospitals. It's not because of rockets, please God, can you stop this all? I'm not related to the strangers on the TV, but I relate, cause those strangers could have been me. Words could never ever explain the raw tragedy. It's not a war, they're just murdering more rapidly, and we are automatically supporting pure savagery. Imagine how you feel if this was your family. Sing it with me now. Free, free Palestine. 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 Palestine remains in my heart forever. We stand for peace times of war. We shan't surrender. Remember, it didn't start in this dark December. Every coin is a bullet if you're Marks and Spencer. And when you're sipping Coca-Cola, that's another pistol in the holster of them soulless soldiers. You say you know about the Zionist lobby, but you put money in their pocket when you're buying their coffee. Talking about revolution sitting in Starbucks. The fact is, that's the type of thinking I can't trust, let alone even start to respect. Before you talk, learn the meaning of that scarf on your neck. Forget Nestle. Obama promised Israel 30 billion over the next decade. They're trigger happy and they're crazy. Think about that when you're putting Huggies nappies on your baby. Sing it with me now. Free, free Palestine. 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 This is not just a war over stolen land. Why do you think little boys are throwing stones at tanks? And we'll never really know how many people are dead. They drop bombs on innocent girls while they sleep in their bed. Don't get offended by facts, just try and listen. Nothing is more anti-Semitic than Zionism. So please don't bring bad vibes when you speak to me. There's plenty of rabbis that agree with me. It's your choice what you do with this message. Don't get it confused, I view this from a human perspective. How many more resolutions have to be violated? How many more children have to be annihilated? Israel is a terror state, they're terrorists that terrorize. I testify my television, televise them telling lies. This is not a war, it is systematic genocide. But whatever they try, Palestine will never die. Sing it with me now. Free, free Palestine. 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 This is for Palestine, Ramallah, West Bank, Gaza. This is for the child that is searching for an answer. Wish I could take your tears and replace them with laughter. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza. Palestine, Ramallah, West Bank, Gaza.
In the
This is for
crime.
the child that is searching for an answer. Wish I could take your tears and replace them with laughter. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza.
To see, for the world to know that we have seen the crimes.
I'm exhausted. Last night I couldn't sleep, but when I did, I could hear bombs in my dreams. Nightmare situation. How could they be so evil, making martyrs out of children and innocent people? We expect the bombs, not knowing where next. Huddle in the corner of my room, trying to protect my little brother as the building shakes like it's possessed. But nothing stronger than the will of the oppressed. I bomb back with my lyrics and rhymes, living the times trying to break the Palestinian minds. What's hiding in the clouds hanging over my head? My dad risks his life outside to buy bread. the fourth war in my 12th year. At this stage, I'm numb, though I haven't felt scared. There's nothing I can do in this case to stay safe. I'm brave, even though this house could be in my grave. I want freedom for the population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation. I want freedom for the population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation. Mothers mourn, fighting with grief. White sheets cover bodies that lie on the streets. Buildings turn to ash, but my mind is made of steel. So it doesn't take much for me to heal. Won't lose the will to live or lose our minds. My auntie lost her home, so she lost her life. But she is still alive, but traumatized by the bombs that flew in and dropped that night. My sister couldn't sleep, tried to stop her cries. I said it was fireworks, I was telling her lies. Where's the compassion? This is heartless. It's like they want us all living in darkness. Cutting off water and electricity for hours. They're knocking towers, but that's not knocking the power that I have in my pen. When I'm writing, I'm unstoppable. The microphone is the only escape possible, cause that's the way that I can speak my mind. I wonder, how does the fighter pilot sleep at night, knowing he can turn the city upside down all of a sudden, slaughtering families with the push of a button. I want freedom for the population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation. I want freedom for the population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation.
All right, we're back. Sorry, I went ahead and played another song because they were still waiting for the camera to come back. Okay, we are back, kind of. They're still switching out cameras. Hope everybody's having a good one. Oh, yo, welcome. Thank you for the follow, Sinister Hand. We are waiting for the around the White House protest to come back. They're currently switching the cameras. I think they're going mobile, so that they can cover what's going on the ground. Oh yeah, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. We're watching the protest right now. We're also trying to keep an eye on I don't think it looked like it might start like raining a little bit a bit south of DC, but I think we're good. Just that brain cells moving in pretty quick now. I'm gonna check. Let's see how long DC has before it gets rain. It's about 50, 60 miles an hour now. Oh, it'll probably be about 6 hours or so. Oh yeah, I was gonna click on that. That's right. Thank you for October. Why don't we play one more song while we wait? Yeah, that's true. Rain can't stop us. Let's fucking go. There it is. Sound of War remix. Okay. They shut down their camera. So we'll be right back. Let me grab this. All right. I shall return.
I get scared. I do anything for my people, but I don't know what to do. I'm just 10. Cheering cry.
die every day. You see all of the kids around me? They're just kids. Why wouldn't you just send a missile to them and kill them?
News telling lies, check the facts that they cover. Cause my people out here crying, or they dying, or they suffer. And just notice for my people up in Gaza and Ramallah. And it's free Palestine until it's backwards, motherfucker.
Free Palestine, this is the sound of a war. Can you hear me scream? Oh, why can't you see? How much more do we need to bleed? We're charging and we're fighting, can't get rid of us. You know we stand our ground, we won't back down, this land is ours. Free Palestine, this is the sound of a war and a cry for peace.
Cause I know that everyone knows it's time to take Palestine back this time. We won't hesitate now. I know that this is the sound of war.
What about Uts, Ramallah, West Bank, yeah, for Gaza? 2 times for the people in Palestine, strapped up, ready, all black in a hopper. Don't worry about your back, I got you. All gas, no brakes, no stoplights. I'ma come through heavy in my pot like. I do not want friends, I do not need foes. Yes, I found peace, but I swear on God, I'm down for war. Rockets dropping, bullets popping, it's a war zone. And I got brothers in the checkpoint just to get home. How to get like that? How we let this happen? Better pick your side, don't give me that all lives matter. Are you riding, ready for the action? One call, that's all, get it cracking. Click, clack with the blowback, get I lick back, and the ski mask ready for blazing.
I know that everyone knows it's time to take Palestine back this time. We won't hesitate now. I know that this is the sound. Cause I know that everyone knows it's time to take Palestine back this time. We won't hesitate now. I know that this is the sound of war.
Oh yeah.
This is the sound of. This is the sound of war.
Shame! But our organizing is evidence that we are not seeking solutions in American institutions that glorify war criminals and parade Biden as the lesser of 2 evils. We are the solution!
The people, they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting of one piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding.
Block the barricade until no matter how many of our men they kidnap, no matter how many political prisoners Israel takes, that like Palestinians on the ground, Handalna, Samdin, we will remain steadfast. We have made it our life mission to bring freedom to our people. We are the generation of revolution.
You're back.
And this revolution
I've got a
requires
different camera.
It is by mere luck that you stand here today under clear skies and not under bombs like the people of Gaza. It is by mere happenstance that you know where your family's at right now and you're not scared that they're under the rubble. But we know, and we must ask ourselves, what are we willing to sacrifice from the belly of the beast to stop this destruction? And we know the answer. It is our comfort. We must sacrifice our comfort from the belly of the beast to achieve total liberation for Palestine. Every martyr is worth the sacrifice. Every Palestinian prisoner, every daughter, every father, every mother, every child, every son and daughter is worth the sacrifice. The enemy is prolonging the inevitable. Its collapse and destruction. The Zionist entity proves to us time and time again that it is a failure because it cannot contain the resistance of our people. A stone will always meet the face of an Israeli tank. A freedom fighter will always ascend when a martyr ascends in the heavens. It is inevitable that we will achieve our freedom.
I don't know what's going on with my shit right
we
now.
will continue to escalate. So long as they continue to act with impunity, we will raise the consequences, no matter what happens. As evidence as us standing here today, we will continue the fight until we see total liberation for Palestine. In the words of Sana Daqqa, wife of the eternal martyr Walid Daqqa, we create life and they create death. Our legacy must be the rejection of Zionism in any and all of its forms. We stand united in our demand for liberation, the right to return to our ancestral homelands, and
Oh,
the
probably, yeah.
embargo on Israel.
Oh shit, we got some good footage over here. Whoa, whoa, loud as fuck.
Weight of dedication and sacrifice. So today we renew our commitment to sacrifice for the Palestinian people. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Long
Way
live
too based.
Palestine. Settler, settler, go back home. Palestine is ours alone. Thank you, everyone.
Got blasted.
Give it up to Maryland, to Palestine.
Baja blasted.
Free, free Palestine. I think many of us, certainly in the United States and all around the world, saw when right here in Washington, D.C., just a few blocks away from where we are now, students from George Washington University put up an encampment and stand strong. And as we surround the White House and speak to tens of thousands of people over this live stream, we are honored. And I want you to honor here to the stage Aya from GW, Students for Justice in Palestine.
We will not be pushed aside. While you're funding genocide. We will not be pushed aside. Stop funding genocide. On behalf of Students for Justice in Palestine at the George Washington University,
Yo,
I am
October.
so incredibly proud of the community
Thank you for
I
the
see
gift sub.
before me
Here,
today.
let's fucking go.
Once again, we have come together to call for an end to the genocide and make sure Gaza is unavoidable for those who don't already see it everywhere. The streets now echo our sister streets in Rafah, which run red with the blood of our martyrs, their lives claimed on the dime of this genocidal warmonger next to us, as well as the ones that sit at the helms of our universities. Their ivory towers and white houses are forever stained with the blood of our martyrs, a transgression we refuse to let them forget. Those administrators have, after 8 months of genocide, still refused to divest. Today marks exactly 8 months since the genocidal incursion on Gaza and exactly 1 month since the liberated zone at GWU was raided mere blocks from here. Our Shahadat Square was an effort by the entirety of the DMV SJP coalition. Though we are speaking as GW SJP, we wholly reject the siphoning off of our collective. We organized, struggled, and were brutalized as a collective, and we will continue to fight as a collective. We will continue to fight the institution that funds the genocide of our people. Together, we built a world that challenges the imperial core that we occupy and leapt towards a a future rooted in liberation, collective care, and radical imagination. In the liberated zone, everyone was housed, fed, and educated. With the bonds we built with the members of our DMV community, we were able to assume the position that students should play in society, not as gentrifiers and settlers, but as a front in the struggle towards collective liberation. President Granberg of GW vilified these very same community members only a year ago, who has no roots in the district, is in fact herself an outside agitator. And it is at her behest that they arrested 33 of my comrades, pepper sprayed community, and suspended students. We changed the narrative, made the language of revolution ubiquitous. We relied on systems of mutual aid to sustain ourselves and subsequently redistribute whatever we didn't need. This culture of radical care and vision was why the administration and the state's coercive apparatus was so vicious in their crackdown. Open classrooms and popular universities deny the capitalist imperative by making education accessible and free to the masses. In short, we proved that the world we want to see is possible. They just want us to believe it isn't. The material aspect of our Shahada Square may be gone, but the community we built and the resolute struggle we committed to remains. Students nationwide were able to mobilize the community so well because of the parasitic relationship the university has with the locale. Universities everywhere, especially in major cities like New York, LA, and Washington, D.C., are vampirical, leeching off the communities they slowly encroach upon and take over through police violence, real estate, and collusion with dirty politicians.
Alright, I'm just keeping an eye on other things right now.
And state making
One
rely
sec.
on organized crime. GW and the U.S. are organized crime
Trying to find
syndicates
other
that racketeer
feeds and stuff.
native populations and create borders around contagious territories. The George Washington University is one of the largest landowners in D.C., and it is responsible for gentrifying the heart of the district and displacing entire communities of color, colluding with the American Empire and Western imperial
Dang, what's
control.
happening to Breakthrough News?
George Washington
They haven't come back
University
yet.
is literally the landlord of the IMF and the World Bank, two of the largest financial institutions in the world that are designed to destroy and
Or whatever
the global
news
south.
channel it was. Yeah. Breakthrough.
GW is just a microcosm of the larger university disease, though. As long as the university exists within the settler state, its function will always be to sustain the colonial empire. Make no
Uh-oh, do we have a
mistake,
chud in the chat?
universities are weapons manufacturers. They train the agents of empire that staff the halls of the building next to us, the corporations that profit off of our people's genocides. They create the workers that fuel these genocidal institutions and produce the research that develops the weapons that are used to kill our...
Oh, God. Alright, sorry about that. We're looking for more feeds at the moment. Oh, you're cooking spam for your rice? Let's go. Oh, we lost that feed. God damn it. This'll work. I'll keep looking. Sorry, y'all. Trying to figure out who has the best feed here. Oh god. Not the place I wanted that to come up. Everything goes to the broadcast monitor. I don't know why. Oh my god. Like I'm looking for more stuff. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to the chat as much. Scheduled for 2:30. Okay, we got about 6 minutes before the breakthrough news feed comes back. So this will be fine until then. Okay, and now I'm gonna check the page that I had with all of the updates. Oh my god. There's a lot going on right now. Oh, here's some good footage. Oh my god.
So we want Biden and all of his campaign staffers to know that we won't forget how they perpetuated this genocide in November. You can't censor the red line.
There's quite a few people out there right now.
Now we want Biden and all of his
Trying to get a scale of the
campaign staffers to know
crowd.
that we won't forget how they perpetuated this genocide in November.
That's on Twitch. That's on fucking. I can't even think. It's Twitter. Yeah, Twitter. The fucking. I can't even think of the name of that fucking website anymore, dude. 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna let this play for a bit, and I shall return. We got about 4 minutes. I'll be right back.
And a longtime organizer. Please help me welcome Eddie from Pal Auda.
Assalamu alaikum, comrades. I come to you on behalf of the Palestinian Assembly for Liberation and Pal Auda, New York. We stand here today in the wake of one of the most gruesome massacres Gaza has seen to date. Over 210 Palestinians assassinated at Nusrat refugee camp with shame! With reports suggesting that American troops were amongst the soldiers who fired at multiple times displaced refugees. These troops came in by way of a false pier in central Gaza and dummy humanitarian aid trucks. Shame! In the words of the founder and director of the PAL Law Commission on War Crimes, Justice, Reparations, and Return, Lamis Deek, they may have the power right now, but we are working to ensure that this is the beginning of the end of the era of Zionist fascist denomination. In solidarity with the Palestinian resistance and the people of Gaza and Palestine who have been steadfast on the front lines of the struggle for decolonization and anti-imperialism, we will be the red line. We will amplify the call of the freedom fighters, the martyrs, the prisoners, and every single Palestinian. Not only will we continue protesting in the streets and boycotting and calling for divestment and sanctions, including that of Citibank and Chevron and any and every institution revolution that
Yo,
profits
hella
off of the
sausage.
blood of the people and
This isn't gonna be a debate stream, okay? If you don't stop, this is a free Palestine stream. This isn't a debate stream, so stop, or get banned.
we will provide material support to Palestinians in the West Bank against settler violence. We will arm them through our Pal Shield initiative with helmets, vests, and other means of self-defense. Corporate America needs to pay a financial and economic price.
Hell yeah, I don't want other people to ruin the vibes we got going in here.
To the country and to the White House.
Fucking go. Thank you all for dealing with the
Profit and gain. We stand
with the
here
chug.
and say
I
that
guess
for
I don't
us,
even know anymore.
everything is about Palestinian liberation. Everything is about justice.
I'm gonna turn that down. It is a little bit way too dank.
And until every moment after liberation. We will honor the memories of the freedom fighters, martyrs, prisoners, every person, every child of Palestine. And we will do so by remaining steadfast in our solidarity for the Palestinian resistance. By causing widespread disruption to the systems of oppression, by taking the streets and ushering a new era of liberation led by the Palestinian resistance and no one else. We will secure the right to return, safety and security for all Palestinians. So let us continue to urge our national and international communities to stand with Palestine, to demand an end to the occupation, and to work towards liberation, self-determination for the Palestinian people, as they have been for the last 100 plus years. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Gaza, Gaza, don't you cry! Gaza, Gaza, don't you cry! Palestine will never die! Palestine will never die! Thank you.
From Palestine to the Philippines. Stop the U.S. war machine. From Palestine to Mexico. All the walls have got to go. Free, free Palestine. Next, I want you to welcome warmly Ruby from the U.S. Palestinian Community Network.
All right. My name is Ruby. I'm with the U.S. Palestine Communities Network. I just want to start with free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! All right. The U.S. Palestine Communities Network stands here today along with all of those of consciousness and of humanity and all who demand the red line for Biden and his administration, and to demand the stop to this genocide they are inflicting on Palestine with their Zionist partners. And we hold this government accountable and responsible for the genocide in Gaza. We are here to reaffirm that we stand with our siblings in Palestine, and we stand with those everywhere around the world resisting this brutal genocide. We are clear.
All right, y'all. We've got breakthrough news back. I'm gonna grab it up. Doesn't look like we have audio yet, though. So I'll use the audio from the other one. Looks like the police are coming in. The police are coming in, I believe. I cannot confirm, but it looks like police have entered the premises. A massive group of police have entered.
Back up.
I can't confirm if this is live or if this happened like 10 minutes ago. I've got the video up right now. Let's fucking go. A cab, let's fucking go. Fuck the pigs. Fuck 12. And here we go. The police are coming in to make the shit violent. Here we fucking go. Fuck you, genocidal cops. Piece of shit. Go fuck yourselves. Oh, my bad. I'm kind of fuming. My bad. Here we go.
As you can see behind us, people have begun people's red line, that they're enforcing to, show Biden that his red line on Rafah, on the Rafah invasion is fake, and that if he's not going to enforce it, the people will. And, there are tens of thousands of people here who were told that, I was thinking it would be like a single file line.
Yeah, the police are coming in full force right now. If you are at the protest and you are listening, please listen to your organizers and stay close to your fellow comrades. Do not split up. This is going to be possibly. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't want to say anything right now. Nothing so far. They're just coming in. I haven't seen anything other than police coming in. That's it. I've not seen a single arrest yet. But this is the only feed I've got of the police.
And it goes all the way down. Maybe, Steph, if you could pan over. This is an unbreakable red line. And, the call for this demo really started with, it was declared at the People's Conference for Palestine. We put out a package about it, and maybe you saw it, but while that conference was convening, Israel bombed a refugee camp in Rafah. They bombed a tent, they massacred, I think, 50 people. And Biden, said a month ago in an interview that an Israeli invasion of Rafah would be a red line for him. That would.
I mean, to be fair, we knew they were going to send the Gestapo in.
Cut them off. And since then, we
But,
saw that
yeah.
massacre that took place on May 26th. We've seen 4 massacres since then, the latest being yesterday, or I think this morning actually, when 200 people were killed by Israel. So the people here have gathered to say, what happened to your red line? Israel is invading Rafah. It's been underway for over a month now, and the Biden administration hasn't done anything. In fact, they said we're holding up a weapons shipment. They've sent hundreds of millions of dollars of bombs, of 2,000-pound bombs, bunker buster bombs to Israel since then. So Biden is lying, and people here have gathered to call us bluff. So we're going to keep moving forward. There's a group of veterans we want to talk to here, who we were chatting with earlier. It's a GI's contingent. They call themselves the Military and Veterans Task Force. But they're here as veterans in solidarity with Palestine. And let me try to pull some. Hey, what's up? So, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. So, tell us about this formation here.
So this is... we know you're Israeli trained! Who wants to get out the way? We know you're Israeli trained! Who
Okay, yeah. Let me get.
And you're all veterans.
I actually don't know what happened to.
What branch?
Oh, I see. Got you.
And how about you?
I
Oh,
was in the United States Air Force during the so-called
Here we go.
War on Terror.
I was in the Army.
I was in the Air Force for 6 years. I was in the Army.
And what brings you out here today? Why do you think it's important to be out here as veterans in support of Palestine?
Well, I mean, we're part of, the military-industrial complex. Like, we are literally the people that they would send out to die for this,
Here we go.
this conflict, and all the, the friction that's happening in the Middle East right now. Eventually, the U.S. is going to get involved, and we all were kind of seduced by the system and given this idea of free education and a way out of poverty, a way out of the system. So we're just as complicit as any of us here, and it's important for us to be here to show that we don't want to be complicit in this. So yeah.
And how did you guys learn about Palestine as an issue? Like, what sparked your interest in this? How did you become aware of it?
So actually, I had no idea what was going on before October 7th, and I learned a lot of what I know now from social media and through third-party news, because I wasn't getting any of it from mainstream media. So yeah, that's how I learned about it, and I learned a lot of my information from the PSL, and yeah, just everything circulating through the internet.
I guess, what was it like for you all as veterans, sort of waking up to, the workings of the imperialist system, or, the true nature of the U.S. military? Because, they say, oh, well, the military fights for freedom, they fight for democracy. How did you sort of, begin to question that?
Well, honestly, really, when I would watch the videos of, the genocide in Palestine, it's really different from what they teach us, in the military. They teach us that these people are our enemy. We have anti-terrorism briefs every year, and the pictures and the motifs are all, Arabic people, all Middle Easterners, and it just doesn't match up. They're telling us that these people are our enemy and that they're dangerous and they hate us, but then you see the videos of, babies and children and, people that haven't even, fully gone through puberty yet, dying and fighting for their lives, and mothers and fathers and people that are just like us. And it's just this, really stark difference between what they are showing us, what they're telling us is evil and, hateful and are terrorists, and then seeing people that are just like you and me. So that's, for me at least, how I kind of was it doesn't add up. This is that they're lying to us.
And I mean, I think the thing that really is so powerful about this is the U.S. War makers, the warmongers in the Pentagon. They can say, "Oh, well, we wanna, support Israel." They can say that all they want. They can say, "Oh, we want to go to war with China." They can say all these things, but at the end of the day, it comes down to you all making the conscious decision to fight or not fight. Can you talk about that a little bit?
I mean, yeah. I mean, imagine if every soldier, every sailor, wingman, decided to go the conscientious objector route. They can't stop us. They'd have no army. They'd have no fleet. So, I definitely urge a lot of the people who are still in, like I am, to kind of rethink their position in the military. Because we could really make a difference if we just decide we don't want to be a part of this.
Do any of you have a message you want to share with other people who are currently in the service? Yeah.
I'm an Iraq war veteran, and at some point, I came to realize that everything about that war was just CIA lies, so that we could invade another country, take their resource, and continue our foothold in the Middle East, which is very similar to what the whole point of Israel is. And just that whole experience, realizing that everything that our government says about what we do in other countries, why we go to war, is just a bunch of lies for corporate profits. For Raytheon's bottom line,
I'm starting to
for the
think
defense industry's bottom line. It's
media
opened up
might
my
be
eyes to
playing
all of the
older
other things.
violent
You know, 2
moments
days
and
ago,
protests
we were celebrating
to
remembering
muddy
the
the
anniversary
waters
of
as to
D-Day.
what's actually happening
And
right
all I
now.
can think about is how
I think
after
that
World
might be
War
what's
II, they
going on.
stabbed all those veterans in the back
We
by
might have
hiring
just
a bunch of
been- we might have
Nazis
just
all
found
throughout the
some
government,
bullshit
including the
going on.
CIA,
I don't.
which
We
is
might
nothing
not
but
have
a terrorist
cops
organization
on
itself.
premises.
You know,
they
I'm
might
proud
just be fucking
as somebody
lying.
who served
Because
in,
look at the
US
look at how
military
peaceful everything
to
is in
declare
this.
that the United States are the terrorists.
Indeed.
And I mean, the Iraq War, though, the war propaganda
I smell
was
something
so
very
palatable.
fishy right now.
What was it like for you when you were first going? What were you thinking, like, going in when you were being deployed? And what sort of changed your mind about the nature of the war?
Yeah, so I was a senior in high school when 9/11 happened, so I was right around when everybody was in hysteria, and I had just joined the Army a few months before that. And, you know, my initial thought was like everybody else's. You know, I thought we were attacked, I wanted to defend the United States. But then came Iraq, and then things started becoming more sus. But, you know, Saddam Hussein was an evil person, right, they said. But then I got deployed there in 2005, so Saddam Hussein had already been taken out. You know, so even when I was in Iraq, even amongst us troops, I can remember us being like, why are we here? And to think that 20 years later we are still there, I mean, it's just, it couldn't be any more clear to me that, you know, Iraq had no connection to 9/11. I don't even believe their story about 9/11. And, you know, it is just nothing more than stealing their resources.
And I guess what would your message be to other veterans who are seeing what's happening in Palestine right now? They're confused about what they're seeing. Maybe they're concerned that they might get deployed. I mean, they built this this floating pier with U.S. service members on board. I mean, if that gets hit by Israel, by anyone, you know, it could drag the U.S. into a regional war. Certainly that's what Israel wants. What would you say to these veterans who are confused about what's happening?
Well, one thing I would definitely say to any veterans out there, something that I wish I knew more about, is you can be a conscious objector. Okay, that is something you can do. It's possible. It's actually not that hard. And that's something that any veteran who doesn't want to participate in this, or I guess active personnel doesn't want to participate in this genocide can do.
And yeah, anyone else have a message they want to share? Yeah.
Like my comrade over here, one of the first things that one notices when they join the military is that it's very much organized like a business. And the longer I stayed in for 9 years. I was a munitions technician for the United States Air Force. It's largely driven as a profit-making industry on the backs and the blood and flesh of working class people in the United States, fighting against other poor and oppressed people across the ocean. I stepped off the C-130 when I landed in Iraq, and it was like going to my own neighborhood back home. Poor working people, terrorized by the things that we were doing to them. And this, the thing about Airman Bushnell, I'd like to say, fellow airman, is, he knew when he emulated himself that he was in full uniform and they couldn't protest in full uniform and that there'd be severe consequences for him. What he did was enact a martyrdom, but no one should ever have to go that far to stop something like a genocide. It's insanity that it has to go that far, but there are other things that active duty military people can do. Conscientious objection is one of the first things they can do, but they can also organize with a revolutionary organization. They can protest. They can do other things that are within their means to push back against these people that rely on our blood and our flesh, that rely on our lives to accomplish the goals that they set. And it's time, we believe, as veterans in the PSL, that needs to change, that the first needs to be last, and the last needs to be first, and the workers need to have control of the world, and that these things that we sacrificed ourselves for, our minds, broken bodies now, because of the nonsense that they spread in our society. It needs to be completely and totally revolutionized. It's a system that relies on the blood and flesh of other people, the blood libel of the people in Palestine, the people dying, the children. That's a system that deserves to be burned down.
One last thing I want to ask, does anyone have a message they want to share to the people of Palestine?
Yeah, from people who fought for the United States and for everybody here, I just want the people of Palestine to know that here in the belly of the beast, there is a lot of Americans that see what's going on. We support you. We're never going to forget about you, and we're going to keep fighting till Palestine is free from the river to the sea.
Thank you so much. So that was the Military and Veterans Task Force of the PSL, Veterans Organizing for Palestine, opposing this genocide. So we're going to keep going with the red line. Thank you, guys. So the setup here is that there is a line, there's a red line of people that's surrounding the White House right now. It's about a 2-mile radius that goes down Pennsylvania, all the way down 15th Street, all the way across Constitution, and back up. And from what I've heard, it's already filled out. We're going to go and check it out. But, yeah, you know, one of the veterans was talking about how this war could end tomorrow, how it's a war for big business and these war profiteers. And, you know, you've been seeing in the news Biden recently, this week, he said that he's proposing a ceasefire, that he's proposing Israel's ceasefire. And the whole mainstream media has been framing it as, oh, you know, Biden wants peace, he wants to end the war, and it's Hamas that won't agree. But Israel rejected this ceasefire because they said that they need to be allowed to continue fighting the war. And Israel keeps rejecting ceasefire agreements that would end the war. And there are people on the military cabinet, the war cabinet in Israel, that are saying that this war, they want the war to go on for 7 months. And, you know, Biden said that an invasion of Rafah would be his red line. They're already invading Rafah. Israel's talking about going for 7 more months. So Joe Biden has to make a decision. And that's what's so pivotal. That's what's so pivotal about this demonstration that's happening right now in this moment is that let's walk. Biden is talking about, oh, we need a ceasefire. And he definitely recognizes the fact that if he doesn't get a ceasefire soon, that if he doesn't stop the bloodshed, if the images showing up on people's TV screens doesn't stop, that his election is in jeopardy, that the legitimacy of his government is in jeopardy. So he definitely feels pressure to end the war. But on the other hand, Israel is dead set on a total military occupation of the Gaza Strip. So you kind of have a situation here where you have an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object.
Interesting.
And
we see no police.
If Biden doesn't push for a ceasefire, which he could do
what,
tomorrow by picking up the phone,
media feeds
calling Netanyahu and saying,
right
we're
now.
not sending any more weapons, we're declaring a complete arms embargo, we're going to sanction you for the war crimes that you've committed, he could do that tomorrow. But if he doesn't do that, his election is in jeopardy. I mean, these are people who are going to go to the polls in November, and you know, we'll talk to them, but I think a lot of them are. I don't think they have that anything Biden could do at this point would get them to vote for him. And then on the other hand, if he goes through and he punishes Netanyahu, he actually enforces his red line. Well, then he disrupts the long-term strategic interests of the U.S. empire. The U.S.-Israel alliance, which they call the greatest ally of the U.S. So he has a choice to make, and the people here are determined to force him to make a decision. So let's walk now. Let's go check out this red line because it's absolutely massive. So right now, this is Pennsylvania Avenue. The address is 1600 Pennsylvania. You hear that all the time. White House address. So this road across here, this is cuts across town, and it is completely full. And this banner they're holding here, they have a 2-mile-long banner, and maybe we can get a close-up of it. But this is a banner with the names of all of the Palestinian martyrs, and it literally goes 2 miles around the White House right now. The White House is quite literally surrounded. And you can see there's like an outer ring. There's an outer ring of people, and then inside there are people picketing around the White House. So let's try to let's try to follow. Let's try to go around the whole to see the whole red line. I think it's. I think they've already surrounded the White House.
We have surrounded the
It's a
White
little
House.
chaotic
Let's
in here.
fucking go. Free Palestine.
We want justice, you say how? Stop bombing Rafah now! Stop bombing Rafah now! We want justice, you say how? Stop bombing Rafah now!
So they're like little rallies breaking out. All right, so we're gonna keep going here. It's very crowded. So there's. Oh, I've lost Steph. There's like a literal picket going around the White House right here. Hey, what's up? Doing well. How are you? Where are you coming from? Where are you coming from?
Cleveland.
Cleveland. Okay. Do you want to tell us why you
I just have to read.
All right. I think everything is. Everything's going. I'm gonna see if there's anything on Twitter that's going on.
Again, this is a very pivotal moment in the genocide right now. Oh, okay. I think we have another interview here. Give us a second.
Got an image.
Yeah. Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well.
What's your name?
My name is Carla.
Carla, where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Boston, but I'm from New York.
Nice. And you were in the Air Force? For how long?
I was in the Air Force for 7 years. Basically, I served in Iraq. We all know that the war was based on lies. And so I'm here because this is also an unjustified war that we need to speak out against. And especially as a veteran, I think it's very important that we stand up. And when wrong is wrong, we have to speak out. So.
And so there were actually some veterans over there that we were talking to, and I was asking them, how did you first
at least a little bit of aerial
learn
footage
that the war was based on lies?
or
What was
aerial
your process
imagery
because you're here now supporting Palestine
from the White House
How did you
currently.
first become aware of the fact that these wars are based on lies?
Well, even while I was serving, I definitely was not a fan of our President Bush at the time. But obviously everything that's come out since then has only verified, it's confirmed that many service members, many of whom are black and brown people, poor people that serve oftentimes out of need and certainly out of patriotism. Many immigrants serve. I'm an immigrant myself. It's serving to give back to our adopted country. And you go in thinking one thing and you come out realizing that you've participated in the atrocities of war and you've harmed others. And you try to reconcile what you've done, and whenever you can, you speak out against what you know is wrong. And so that's why we're here. Just like these Jewish people are speaking out against Israel and what they're doing. So.
And, what would you say to people who are in the service right now who might be seeing what's happening in Palestine? They see Biden sending bombs, hundreds of millions of dollars of bombs. they feel uneasy. They feel like, you know, this isn't that we're not supporting freedom or democracy, what veterans are told, but that this is actually a genocide. What would your message be to them?
Honestly, I feel for you. I'm sorry that this is what our country is doing. I'm sorry that we're on the wrong side of history. I really do not condemn service members because I know what it's like to, be part of an institution, an organization that basically is just participating in unjustified wars. And while you know the risks when you go in, once you're in and you find out what's really going on, it's really disheartening. It's disheartening to be a part of it. And so for those that can speak out and are safe enough to do so, particularly veterans, since we are out, I ask that we all really stand on the right side of history and speak out whenever we can. I think many of us are doing that. But if you're in the service, I ask that you try to stay safe and find community within, because I know that there
Zionists
are
are
people
also
that right
posting
now really
footage of when police came to protest and made them violent.
They might do something. I mean, we have
in front of the White
whistleblowers,
House
in
over
the service.
Gaza
People
before.
are coming
I
out
don't know what
against,
really is going on.
the atrocities
I don't
that are
really
happening,
actually
that are
know
taking
what
place,
footage
and
this
I just hope
is.
that,
I can't
honestly, I just hope
confirm
that they're safe, and
what
when
it
they come
is,
back,
but
I hope that they
I think they're
find a way
reusing
to be at
old
peace with
footage
themselves and
to
get involved, so that we hold our
try
government
and make
to account.
this look
'cause that's all that
different
this
than
is
it
about,
actually
is
is on
holding
the
our government
ground.
to account.
One last question. Biden loves to thank the troops. He says, God bless the troops at the end of many of his speeches. What is your message to Biden?
I mean, honestly, I think he's heard from us. I think, unfortunately, he's a self-proclaimed proud Zionist, so I don't know if there's anything that I could say to him that's going to change his mind. He claims to be a very empathetic person, and I'm not doubting that, but I think he definitely is not realizing
these people
that
are
he is
talking
going
about
to go down
Frogan
in history
on
as Genocide Joe, because
Bro,
at the end of the day, this is happening under
Twitter
his watch.
is
So
cursed,
Biden,
dude.
I recommend
is
that you listen to us,
absolutely
because you are
fucking
losing
cursed.
a huge contingency of support from people who otherwise would be behind you. But right now, with the election, I honestly do not know how many people are going to be voting for him. And that's not on Americans. That is on you, President Biden. So, yeah, that's about all I can say, I guess.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to continue going down the line. We want to show you guys this whole thing. But you can see behind us, they put up these fences. These were up on November 4th at the first National March for Palestine. And, for those who are in D.C., or for those who aren't in D.C., it used to be that you could protest all the way up to the wall, the gates there, but they've moved these back when the first National Palestine March happened. And, it's clear that they're afraid. It's clear that Joe Biden is afraid of losing Arab voters, Muslim voters, but also black voters. Some of you may have seen in the news that the NAACP recently called on Biden to halt all weapons shipments to Israel. So, more and more these critical groups that Biden loves to say support him, black voters, Arab voters, immigrants, are increasingly drifting away from him, and the cost of this will be his election. So Biden, the message here, Biden, you have a choice. You can end this genocide tomorrow. Do it, or it'll be your election, is what we're hearing. And I think we have another person here who would like to speak to us.
Hi. My name is Anam Mataria. My family... Start over? Hi, my name is Anam El Jabali. My family's name is Mataria from El Ramle from 1948. They became refugees. And all of my entire family lineage is from Ramle, and they all became refugees and dispossessed. Their homes were stolen. Their land was taken away from them, and they lived in refugee camps in Palestine for many years. We are immigrants in America, and I am here because I am Palestinian born, and I believe that the genocide is the most horrific type of killing that the world has ever done. And it's unfair, unwarranted, and President Biden has to stop the genocide now. 9 months is too long. 9 months of killing innocent people that are living on a piece of land that the Israeli government and the Prime Minister wants to steal away from them is not a very good reason to kill anyone. Children were killed and mutilated. They had their arms and legs amputated. Babies were born without medications. Their mothers died giving birth. Babies died because they had no oxygen, no food. They were deprived of everything. There's hunger, there's famine, there's thirst. It's the cold, it's lack of medication. The need for humanitarian aid is urgent. It's 9 months too late, but we still have hope that America will find its conscience, that the president will say something positive and end this genocide. Everyone around the world stands with Palestine against the genocide. The youth, every country is in the streets standing up for the lives of the people of Gaza to survive. The hospitals had no need to be destroyed. The mosques and the churches were not supposed to be targets. Hospitals are not supposed to be targets. Doctors, nurses, children, babies, they are not supposed to be targets. Palestine doesn't have an army. It doesn't have a military. Shame on the United States government. Shame on the president. Shame on his administration. Shame on the Israeli government. Shame on the countries that are supporting the genocide. The UK and France and the others. And I love all of the countries that are giving their unwavering support for the recognition of Palestine. The time is now to stop the killing. The time is now to start rebuilding and saving lives. The time is now for reparations. Honest, true discussions and reparations are necessary to rebuild Gaza, the West Bank, Rafah, and everywhere in between, from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free, and it should be free now, today, not tomorrow. We need a free Palestine now. The people are waiting, and they have hope. They've been murdered. They lost their parents, they lost their children, and they grieve, but they have hope in God, and they have hope in the youth. They have hope in you. Please, do more. Tell the truth. Stop the lies.
Thank you so much. So we're gonna go down. We want to see the rest of this. We're gonna head down, but that's another thing about this genocide and about this red line is that Biden keeps moving the goalposts. He keeps changing the definition of a red line. When the tent massacre happened, the first one since the red line was declared, the one where 50 were killed in Rafah, Joe Biden, he was questioned in the Biden administration was questioned in a State Department press conference, and Matthew Miller, it wasn't Matthew Miller, it was another spokesperson who said, they said, oh well, this is horrible. Israel bombed 50 people, they killed them, which Israel admitted was. They said it was a mistake. How could it be a mistake? You target someone in a tent. And the Biden administration's response was, they were asked, well, doesn't this cross your red line? Aren't you going to stop sending weapons to Israel? And the spokesperson responded, well, this isn't a major incursion into Rafah. This isn't a major invasion. And now that major invasion is happening, and Biden is silent. I mean, he's totally silent on this. So, something's got to give, and I think that just the anger here is palpable. We put out a report at Breakthrough News about all the different investigations and red lines that the Biden administration has drawn, the killing of Hind Rajab, the flour massacre, the murder of the World Central Kitchen workers. Time and time again, the Biden administration says, this is horrible. They say this is horrible, we're going to investigate it. And it never happens. And people here are saying, enough is enough. You're lying to us. You don't actually want to end this genocide. Because if they wanted to, they could do it tomorrow. So right now we're on Pennsylvania Avenue, and again, for those just joining us, this is a 2-mile-long red banner with the names of 40,000 Palestinians killed by Israel written on them. And this goes all the way around the White House. 2 miles. I'm not sure that there's ever been a demonstration like this, but it is an incredible visual, and we're gonna keep going around. But the White House is totally surrounded today. There's a sign that says, "Your legacy is genocide." I mean, this is the sentiment of so many people these days, especially young people. The support for Israel has plummeted 26%. We talked about this in a video before, about how the support for Israel has plummeted among young people by 26%. And, people are saying that genocide is not an excusable crime, and that people aren't willing to overlook that, to look past that in an election. And, really, I don't know what's so shocking about this. I don't know what Biden expected. So it looks like there's like a DJ playing off to the left here. There are cultural performances happening throughout this.
Hey, and thanks to all the people that threw something in the bucket. I really appreciate it. I have another gig to go to, but if you can keep that full, I'll stay here longer.
All right.
So I appreciate it.
I think there are all kinds of cultural performances happening around the People's Red Line.
I've heard that several times.
Yes, there you are.
Hello. Thank you to all of you who've been supporting us at Breakthrough News. It's really cool that how's it going? I remember you from January 13th. Yeah. Yeah, that guy playing the drum, he was here on January 13th. I interviewed him, and that's one thing that's so noticeable about this movement is that people haven't gone home. And I think Biden, Netanyahu, the Pentagon, they all expected people to get tired. They expected people to get disinterested, I guess, in a genocide, which I don't know why they were expecting that, but that hasn't happened. And honestly, agree or disagree, but I feel like this really feels like the peak of the movement for Palestine. I mean, after the global worldwide student encampment movement, and now this, a historic demo to surround the White House, it feels like people are actually doubling down on their commitment to Palestine. And I see you nodding along. I mean,
I agree. Yeah, I think the time of a big demonstration and then not followed by sustained action has passed. I think enough people are part of this really ongoing movement for justice and liberation for all people, and have been for a long period of time. And as long as the injustice continues, I think we're going to keep seeing people out here.
And where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Peoria, Illinois.
And the people you talk to, people you organize with, or people you just meet day to day, I mean, what is the growing sense you get among the people you talk to about this genocide? I mean, how are people feeling just seeing this dragging on 8 months into this genocide?
Well, I can only speak for my own experience, I think. The area I'm in is a more conservative-leaning mid-sized city. So, I think there's a small group of people who are beyond exhausted at seeing these horrors unfold daily, and then there's a large group of people who are just swept up in the mainstream media narrative, of being against terrorism and being pro-Israel, and Israel should defend itself. So it's there's definitely a conflict and an unwillingness between each side at this point even to have a discussion.
For sure. And, we're going to reach all these people. Everyone that's still on the fence, we're going to get to them. Because honestly, what I feel like is, it feels like this has changed people. I mean, how could a genocide not? And, as horrible as it is, the people of Palestine keep fighting on. And I feel like so many of the people here in the U.S. see that and feed off of that and have committed themselves to. They say, we're not going back to normal. As long as there's a genocide, we're going to keep disrupting. We're going to keep boycotting. We're going to keep protesting. I mean, is that what you're seeing in Illinois?
Yeah, absolutely. Amongst the people who are willing to look at and actually, look behind the curtain of the mainstream narrative and see a lot of the injustices that happen in the world, it's once you've seen it, you can't unsee it or unlearn it. Once you recognize the colonial corporate white supremacist apparatus in all of its movements in places all around the world, you can't unsee it and not recognize it for what it is.
And like you were saying, I mean, this is a movement that has brought so many people together because I think precisely because of what you're talking about, that so many people see how their struggle or how their reality is connected to Palestine. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's I think it's all intertwined in a white supremacist narrative and a capitalist system that for multiple different marginalized groups dehumanizes, expropriates resources from. It's a repeating pattern, absolutely, and people are waking up to it.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. Yep.
All right, so let's keep going because we're still okay. I think there's a little Debka going on here.
Let's go.
Hello. So we're still in Pennsylvania. John, one of our producers, is out in the field right now. But, the mood here is not somber. I mean, people are mourning, but people are frustrated. And people are also, expressing defiance through cultural performances like this. And, one of the themes in the speeches today was, that we're going to honor the martyrs of Gaza by fighting. There was a campaign announced today, a campaign against Maersk, which, if you know, is a giant shipping company. And the Palestinian youth movement said that we're going to hold Maersk accountable for shipping a lot of the weapons going to Israel. Because shipping is really the lifeblood of so many countries, including Israel. So I was actually talking with one of the PYM people, and they're going to have an action on Tuesday. Oh yeah, okay. Well, so let's keep going because we've moved like 100 yards in the last 30 minutes. But I would like for you all to see how big this is. So this is Pennsylvania. Steph, I'm gonna. So we're on Pennsylvania right here. The red line continues, and it's going all the way around the White House. I heard 15th Street, which is what we're pulling up on right now, is like full. Like coming into this, I thought it would be a sort of single file thing like you're seeing against the barricade, but it is like a full-blown 5-10 people across deep picket around the White House. I mean, it is truly incredible. And, you know, there were some people asking if anything like this has ever happened. And I don't know, has it? Like, maybe people on the live stream know? I'm gonna check the comments on the live stream real quick. Because I want to know, I'm not sure that anything like this has ever happened where people have surrounded the White House.
Yeah, October was saying earlier that it hasn't. It's wild.
But this picket just keeps going. All right, I'm reading these YouTube comments right now. Someone asked, how long does the red line manifest its powerful message? 2 miles. This is a 2 mile long human chain. I mean, it's crazy. In fact, I mean, it looks like all right, so the red line continues here. So let's try to get out to the street maybe. So, so this is 15th Street, and Steph, I mean, maybe you could show them just how deep this goes. I mean, we're gonna walk the whole length of
So
it
I
with
do
you,
see
but,
cops there, but they appear to be
this is a
blocking off
2 mile
roads
long,
right now. So nothing really in the way of a
red line around the White House, and you can see it spilling out into
of
the
a more
street.
of a police response that would be more than you would imagine. You know what I mean? Interesting. As a child is forced to travel and attend those anti-abortion oh, God.
And, you know, so again, for people that are just joining us, I mean, this red line was declared because Biden keeps moving the goalposts, refuses
Well, now we're taking
to,
it over for
to
Gaza.
enforce,
Let's
in his
fucking
own
go.
words, this red line on the invasion of Rafah, which has already been going on for a month. 200 people were killed this morning in Nusayrat refugee camp in Gaza. And, you know, there was that reporter that asked, how many more charred corpses does President Biden need to see until he cuts off weapons and cuts off support to Israel? And the answer has been nothing. It has been total radio silence from the White House. They just keep shifting the goalposts. And, you know, this ceasefire proposal that Biden is proposing, so-called, what she says was an Israeli proposal. I mean, Israel shot it down. They said, we can't agree to this because it would actually end the war. And Israel is saying they will not agree to any ceasefire. They will not stop killing children until they're able to, in their words, eliminate Hamas, which even the U.S. government, Matthew Miller, said in a press conference, is not achievable through military means. Even the United States has recognized at this point that there's no destroying the Palestinian resistance. The Palestinian resistance is not one group. It is the entire Palestinian people, including the millions of people in the diaspora, many of whom are here. You know, Israel said the old would die and the young would forget. And clearly that's not true. I mean, so many of these are young Palestinian organizers in the diaspora who have basically opened up another front in this battle. They've opened up a front in Israel's imperial sponsor.
I think I saw an
in the
ambulance
belly
up
of the
there.
beast of Israel's imperial sponsor, the United States. And
Where's
you know,
that?
it just
Right there.
it just goes to show. I mean,
End of the street. You
as
can see it.
as long as there's people, there's power, as Fred Hampton said. Okay. All right, so we're gonna keep going. There's a People's Tribunal starting at 4, so we're gonna head in that direction, where they're gonna be putting Biden and Netanyahu and all the
looks like an
warmongers
ambulance.
on trial.
Oh, God. With a group of people this big, you know, medical emergencies can happen, so that sucks.
But you know, like,
Or maybe it's
really
not even
interesting.
related.
I don't know if I'll let this ambulance pass. I don't know if people have been following the news, but Matthew Miller, who's a spokesman with the State Department, basically said that Israel will not win this war and that they should just declare victory because they're never going to achieve their goal of destroying Hamas. Basically, they're saying,
That's one thing I
you know,
didn't check was the temperatures
you know,
out there.
to change
Check
your
the-
definition of victory. Just call it
the
quit
cloud
while you're
cover.
ahead. In their view, they're ahead because I don't know, they've killed 40,000 people. And it's a tacit acknowledgement from the White House that Israel has failed. Israel's war has failed. They set out
84
at the
degrees.
beginning of
Damn,
this in
yeah,
October,
it is
saying
toasty
that
out there.
they
Damn.
were going to destroy Hamas, that they were going to destroy the
84
Palestinian
degrees
resistance.
Fahrenheit.
And 8 months later, we're here precisely because their mission
29
has failed.
Celsius for
Precisely
those
because they've been
Celsius.
unable to defeat the Palestinian resistance. And, you know, I think Matthew Miller's comment was, well, you should take it from us. You should take it from the United States because we have a lot of experience in what he called counterterrorism. I think what he really means is counterinsurgency. The U.S. has waged counterinsurgency. They've been fighting insurgencies in Vietnam, in Afghanistan, in Iraq. Every single one of them, they failed. They lost. They killed people. They maimed people. They destroyed entire civilizations. But they didn't achieve their objective, which was a political change, which was to change the political direction or, you know, the government of the society. And they fail because the one thing the imperialists, whether it's America
So
or
far,
Israel,
everything seems to have gone
never
pretty
remembers
well.
is that it's not, these wars are not decided by who has more
really seen
firepower, by who has more missiles, by who
anything
kills more
bad
people.
happen yet?
They're determined by who's willing to fight.
I mean, other
to
than
the
the
end.
bullshit that
And,
the media was
you know,
spewing,
Israel.
but
If you're following the news,
doesn't look like
Israel
there's
just
much
called up
evidence
another
that what they were
50,000
showing
reservists.
is
I mean,
happening. So
this is a sign
looks like
of
everything's
weakness.
going pretty well.
You know, their soldiers.
Yeah, I
are
don't
tired.
know.
They're calling up new people.
Yeah, there
When we
are
say
tons of
reservists,
needs
we
for
mean they're pulling
ambulances
people
in
out of,
DC, so
you know,
it
their
might not
job,
be
their 9 to
related
5 jobs
at all.
You know, they go to concerts on the weekend. They drink.
It's
coffee
84.
at cafes.
It's
They're
hot.
being pulled out of their
I
civilian
mean, that's
lives
definitely
and being
hot where
thrown into
people are
Gaza, being thrown into
a level of
you know, occupied
heat
southern
danger.
Lebanon and northern Israel
But
to fight. And increasingly, even in Israeli society, people are
I'm glad
you know,
it's not hotter because
are wanting
we've been
the war to
getting
end,
some
or
really
they at least
bad
don't want
heat
to fight
waves
it.
across the world right now.
You know, that
Like
was another
Mexico,
thing that was
I know has been
reiterated
really
at many
struggling
points in the
with heat
program
waves.
is that Israel is really at its weakest point ever. I mean, Israel's more isolated than it's
We're
ever
only
been.
3 hours 30 in. Damn.
Biden is a war criminal.
You know, that guy said Biden is a war criminal into the mic. And it reminds me of what that guy we interviewed, the last guy we interviewed, said, which is that people can't unsee what they've seen. People will not unlearn, or they will not forget what they've learned in these last 8 months. Biden's legacy will be that of a supporter and aider in a better of genocide. He will be known as the Butcher of Gaza, along with Blinken, Matthew Miller, Kamala Harris, all these people. And this is proof of it. None of these people will not forget. They will go home. They will go back to their towns. They will continue to organize. There's no sense that this movement is going away.
Biden, you can't hide.
How are the audio levels, by the way? If I turn anything up, anything down? Everything good?
So again, so we're on 15th Street right now. This is the, I think this is the east side of the White House. Yeah, this is the east side
Hell
of the
yeah.
White House.
Okay, thanks. Sir.
And it goes
Let me get a
all
map
the way
up.
around, Steph. So this is the Treasury building right here too, just in case you're wondering. So it's a lot of ground that's covered, all surrounded. And as you can see, so again, for those that are just joining, there's a march that's coming down. So the red line is basically the outer sort of human chain, and now you have this march that's coming down in the space that they've created.
Oh yeah, don't forget to hydrate, everyone.
But this is just a massive
Especially if you're at the
demonstration.
protest. Please hydrate if you're at the protest. Please.
Just incredible. Someone's carrying an ICC warrant for Joe Biden over here. But
Street names.
so this giant march has just been circling the White House. It goes all the way up 15th Street. Maybe you can get a shot of that stuff. I mean, this is just massive.
So
Okay, I think Steph and I are trapped in here now, but we're gonna continue down 15th and head to the People's Tribunal.
placing
There's a
landmarks on things
War
to show
Crimes
y'all where
Tribunal
we are,
being
I
held
think,
at
on the
4
map.
p.m.
Or where we are
So
on
stick
this
around for
stream on
that.
the map.
They
yeah.
they got a bunch of lawyers, the organizers. They got all these lawyers to basically produce a whole document of charges with evidence, and they're going to present it to a jury like any other criminal trial.
Shit.
And they're going to put genocide. They're going to put Joe Biden on trial
Genocide
for genocide
Joe.
because well, it's already been recognized by several international courts that there's an ongoing genocide happening. And what was the U.S.'s response? We don't recognize the jurisdiction of the ICC. I mean, we've reached such a point of absurdity in U.S. politics. I mean, people just going to the greatest lengths to defend Israel, to defend this genocide. Benjamin Netanyahu is being invited to Congress this week by several members of Congress.
I think
But
this is
also
where
at the
we
same
are
time, I
right
know there
now
are
on the
many
stream.
members of
Somewhere
Congress that
up.
won't be attending because
Somewhere up on this
Netanyahu, there are
street right
literally
here.
Arrest warrants out for this.
I think it's more up here though.
Puppet master.
Because it looks
of this
like they're
genocide.
in the where all the old office buildings are. Yeah, like
So
they're not. They're
we're
nowhere.
gonna
I don't think
turn
they're
here
anywhere
on
near
each-
the Ronald Reagan building or anything. Yeah, I think they're up in the Lafayette Square area.
But I heard there are other marches happening in London and Manchester and also in Accra, which is the capital of Ghana, and I'm sure elsewhere. But but sorry, as I was saying, I think let's keep going down. Yeah. But oh, where's Steph? Oh. So, like I was saying, I mean, the United States and Israel have increasingly driven themselves into a position of international isolation by, defying international law, by committing a genocide, and also domestically. I mean, this is not something that can be brushed off at all. I mean, all these people, they're not going to forget this genocide in the next 5 months. You know, that's not going to happen. And I think the only chance that Joe Biden has of even recuperating some of these votes, which, you know, I think a lot of these people have decided a long time ago that that's not happening, is to end this genocide, is to end this genocide, to enforce the red line, and to do what he should have done months ago, to do what he should have done in October or November, which is cut off Israel from weapons, to cut them off from these missiles and bombs, to enforce sanctions on them for the war crimes they've committed, and to enforce an arms embargo like many countries are already doing. And you see the signs of the international tide turning against Israel. You had 4 countries now. I don't want to get it wrong. Slovakia, Spain, Ireland, Norway, I think, have all recognized Palestine as a state. And you have other countries like Turkey cutting off exports to Israel. You have Yemen, which is in total solidarity with the Palestinian people. You know, Iran, for the first time, striking Israel directly. I mean, the winds of change are evident. And it's due in no small part to the fact that people in the Imperial Corps have also decided this is not something we want to be done in our name, that no one in the U.S., no one in the U.K., no one in any of these imperialist countries even supports this. It's just a small clique of imperialists, of billionaires, of these people who have had it so good for so long, who think they can get away with an actual genocide. And they're paying the price for it. I mean, this is 8 months in, and, you know, I've never seen anything like this. You know, I went to school here in D.C., so I'm familiar with these streets. I never thought in my life I would see 15th Street filled with a sea of red and Palestinian flags. It's just, it's incredible. It's really, it's really, it just insane. So let's keep going. We're headed towards the People's Tribunal. This is the National Mall. I mean, for those of you that haven't been, you know, this is the Washington Monument. I mean, these are the most iconic sort of landmarks in
never been
D.C. There. These are, you know, the sort of, this is the iconic geography of the nation's capital. And
I was going to go to D.C. and
D.C. is
middle school, I think, but I got sick right before.
D.C. has been taken over by the Palestine movement today. It's just amazing.
You're not missing anything, I'm sure.
But yeah, you know, the other thing, I guess, that I want people to pay attention to is what's happening in northern Israel with Lebanon. And Israel keeps continuing to instigate. They want to instigate a wider war.
I really want to see it.
Joe
I can
Biden
just turn on a live stream
an interview
anyway.
with Time Magazine, and he said, the interviewer was like, well,
Oh,
do you
shit.
think that anyone might think that, get the impression that Benjamin Netanyahu
I'm
is
at the
waging this war for
I'm in
personal
DC
reasons?
now.
And he said, well, I think one might get the impression of that. And he tried to walk that back, but, you know, it was a moment of truth, which is that Joe Biden understands the truth that Netanyahu has a personal interest in keeping this war going. Before the genocide started, Netanyahu was already under the gun. He was hated in Israel for not only for his corruption. I mean, he and his family literally steal from the state, and he was facing corruption charges, but also his judiciary overhaul and all this. So, you know, the second he loses his prime ministership, he could be facing criminal charges. He might go to jail. So okay, we got to keep moving because the People's Tribunal is happening. So let's just walk. You can. I'll just continue off camera. But
yeah, we got the People's Tribunal coming up.
You know, so Netanyahu
Do we have any footage
has a
of that?
personal interest in not going to prison. So he's you know, expanding this war. He bombed at the Iranian embassy in Damascus. Israel killed another Iranian general who was stationed in Syria. I think sometime this week. And now they're talking about military action in Lebanon, which would be a disaster. I mean, you know, they've tried this before, obviously, in 1982 and 2006, and it didn't go too well for them. But that's how desperate Israel is. That's how desperate Netanyahu is to continue this war, because he knows that as soon as elections happen, that he will be, not only he'll lose the election, but he may also very well end up in prison. And, you know, that just goes to show, like, the fact that Biden said that, he knows, I think he probably personally believes that Netanyahu is doing this that he's literally waging a genocide for this crazy, to save his own political career. And he's going forward with weapon shipments anyway. And if that doesn't tell you, you know, what you need to know about the nature of our government, then I don't know what does. The whole system is corrupt.
The whole system is corrupt.
And that sounds like fun.
There is an extreme rise of fascism in this country. We need to stop it now.
Based.
It's been a fascist country. To change it, we need to start over from the beginning. Shut the whole system down. Start over. Build it new.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
I don't think these people are voting for Biden. Yeah, these people are not forgetting about this genocide. That's for sure. And, you know, something I was talking about earlier is the way that this movement has just galvanized the movement in the United States, organizers, militants, revolutionaries, and especially, you know, the Palestinian diaspora here has played the central role, really, in the U.S. movement. This demo was co-organized. One of the central organizers was the Palestinian Youth Movement, which is a now international movement of Palestinian diaspora. And, you know, that's something that makes this movement so unique, is that there are more Palestinians outside of Palestine than within. Because when Israel was founded, they ethnically cleansed Palestine, kicked out all the Palestinians, and they had to flee to neighboring countries, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and they're still waiting to return home. And a lot of people here, a lot of the young Palestinians here have family in refugee camps, in Palestine, in 48. And they're not hoping, they're not waiting. They are promising that they will return. You know, Golda Meir said, the old will die and the young will forget. Well, these young Palestinians have not forgotten. They've not forgotten. And today they're renewing their vows, so to speak, that they will return. This is one massive promise that the Palestinian people will return. And that everyone that contributed, that was a part of the genocide of Palestine, will be held accountable. Sooner or later, their day will come. It is a promise that they're making. And now we're on Constitution Ave. You know, this is where a lot of executive departments are. The Federal Reserve Building is just down the street. I think this is the Department of Justice behind us. No, this is the Department of Commerce, and then Department of Justice. Not super important, but you know, this is one of the main diplomatic and governmental sort of veins of DC, and it is surrounded today. Again, it is surrounded by the People's Red Line. So you see the red line on that grass field. That's the ellipse. That's the front lawn of the White House. That's where the People's Tribunal is going to be held, which is where we're headed right now. So we're just going to keep going here. I mean, really, my question is, how much longer can Biden ignore this? How much longer can Biden pretend like he's doing the right thing? How much longer can he lie to the American people and say that he actually cares about the people in Palestine? He thinks he's fooling people, and he's not. And you know, this is gonna come back to bite him in November. I don't think there's any doubt of that. And they have completely shut down Constitution Ave. You can see them. They're going out into the middle of the street.
Hell yeah, Constitution Avenue is shut down.
The People's Red Line has just gotten a little bigger, a little wider. I mean,
About right here.
Biden has a
Like
very
right here
easy
somewhere.
way out of this. Very easy. Listen to these protesters.
That's the German-American Friendship Garden. As you can see right here. Shut her down. It's time.
Okay, so we're approaching the People's Tribunal, the War Crimes Tribunal. I'm gonna take a look at the YouTube comments. If anyone has any questions about what's happening here, please ask. I'm checking the live chat right now. Someone says, my guess is Biden left town when the fence was installed. They only put that fence up for like big protests, and they've been putting them up for the Palestine demos in particular. Okay, so what you see now is the People's Tribunal.
Yeah, that'd be
So we're gonna head
awesome.
over there.
October. We do have the strike for Gaza
But,
coming up next week. Not this coming week, but next week. I'll be
Yeah, I don't
offline,
know if
but
Biden's actually in the
if
White
anything
House. I feel like
wild
he
happens,
probably-
I will
he
go
probably
live
left
for it.
'cause, you know, he's just
I mean,
sticking his head in sand. He doesn't want to hear this. But it almost doesn't matter because he'll see it on TV. He'll see the whole world talking about it. He can't run from this. He has to face the music at some point, and he has to make a decision.
yeah, Biden noped out and ran. He's in. He's like
How many in
somewhere
the crowd?
with
I mean, it's
with
hard
like
to
the
say
French
'cause
president
we
having
haven't
dinner
even,
right
we haven't
now.
even seen the other side, but I mean, tens of thousands, if not 100,000. I mean, it's really massive out here. Okay, so it looks like the People's Tribunal is starting. We're headed over right now.
It is funny though. We can make the president flee.
We
Secret Service.
And we will remember. And we, the people, will hold them accountable. At the People's Court of Justice, after attorney...
So this is the People's Tribunal, or I think they're calling it the People's Court of Justice, but they're holding a war crimes tribunal, and they have actual lawyers who have drawn up all these charges against Biden, against Netanyahu, against Antony Blinken, I'm sure, against all the people who are responsible for this genocide, who continue to push it forward, to allow it to go forward, despite saying that they, care about Palestinian civilians. It's clear that they don't. It's clear that if they actually cared, they could have ended this genocide months ago, and now they're going to go on trial. So we're gonna.
I could not
pan to
imagine
this
that
soon,
fucking
but I just want to say to
commute.
everyone
God.
watching, thank you for watching, first of all, and thank you for supporting Breakthrough.
Oh
We
yeah,
put out
thank
a
you all for
GoFundMe to
hanging out
cover
with
the
me today.
cost
This has
of
been
live
it's
stream.
been awesome.
If you've enjoyed
Also,
this
we're
live stream,
4
if you
hours
enjoy
and
our
20
coverage,
minutes
it
into the
really would
stream,
mean
so
a
smoke
lot,
them if you got them.
Because the mainstream media, the way they cover this, I mean,
We're almost
even the
at
way they're
420
covering
as
this
well.
ceasefire proposal is ridiculous. Hamas has put up 10 ceasefire proposals. They say, oh, Hamas is the one holding this up. We all know you can't rely on these corporate media outlets to tell you the truth about Palestine or anything else for that matter. So if you like what we do, if you value the independent media, if you care about, free speech and you're against censorship, please consider supporting Breakthrough. Please consider donating to our GoFundMe to cover the cost of this live stream. We want to cover more things like this. So I think the link is somewhere on YouTube. But okay, so we're gonna head over now. But thank you everyone for supporting.
The people are the red line. From DC
A lot of people are converging here.
We draw the red line.
Looks like they're getting ready to start.
Okay, everybody, I know it's been a long day and we're really hot, but this is the time where the people assert their right to draw the red line. Not only because we know it's morally right, but it is factually right as well. So please, while we are outside the White House and hold the People's Court of Justice, please chant with me to the best of your ability. We want Joe Biden to hear it. We want all the war criminals in the White House to hear it. So free Palestine!
Can we pass through here?
Free Palestine!
Excuse me, sorry. Can we pass through?
Palestine! The people are the red line! From DC to Palestine! We draw the red line! We want justice, you say how? End the siege on Gaza now!
Sorry, excuse me.
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
Stop bombing Rafah now! We want justice, you say how? Hands off Palestine now! Hands off Yemen now! Hands off Iran now! Hands off Iraq now! Hands off Lebanon now! Hands off Syria now! From the belly of the beast! Hands off the Middle East! From the belly of the beast! Hands off the Middle East! Joe Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to wait for a few more people. I still see
Oh,
that
October, hanging out with the
people
cuties.
will get started.
Awesome. I love hanging out with the cuties when we're watching shit like this.
Just some announcements. Please listen up so you can tell any friends, any siblings that may need to know. To my right, there is a supplies tent and there is a medic tent right over here. There's two
the plate on that truck.
There's also porta potties in the back. I'm sorry, I'm not with the directions, but in the back corner over there, you should be able to find porta potties.
The speaker went out. Somebody stepped on the wire.
I don't think it was yeah, ten minutes. Where's that?
Hello and welcome everyone to our convening.
All right, I think we're getting started. Big crowd gathered here for the tribunal.
War criminals and imperialist entities accountable for their horrific and despicable crimes against the Palestinian people. We have listened and we have watched as the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice have provided meager and performative displays of justice, but with no follow-through or actual accountability for those responsible for such atrocities. We have plentiful evidence to prove their responsibility and their complicity in the decimation of the Palestinian people. Here today, we say enough is enough. We decide where the red line is, not the courts, and not the war criminals and war profiteers that control them. Israel's crimes against the Palestinian people, aided and abetted by the United States and others, did not begin on October 7th. Since the violent expulsion of more than 750,000 Palestinians from their homeland in 1948 and the killing of more than 15,000 Palestinians, violent war of repression and dispossession against Palestinians that has produced untold suffering and loss. These crimes are well documented. In 1947 to 1948, 78% of historic Palestine was captured by brutal, aggressive Zionist forces during the Nakba. More than 500 Palestinian villages, towns, and cities were destroyed. Today, as a result, more than 6 million Palestinians live as refugees throughout Palestine and in neighboring countries and around the world. And that displacement continues. Since the Oslo Accords were signed in 1994, and the number of Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank has exploded from 110,000 to more than 700,000 settlers. The number grows daily, despite near universal agreement that the settlements, which are largely permanent and expansive townships, are illegal under international law. And though displacement is inherently violent, settlement expansion often proceeds with extreme physical violence, including by causing injury and death to Palestinians. Israel's aggression goes beyond expansion and displacement. Since the end of the Second Intifada in 2005, Israel has enforced a military blockade on Gaza, trapping its population in what some describe as a concentration camp. They control the movement of people, the movement of goods, including necessary items, and they routinely crack down harshly on a population merely struggling to survive.
launching murderous military assaults on the occupied population of Gaza in 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021, and now since 2023, an 8-month brutal genocide.
Yo, welcome in. Who's locked you? Welcome in.
Israel's crimes
okay.
against the Palestinian
Wonderful.
people are far too numerous.
They're coming in, guys. The chuds are
They are
coming.
the subject of
They're spending
hundreds
money
of books,
to
reports by scholars,
boost
and
me in the
international
algorithm. Let's
organizations.
fucking go.
And in some, but too few cases, legal action
That's
by
just
the
your money,
international
friend.
community.
You can spend all you want.
Today, we will focus on a specific set of the most grave charges: the crime of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity.
And it's really funny. Like for the amount you spend to do that, you could have bought like a quad of weed, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're such a how can you be that bad with money?
These are crimes that even the most casual viewer of mainstream media will have witnessed. We've seen schools bombed and destroyed, hospitals intentionally targeted. Again,
Thanks
and
for the
again
free
and again.
follows.
We've seen
I appreciate
murdered
it.
babies held in pieces by their grieving parents.
Also, free Palestine.
Israel has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians since October, more than 15,000 of whom are children. A child dies almost every 10 minutes in Gaza, and more children have been killed in this assault than in every other war since 2019 combined. Just this week, Israel bombed a UN shelter in Gaza that housed thousands of displaced Palestinians, killing dozens in their sleep.
Just a note. We are currently at 4:00 p.m. and we are watching the Surround the White House for Gaza protest, the June 8th national mobilization. Here you go.
On an already starved population, preventing critical aid from reaching a population that the UN recognizes as on the brink of famine. Aid workers themselves have been targeted and killed. Those few trucks that Israel ostensibly permits to enter are often attacked by mobs of Israeli citizens who are directly notified of aid truck routes by Israeli police and military officers. The UN said in May that this is the highest number of people facing catastrophic hunger ever recorded by the UN's classification system. These crimes shock the conscience.
Yeah, the audio is
They
quite
crush
fucked
the
right now.
soul, and they violate international and U.S. domestic laws.
Let's see if I can find another feed.
The tribunal is straightforward. Using the applicable international legal authorities, the tribunal will present a selection of numerous crimes against humanity committed by Israel and the United States. It will describe each charge and the elements that must be met for a conviction. And it will provide some of the evidence that supports each charge directly from...
Holy shit! Okay, I think they fixed it.
If you are asking yourself,
I think they fucking
who
fixed
are the
it.
judges in this court?
Holy
Who
shit.
has the authority to make such a judgment against such powerful...
No, it's fucked again. Oh, shit.
Well, look around you. We are
damn.
all here together to bring accountability to those who constantly evade it.
Oh my god, dude.
We are the masses. We keep the world moving through our drive, our labor, our commitment to liberation. We, the people, are the judges today. This is not to minimize our esteemed panel of judges who have so generously offered their time and expertise to participate in deliberations and deliver our final verdict. This panel is composed of Palestinian and Arab organizers, workers, elders, and loved ones. Please join us in welcoming our amazing judging panel, who we will get to know better later in this trial. On jurisdiction, the People's Court, established to address the gravest of international crimes and crimes against humanity, operates under a framework of international and national laws that confer jurisdiction over individuals accused of committing genocide. This court has universal jurisdiction established by the Geneva Convention, of which both Israel and the U.S. are signatories of. This is based on the notion that some crimes, such as genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity alleged here today, are so exceptionally grave that they affect the fundamental interests of the international community and of humanity as a whole. The court is enabled by universal jurisdiction to prosecute individuals for such crimes regardless of where the crime was committed, the nationalities of the perpetrators, or the nationalities of the victims. Jurisdiction over U.S. officials is also conferred by territorial jurisdiction. The People's Court claims jurisdiction over crimes committed within the geographic boundaries of the nation where the court is established. Today, our team of attorneys will be representing the case to you, to the people, specifically regarding the crime of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. We will be presenting legal arguments supported by statistics, journalistic reports, and first-hand testimonies from Palestinians directly harmed by the defendants, but who are not so full of despair that they cannot document to tell us what we must know and bear witness to. Then our judging panel, along with you, all of you, will deliberate as to whether or not the defendants are guilty, and will share the final verdict later this evening. With that, we will get started by presenting the grave case of genocide.
To all the people of conscience who are entering into the People's Court, we welcome you to your rightful place in history as the judges of what is right and wrong. I want to just give a quick, to mark what has happened today. Today, people came from all across the country and joined us as observers from all across the world, as we did what the White House refuses to do. We said that we stand with humanity and that we are going to assert ourselves as the arbiters of justice, that we are the ones who draw the line between the right side and the wrong side. And we drew the line around the White House with over 100,000 people, all dressed in red. We drew the line around the White House, and we told Biden and the State Department and the Pentagon that they are on the wrong side. They are committing genocide. And the next step, the logical step that follows, is that we, the people, the arbiters of justice, the ones who decide right and wrong, would then try the criminals sitting in the White House for the crimes that they have committed. And so I want to just welcome you all to this people's court, where the people are the judges and the ones who set the terms for the future.
The People's Court of Justice charges Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant with the crime of genocide. 8 months into Israel's relentless attack on Gaza, it could not be more apparent that the Zionist entity is enacting a genocide upon the Palestinian people. International law has condemned and prohibited genocide. As per the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. In the convention, genocide is defined as the following: any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Just by scrolling on our phones, we can see that Israel has committed nearly all of these charges upon hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza. What we are witnessing is one of the most well-documented atrocities in history. And each hour, the evidence is only mounting against Israel and its allies. Today, we will only cover some of these charges as Israel's crimes, frustratingly and infuriatingly too many to count in the time we have together today. As we walk through each element of Israel's genocidal attack, one can see that the charges are backed by data from international bodies, news outlets, organizations, and personal testimony, all painting a heart-wrenching and infuriating picture of what Israel has unleashed upon an entire population. But our charge does not stop there. In the same UN convention, the definitions that can be tried expand beyond the literal act of committing a genocide. The crimes that can be tried are genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide, direct and public incitement to commit genocide, attempt to commit genocide, complicity in genocide. Who have we known to be complicit in genocide? Israel's best ally and friend, the United States. With each charge we foist upon Israel, we know that the U.S., the biggest financial and political sponsor of the apartheid state, is just
Right, I'm back. I
as
had to run to the
accountable for
bathroom.
this genocide.
We are... Where are we at right now?
The unanimously adopted UN Convention on Genocide specifies in its very first article that all members confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law, which they undertake to prevent and punish. Even under its own domestic law, the United States codified the punishment of genocide in 18 U.S.C. Section 1091, and President Obama reiterated that policy in Executive Order No. Mass atrocities and genocide is a core national security.
Oh, come on. Ah, fuck. One sec.
Mass atrocities and genocide is a core national security. Based on the actions of President Joe Biden, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, and Secretary of State Antony Blinken, the People's Court of Justice charges.
Oh my god. Come on. Oh, yeah, again, that might be from the... From the actual broadcast, yeah. Come on.
And Secretary of State Antony Blinken, the People's Court of Justice
Joe did
charges.
this. Oh my God. Yeah, it's bad right now. They must be losing coverage, or there's just probably just too many people there.
The United States with providing material support for and diplomatic shared elements that must be present. The first stipulates that the attacks in question must target persons belonging to a particular national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, and that the perpetrator intended to destroy in whole or in part that national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. The words of their own leaders are evidence of their racist and genocidal mission, explicitly detailing their intent to destroy. Within days of October 7th, top leaders like Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expressed the need to defeat the bloodthirsty monsters who have risen against Israel to destroy us. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said that Israel would impose a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. He also said that Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week. It will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places. Their words are confessions for the genocidal crimes that followed. The past 8 months only further reveal and heighten their deadly aims. These statements have not only come from Israeli officials, but also from the United States, who has aided and abetted in these atrocities. Most recently, the United States State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said that Israel has the right to try and target those civilians. The United States' complicity and cooperation in committing these horrors is undeniable and deplorable. The second shared element is that the conduct took place in the context of a manifest pattern of similar conduct, or was conduct that could itself affect such destruction. Or each charge must be placed within a pattern of behavior. From their words to the sheer scope of their actions over these 8 months, it is clear that Israel's attacks on Gaza have been systematic and consistent. As we watch Israel rain bombs down on hospitals, schools, camps, and other places of refuge, it is evidence that they are stifling life and stunting any chances of rebuilding it in Gaza. The effect is tantamount to genocide. And with the assistance of corporate media outlets and weapon manufacturers like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, the ones supplying the most significant political and financial support for this genocide are those in the White House.
We want to welcome more and more people into the People's Court of Justice. Thank you so much, everybody, today. The people, over 75,000 people from around the country, drew the red line around Joe Biden and the White House. Today, we have shown not only that the people will draw the red line
Oh my God.
on the charges of genocide, but we will show them that we draw what reality is in this country. We decide what is right or wrong and what is criminal or not criminal. And so, in a long line of historical revolutionaries who have used the People's Court, who have used the architecture of international law to expose the hypocrisy and the crimes of imperialism, today we hold a People's Court of Justice.
Here's the live feed if
And
you want
we'll
to keep
be
up while
welcoming you
Brandon's
in
spilling.
Israel with the charge of war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Crimes, genocide.
The first
Yeah,
charge
this-
under genocide
Okay.
is killing members of
thank
the
you.
group. This requires that the perpetrator killed one or more persons. Such persons persons belong to a particular national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. The perpetrator intended to destroy in whole or in part that national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, and that the conduct took
I think
place
this might be the
in the
same one.
context of a manifest
Maybe.
pattern of similar conduct directed against that group or was conduct that could itself affect such destruction. A blood measure of the devastation of the Zionist entity's attack. We know the numbers to follow are likely underestimated due to the need for UN body count to be from identifiable bodies. Israel's brutal assault has rendered bodies unrecognizable or buried them under the rubble of the homes and institutions in which they've destroyed. While they claim to be precise in their attacks, the methods and weapons with which they carry out their genocide show a complete disregard for Palestinian life. Entire bloodlines have been wiped off the map, as well as hundreds of workers essential to sustaining life. There is no question that Israel has killed one or more persons. There is no question that their murdered civilians belong to a particular national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. They are all Palestinians.
I do want to
There
show
is
you all.
no question that Israel intended to destroy
I believe this is
or in
normal
part
procedure, but
the
I do just
Palestinian
want to
people.
alert you
On
all
Jerusalem Day, Israeli
that
nationalists
there
and settlers
is
chanted
a
death
D.C.
to Arabs.
Metropolitan Police Department helicopter over the protest right now, and they've been circling for a while.
And according to a comprehensive
Just
database
a heads
compiled
up. I
by
think
Law
this
for
might be
Palestine,
regular
there have been approximately 500 statements
practice,
made by
but I don't
Israeli
know,
government
just
officials
heads up.
embodying the Israeli state's intention to commit genocide and incitement to genocide since
think I
October
saw it on
7th
the
of
feed.
2023. So it is quite clear who the occupier
Fly
is
through there
targeting.
again. We see it.
There is no question that the conduct took place in the context of a manifest pattern of similar conduct directed against Palestinians. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, as of June 5th, 2024, the 243rd day of genocide, there have been a reported 36,586 murdered civilians, approximately 1.7 million displaced Palestinians, 1.1 million Palestinians projected to face
Yeah, they're flying
catastrophic
over the
levels of
National
food
Mall right
insecurity
now.
and a full electric blackout.
Right around
40% of
the.
reported murdered civilians are men. 20% are women.
This is the
32%
Washington Monument right now.
are
Oh, look.
children, and 8% are elderly. As of June 7th of 2024, the Committee to Protect Journalists preliminary investigations showed that at least 108 Palestinian journalists and media workers have been killed, making it the deadliest period for journalists since CPJ began gathering data in
Where
1992.
it originated. Maybe they're going back home.
Israeli occupation forces deliberately target
Oh.
health workers, and as of May 7th of 2020 or May 17th of 2024, the Associated Press reported that nearly 500 health workers have been murdered. As of May 15, 2024, at least 95 university professors have been killed. On January 17th of 2024, the Israeli occupation forces destroyed the last standing university in Gaza, Isra University. We know that death is not the only metric for genocide. Our second charge, causing serious bodily or mentally harm to members of the group, almost goes without explaining, as we see the devastation unleashed by Israel on Gaza every day. From maimed bodies to traumatized children, the conditions in Gaza are worse than we can imagine. For those who survive, the inhumane conditions and dangers imposed upon them by Israel are a nightmare in and of themselves. This charge requires that the perpetrator cause serious bodily or mentally harm to one or more persons. Such person or persons belonged to a particular national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. The perpetrator intended to destroy in whole or in part that national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, and the conduct took place in the context of a manifest pattern of similar conduct directed against that group, or was conduct that could itself effect such destruction. Men, women, and children are experiencing a number of traumas simultaneously. According to clinical psychologist Dr. Scarlett Wong, who recently returned from Gaza, Palestinians in Gaza are experiencing numerous mental traumas. The first trauma is that Palestinians are under bombardment and witnessing death firsthand, and witnessing family and loved ones being murdered. Men, women, and children are surrounded by bombings, destruction, and death with no escape. The second trauma is knowing the entire world is watching, but has not taken any effort to stop the violence around them. Palestinians are aware, the whole world knows, but no one is stopping the violence. Think back to the press conference organized and hosted by Palestinian children as they pled to the world in English to stop the onslaught of violence against them. This genocide is the most widely documented genocide due to the power of social media. But while social media has allowed for those outside of Gaza to witness the atrocities through our phones, it has also caused those in Gaza to witness the dystopian reality that the world is willingly turning a blind eye to the Palestinians' inescapable demise. Dr. Wong states that there are certain types of trauma therapy which require limbs. However, UNICEF reported in January of 2024 that on average 10 children a day are losing limbs. While this statistic is specific to children, the loss of limbs is not exclusive to children, as men and women of all ages have lost limbs due to the genocide. Without limbs, Palestinian men, women, and children are unable to comfort themselves through trauma therapy, only causing more mental anguish and devastation. Even before the latest onslaught, Palestinians in Gaza suffered severe trauma from prior attacks. 80% of Palestinian children experienced higher levels of emotional distress, demonstrating bedwetting, 79%, and reactive mutism, 59%, and engaging in self-harm, 59%, and suicidal thoughts, 55%. 8 months of relentless bombardment, displacement, and loss of life will necessarily have led to a further increase in those figures, particularly for those estimated tens of thousands of Palestinian children who have lost at least one parent, and those who are sole surviving members of their families. For the families who remain intact or partially intact, it's about doing everything you can so your child doesn't realize you've lost control. Aisha Osma Abu Ajwa, a displaced Gazan, provided her personal account of serious bodily injury and mental harm. Now we will hear her story.
This is a testimony from Halal Adel Al-Najmi. On Monday, December 11th, 2023, I was asleep in our crowded house in Al-Maghazi refugee camp in the middle of the Gaza Strip. We woke up for Fajr prayer, and suddenly our house was subjected to intense shelling. I lost consciousness, and hours later, I woke up to find myself in the hospital with serious injuries all over my body. My name is Halal Adel Al-Najmi. I am 13 years old. I am from Al-Maghazi refugee camp in the middle of the Gaza Strip. I lived a beautiful life before the start of the war. Since the first day of the war, our house has turned into a refuge for many displaced people who fled from the Israeli shelling that targeted all areas of the Gaza Strip. We live together with the displaced people as one family, sharing with them everything we had. I hoped that the war would end without us being harmed, but the war has been ongoing for several months, and I cannot describe the pain caused to me by the Israeli occupation, which will haunt me for the rest of my life. While my family was praying, the occupation forces bombed our house. The force of the explosion threw me and my brother Karim, 20 years old, into the street behind our house. My brother Karim and I were the only ones to survive the bombing, and everyone else was martyred. I woke up after several hours to find myself in the hospital and immediately asked about my family. I was told that they were receiving treatment in the hospital in Rafah at the south of the Gaza Strip, while my brother Karim and I were receiving treatment at the Martyrs of Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah. I was informed that my brother Karim's injuries were all over his body. He had lost bone and flesh from his left foot. He is receiving treatment in a ward adjacent to mine. I requested to see my dear brother Karim to check on him, but when I saw him, I was greatly shocked. I couldn't recognize him due to the severity of his injuries. His injuries were extensive, resulting in burns and significant disfigurement all over his body. The bombing caused burns on his face. I was hesitant to hold him in his hand and greet him, but I was relieved that he was still alive. I stayed in the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital for 3 months receiving treatment. For a month and a half, I was in a wheelchair and unable to walk. I suffered deep wounds all over my body, and the doctors performed skin grafting on my hands. The bombing caused nerve damage in my left hand, and I underwent surgery every 3 days. I underwent about 16 surgeries in Al-Aqsa Hospital. After completing my treatment at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital and after undergoing many surgeries, I was transferred to a hospital in Khan Yunis city for neurological physical therapy for my legs. I couldn't walk for over 3 weeks. My brother Khalid is married and lives in an apartment outside of our house. He survived the bombing and death. I went to his house after the invasion of Khan Yunis, where I was suffering from all injuries all over my body. I cried a lot because of longing for my family, but I didn't know about their martyrdom yet. After the bombing intensified in Deir al-Balah, we decided to evacuate to Rafah. We rode a truck in the middle of the night amidst danger and heavy bombing, and we arrived in Rafah. We lived in tents in the Shabura area in Rafah for 13 days. During this time, I had a fever and my wounds caused me a lot of pain. I suffered from severe infections in my body, and I couldn't find any treatment or pain relief. After 13 days of living in tents, and due to my poor health condition, the people of Rafah hosted us in a small shop where dozens of families were staying. We stayed there for 2 weeks, and after the end of the occupations and invasions in the central camps, we went to my uncle's house in El-Maghazi camp. My uncle's house is adjacent to our house. It is basically uninhabitable from the damage of the bombing of our house. We all slept in one room there. I lived there for 12 days. After that, I moved with my brother to shelters. We faced difficulty in getting food, drink, cleaning materials, clothes, and everything else. I constantly asked about my father, mother, and siblings, and my relatives kept telling me that they were fine receiving treatment in Rafah. But I started feeling like they weren't telling me the truth, and my worry and fear for them increased every day. My relatives' looks towards me were strange. I felt like they were hiding something from me, but they insisted they were fine and receiving treatment. I was playing on my brother's wife's phone, and I opened the pictures on the phone. I found a picture with the names of my father and mother and the date of their martyrdom, December 11th, 2023. I was greatly shocked, and I couldn't believe what I saw. I cried a lot, but I didn't know anything still about my siblings.
Oh my god, we're losing coverage again. Dang it. One sec. Refresh.
Siblings. I thought the bombing led to the martyrdom of my father and mother, But after insisting upon my brother's wife, she finally told me that everyone in the house was martyred, and only my brother Karim and I survived. My father, Adel al-Najmi, 52 years old, my mother, Mona, 46 years old, were martyred, along with my brother Ayad, 29 years old, and his infant daughter Hur, 6 months old. My brother Jamal, 27 years old, my brother Muhammad, 21 years old, my sister Ala, 26 years old, and her son, the child, Jude Maqdad, 7 years old, my sister's young husband, Amjad Mahar Maqdad, 28 years old, was also martyred. Everyone in our house was martyred, and dozens of our neighbors were injured. My neighborhood was completely destroyed. We fled after the occupation forces invaded Al-Maghazi camp at the beginning of January 2024 to Dir al-Balah. Then we fled to Al-Nusayrat camp. Now we are living in a school shelter for displaced people run by UNRWA in Al-Nusayrat camp. I have never felt safe for a single moment inside the school. The occupation forces bombed the school several times, and dozens of displaced people were martyred and injured in the school bombings. My brother's wife was going to get some food when she was hit by the shrapnel from the occupation's rockets bombing the schoolyard.
You just got a report.
Her injury as moderate.
You just got a notification that some flares reportedly have been lit. I'm not sure this is some sort of. I don't know. I've kind of heard some reports of that too. I'm not real sure what's going on. We'll see here. I'll look it up real fast.
Which has caused me severe knee pain. We have to get water and food ourselves because everyone living with us in the school is facing similar difficult living conditions to what we've been through. I stayed in the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital for a month and a half. All the places inside the hospital were filled with beds for the injured. The number of injuries coming to the hospital daily was very high, far exceeding the hospital's capacity, but the occupation's crimes did not stop for a moment since the beginning of the war. I dream that the war will end soon and I can live with my brother again. I hope my brother can walk and move his hand again. We don't feel any aspect of the life we used to live, but we must continue after losing everything. I hope to travel with my brother to complete our treatment. My brother Karim currently cannot walk. My dream is for him to stand on his feet and continue his life better than before. I still need treatment. The stitches in my body hurt me, and my body temperature often rises to 40 degrees Celsius. I can't find painkillers or treatment for my injury. We don't have food or water. I miss my school. I am an excellent student, but I lost my academic certificates in the bombing of our house. I lost everything. I miss my classmates. I miss studying. I miss my life before the war. I miss coming back from school and finding my mother preparing food and eating together. But my mother was martyred. The occupation killed her and left me to continue my life without her. The war must end immediately. The occupation must be held accountable for all the crimes it has committed against us in Gaza during the genocide war it has been waging on the Strip for the 8th consecutive month. Thank you.
Seeing anything in the way of like some kind of weird misuse of flares or anything.
Thank you everyone for coming here today and participating in the People's Court. Not only those who are here in person.
It seems like Code Pink may have had some pink smoke makers or whatever. I'm not real sure though. Yeah.
Entities accountable for their horrific and despicable crimes against the Palestinian people. We have seen the International Criminal Court
I don't think
and the International Court of Justice provide meager and performative displays of justice, but with no follow-through or actual accountability for those responsible for such atrocities. As you have just heard, we have plentiful evidence to prove their responsibility and complicity in the decimation of the Palestinian people. And here today, we will say enough is enough.
that we the people decide where the red line is, not the courts and not the war criminals and not the war profiteers that profit and control the courts. Now we will continue our arguments. Thank you.
I think we've got Al Jazeera on the ground now.
But while Israel seeks to maim and kill Palestinian lives, they take their goals even further. Another offense under the Genocide Convention.
Well, they're there. They're just
Deliberately
monitoring. They're
inflicting
not
on the
live.
group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. The Zionist project seeks not only to devastate Palestinian lives, but also targets the infrastructure and persons essential to sustaining the possibility of life. That is why one of our demands has always been to lift the siege on Gaza, which has been under a blockade for 16 years, long before October 7th. The widespread destruction of Gaza over the past 8 months serves as evidence of their aim to destroy conditions of life, as well as stifle hopes of rebuilding. Elements of the charge include the perpetrator intended to destroy in whole or in part that national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. The conditions of life were calculated to bring about the physical destruction of that group in whole or in part. The conduct took place in the context of a manifest pattern of similar conduct directed against that group, or was conduct that could itself effect such destruction. The attack was directed by the perpetrator, and the attack was targeting civilian lives. As discussed earlier, Israeli political leaders have made at least 500 different statements inciting genocide and violence since October 7th of 2023. Such incitements made by political leaders legitimize genocidal calls by framing the eradication of Palestinians in Palestine as a means for Jewish survival. On October 11, 2023,
They're setting up in Chicago right now too, just letting everybody know.
It is an entire nation out there that is responsible. Israeli Agricultural Minister Avi Dichter told Israeli Channel 12 that the war would be Gaza's Nakba. When describing the war, he stated, Gaza Nakba 2023. That's how it'll end. Israeli Heritage Minister Amihai Eliyahu suggested that dropping a nuclear bomb on the Gaza Strip was one of the possibilities of the current genocide. The Gaza Strip is 25 miles long and 3.7 to 7.5 miles wide, with a population of over 2 million people. The Gaza Strip is twice the size of Washington, D.C., with a population 3 times the size of Washington, D.C. Israel is said to be dropping dumb, otherwise known as unguided bombs, on Gaza, as well as heavy bombs weighing up to 2,000 pounds, which have a predicted lethal radius of up to 360 meters, and are expected to cause severe injury and damage as far as 800 meters from the point of impact. This weaponry is being deployed in one of the most densely populated areas in the entire world, where approximately 1 in every 100 people has been killed. The goal is to make Gaza unlivable, which UN Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs Martin Griffiths said of Gaza just 3 months into the genocide.
This is caring for 2 orphan children of Gaza. I live in El Zaytoun, a neighborhood in the southeast city of Gaza City. My name is Aisha Osama Abu Hajwa. I am 30 years old. I used to live with my husband, Kamel Abu Zhour, and our 4 children in our home safely and peacefully. My husband's parents and his married siblings also lived with us in the same house. We lived together as a happy Palestinian family, sharing everything between us. But during this war, all we shared was pain in an indescribable way. After the birth of my 4th son, my husband and I agreed to be content with the children that God had blessed us with, so we focused on raising our 4 children. The requirements of life are very demanding. We could barely provide for their needs to secure a decent life for them.
Oops.
But in this war, the crimes of the occupation added 2 orphan children for me to care for and nurture
God damn
after
it.
the occupation killed their parents.
Fucking
I am now
everything
a
up.
mother to 6 children.
Why does
During
it?
the last
Why does
day
it
of the temporary
show me that I'm doing
ceasefire at
that
the
and
end of
then not?
November 2023, which released Israeli prisoners in exchange for the release of Palestinian prisoners, we lived on edge. We feared the return of the war. My husband's sister-in-law and my friend, Iman Salah Abu Zhour, went to visit and check on her family 2 days after the truce ended. She expected the truce to be extended, so she took her children with her. Rayyan Ahmed Abu Zhour, 7 years old, Abdurrahman, 3 years old, Adam, 4 years old, and Kanaan, 1.5 years old. My friend Iman was eager to see her mother, father, and siblings, as she hadn't seen them for over 50 days of the Israeli war on the Gaza Strip. Shortly after she arrived at her family's house on December 3rd, 2023, the Israeli forces bombed the entire residential block, killing Iman and her children Adam and Kanaan. Her children, Rayyan and Abdurrahman, were seriously injured. Rayyan and Abdurrahman stayed in the intensive care unit for several days. Rayyan was wounded with shrapnel all over his body and had 3rd-degree burns on his right leg. The shrapnel is still lodged in his body. Abdurrahman, or Abud as we like to call him, was wounded with shrapnel in his head and remained in a coma for a week. The children's injuries were severe, and I prayed to God at all times for their safety, as they are the remaining children of their young father Ahmed, who lost his wife and 2 of his kids. Rayyan and Abdurrahman stayed in the hospital for a while. Their wounds healed slightly. I took them to live in my house with my children. I love them, and my children love them. We used to live together in one house, each with our own apartment, but today they are just like my own children. The 2 children, Rayyan and Abdurrahman, did not recover from the shock of losing their mother and siblings or the wounds that the occupation inflicted upon them. 3 months after the martyrdom of their mother and siblings, on February 20th, 2024, the occupation forces suddenly stormed the area of the Zaytoun neighborhood, besieging us in our homes amidst heavy gunfire. We couldn't leave our homes due to the intensity of the Israeli shelling, the bombardment and gunfire with indiscriminate area. Quadcopter aircrafts fired at anyone who moved or tried to leave the area. The occupation forces advanced, blew up the doors of houses, and stormed the homes brutally. I tried to calm the 6 children, but all my attempts failed due to the severity of the violent shelling and relentless gunfire. The sounds of explosions drowned out all my attempts to calm them. My husband, Kamel Abu Zhour, and several young men, including his brother Ahmed, the father of the 2 children, were arrested and taken to an unknown location. We remained in the house waiting for our turn to be killed or arrested. The shock to the orphan children, Rayyan and Abdurrahman, was immense. The occupation arrested their father, Ahmed Ayyash Abu Zhour, in front of their eyes and took them all to an unknown location. We were afraid for their fate, screaming for them not to be killed. We didn't know anything that would happen to them. Later, I learned of their father's martyrdom during this arrest. The occupation forces stormed our house and asked us to leave. They allowed me to go out, but they prevented me from taking a bottle of water for the children. I wanted to grab my small child's bag with supplies and diapers, but they stopped me from taking it. I walked out of the house amidst soldiers and tanks, holding on to the 6 children, not knowing where to escape with them. The occupation forces asked me to walk on Salah ad-Din Street towards the central and southern areas of the Gaza Strip. We left our house after being besieged by the occupation forces for several hours. I walked with the 6 children on foot among the tanks, occupation vehicles, and soldiers, with the relentless shelling continuing for over 15 kilometers. We had no food or water, and fear gripped the children's hearts in an indescribable manner. I screamed and cried, begging the soldiers to stop firing, but the shelling intensified. I walked with difficulty due to extreme fear. The children witnessed dozens of martyrs' bodies strewn on the ground, crying intensely while blood covered the streets. The children cried a lot and asked for water, but I had nothing with me. We walked beside one of the tanks, which was moving quickly. The child, Abdurrahman, fell into a pit by the road just 1 meter away from the tank. I screamed at the soldiers and raised my hands for them to stop. They pulled the child out of the pit, and we continued our journey of death among the merciless occupation's armored vehicles. I walked with the 6 children from the Zaytun neighborhood to the Nusayrat refugee camp, a distance of about 15 kilometers. I carried the 6 children, including my youngest, 7-month-old, and the eldest, Rayyan, who is 7 years old. The weather was extremely cold. When I reached the entrance of the Nusayrat camp, I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Where am I?" People told me that I was in the Nusayrat camp. We drank salty water, and I fed the children bread and lentils provided by the people of Nusayrat. We survived death that night, but Rayyan and Abdurrahman lost their father, a martyr. I sat on the street in the Nusayrat refugee camp in the Gaza Strip, waiting for my husband Kamil and his brother Ahmed, the father of the 2 children. Then the people of Nusayrat offered me and my family a place to stay in a small shop. Later, I learned that my husband had arrived at a shelter school belonging to UNRWA in the middle of the camp. When my husband arrived at the shelter school, he was only wearing underwear and was barefoot. They had been arrested by the occupation forces for several hours, stripped of all their clothes and interrogated. Then they were thrown onto the street. The 6 children and I headed to the shelter school and reunited with my husband on February 21st, 2024. We arrived at the shelter center without clothes, shoes, food, or water. We had no shelter. We lost everything. I sat in the school looking for a place to sleep until I found a space in one of the classrooms. We slept on tiles for a month and a half with just a blanket and mattresses to sleep on. The living, health, and environmental conditions in the shelter center were extremely difficult. My husband told me that the occupation forces killed his brother Ahmed, the father of the 2 children, Rayyan and Abdurrahman, in front of his eyes. The occupation forces interrogated them and then released them. As they were leaving the area of the occupation vehicles, the occupation forces fired directly at them. Ahmed was shot in the foot and in the abdomen. He was martyred on Salah ad-Din Street in the passage that the occupation claimed was safe. My husband tried to retrieve his body, but they fired at him. Ahmed's body remained lying on the ground among the occupation vehicles until stray dogs devoured it. I have been living for 3 months in a shelter for school for displaced persons in the Nusayrat camp in the middle of the Gaza Strip. I live on 3 small mattresses with my 6 children. They are my sons Murad, 6 years old, Karam, 5 years old, Anas, 4 years old, Adi, 7 months old, and the orphan children, Rayyan, 7 years old, and Abdurrahman, 3 years old. Rayyan and Abdurrahman are still suffering from their injuries sustained in the shelling that killed their mother and siblings. Shrapnel is still lodged in Rayyan's head, along with on his right foot and shrapnel in his face. The shrapnel has not been removed from his body due to poor health conditions and the continuation of the war on the Gaza Strip. Abdurrahman also suffers from a skull fracture, fluid in the testicles, constantly high blood pressure, and pain all over his body. All of my children suffer from difficulty sleeping and involuntary urination while sleeping due to the intense fear that still haunts them to this day. Abdurrahman suffers from severe psychological trauma and has emotional breakdowns when he hears his mother's name. The 2 children have become orphans with no support. They have no one in this life except me. The occupation deprived them of their mother's affection and their father's care. The occupation forced them to continue their lives while injured without any support. Now I am the mother of 6 children. The war has forced us all to live in shelter centers. I hope the war ends soon and we return to our home. We don't know if the house was destroyed or damaged, but we just want the war to stop and to return to our lives before the war. Thank you.
We're live watching the Surround the White House for Gaza protest in D.C.
The critical civilian infrastructure for life has been destroyed in many parts of Gaza. As mentioned above, over 1 million are displaced and without homes. There is no electricity in Gaza. The 3 major desalination plants were destroyed or left without fuel, severely limiting access to drinking water. Recent reports of Israeli plans to flood tunnels in Gaza with seawater is of major concern, given the risks it would pose of further degradation and collapse of Gaza's water and sewage infrastructure, and of long-lasting contamination of Gaza's aquifer and soil. Environmental experts have warned that the strategy risks causing an ecological catastrophe, leaving Gaza with no drinkable water, devastating what little agriculture is possible, and ruin the conditions of life of everyone in Gaza. The United Nations Special Rapporteur for the right to water is reported to have compared the plan to the mythical Roman salting of the fields of Carthage to prevent crop growth and render the territory uninhabitable. Additionally, 84% of all health facilities in Gaza are damaged or fully destroyed. More than 80% of Gaza's schools have been severely damaged, with every single university having been destroyed throughout the genocide. Bakeries, which are crucial to averting famine, have been deliberately targeted by Israel to ensure those who survive airstrikes will starve to death. Israeli bulldozers have razed fields and orchards to clear a buffer zone of more than 300 meters deep along the northern border between Israel and the Gaza Strip. A total of 40% of farmland has been completely destroyed, and 2,000 agricultural buildings have also been razed in Gaza, including 90% of all greenhouses in the northern districts. By targeting agricultural fields, Israel is attacking an important part of the Gazan economy and ecosystems. We will now hear testimony regarding the targeting of healthcare facilities and the prevention of birth.
On November 18th, 2023, a Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF evacuation convoy came under fire in Gaza City in what immediately appeared to be a deliberate attack against clearly identified MSF vehicles. 2 people were killed, both family members of MSF staff, including one who was a volunteer supporting MSF medical teams at Al-Shifa Hospital. This excerpt was taken from a Human Rights Watch article. Testimony from a Doctors Without Borders staff member. When we arrived at Al-Wahida Street, I saw tanks and snipers at the top of buildings. I was terrified when I saw that the snipers and the tanks were pointing their weapons at us, especially at the 4th and the 5th van in the convoy. They started opening fire at us, and when a bullet grazed my forehead, I got a superficial injury. The bullet hit my colleague, Ala, in the head. He sat next to me. He had a critical head injury and started bleeding massively. His head fell on the steering wheel, and I immediately retook control of the vehicle to move to the right of the street. This testimony is from Pascal, an emergency coordinator for MSF who has been in Gaza since December 10th, 2023. This week, I sat down with some of our patients at Al-Emirati Hospital in Rafah, where people receive postpartum care. In addition to the exhaustion of childbirth, they must contend with the constant stress of bombings, displacement, poor living conditions in Rafah, and the uncertainty of what tomorrow holds. 3 of these women's stories particularly struck me. Meha is from northern Gaza. She went to a hospital when she felt her labor was starting, that she couldn't be treated. All the delivery rooms were full. She knew something wasn't right, that she needed to be admitted. She has had a cesarean section before. But with no other option, she had to go back to her tent. Her newborn son died. She gave birth to him in the latrines closest to her tent. When I re-entered our facility, Meha was sitting on her bed after receiving postpartum care. She's the one who called me to talk to her. She needed to express her deep pain to all of us. She needed to cry out to us about the injustice she experienced. Without this war, she would not have lost her son. Thank you.
Yo, I spelt this wrong. Welcome in.
A joint study by the UN, the World Bank, and the European Union estimates the damage to agriculture to be at $629 million. According to the same study, it would cost approximately $50 billion to rebuild Gaza. According to the researchers, even under optimistic scenarios for the pace of physical reconstruction, the scale of destruction in Gaza has been such that simply from the narrow perspective of moving and building materials, it would still take until 2040 and probably longer to restore the housing units destroyed since the start of the war. We will now hear firsthand accounts of the destruction of families and forced starvation.
HK is a Palestinian from Gaza based in Chicago. My mother, Feryal Izzeldin Ad-Dajjani Khayal, was born in 1939 on November 10, 2023. She was killed by Israeli shelling in Gaza. She was with her daughter, my sister, Soha, and grandkids and great-grandkids sheltering in a family house. The house was bombed that night and became uninhabitable. They waited for the morning to move to another house, but an Israeli tank shelled them while walking and killed my 84-year-old mother, my 31-year-old niece, and my sister and daughters-in-law, who was 28 years old.
Hell yeah,
a mother of 2
miraculous.
babies. My mother was very loving, compassionate, endearing, kind, and protective. She was strong, extraordinary, supportive, intuitive, caring, and mindful. I have received a lot of words of support, sympathy, and condolences from many family members, friends, neighbors, and people who worked with her in the past. They shared memories of her. Lamia, Feryal's sister, passed away in March 2023. My sister, Soha, tried to save my mother, but an Israeli sniper targeted her and shot her 3 times in the leg. Soha's daughter, my niece, had a disability. She was also targeted by the sniper. She was shot and bled to death for 7 hours. My injured sister and her family have been seeking shelter in a building and have been unable to go to the hospital since November 10th, 2023. No one has been able to send help for almost a week now. They are slowly running out of resources, including food, milk, and medicine. My sister Soha is kind, strong, loyal, determined, and dedicated. She has always taken care of her family, her husband, daughter, and 2 married sons with their families. Tariq, Soha's oldest son, lost his wife to Israeli shelling during this war. He has 2 kids. 12 years ago, her husband suffered a disabling stroke that left him completely dependent on her for all his daily functions. She feeds him and takes care of his personal hygiene and other needs. Despite all the hardships she has suffered, she still has a great sense of humor. My hope now is for the suffering of innocent civilians in Gaza to end, for the genocide to end, for the ethnic cleansing to end, for immediate ceasefire, for humanitarian aid to enter, and for the criminals to be punished for what they have done to us. Another testimony from a Gazan. Life has not only become difficult, but has become 5 times harder. We can't find flour because the Israeli army blocked it. We are forced to eat animal food just to survive. Sometimes we eat bird food, donkey food, and sometimes grass, which we pick from the corners of the streets. We are trying to survive hunger. I go 3 days without food, and my wife keeps asking me, "What did you eat today?" I reply that I'm not hungry. I come home empty-handed with no food, barley, any flour, no bread, no rice. Today, 1 kilogram of rice costs $33, so I can't afford to feed the children. We don't have any clean water. There's no drinkable water. We don't have electricity, and we cannot get medicines. My mother suffers from high blood pressure and diabetes, and I cannot get medication for her. A lot of people in Gaza are suffering from respiratory problems because of the smoke and dust from the bombings. Communicable diseases are also spreading quickly.
These are just a few of the crimes under genocide that Israel has committed in pursuit of its subjugation of the Palestinian people. Their actions show that they will not rest at the death of thousands of Gazans. They are after the destruction of Palestinian life. But again, just as we expose the Zionist project of Israel for its genocidal aims, we also point to the United States' equal responsibility for its complicity in the death and destruction in Gaza. Israel is the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. foreign assistance since World War II, acting as the biggest provider of military assistance to Israel by a large margin. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has stated that Israel could not refuse the United States because they rely on them for planes and military equipment. The United States has had the ability to stop this genocide by stopping military and financial aid to Israel. And yet it turns a conveniently blind eye, refuting on-the-ground data. Their own knowledge of this genocide can be shown by looking at the previous red lines Biden has drawn. Knowing an attack on Rafah would surmount to an assault on thousands of innocent civilians, Biden called it a red line. But after Israel launched a massive ground and air attack on Rafah, the United States ignored its own stated policy and actively supported this invasion through the continued transfer of weaponry to the Israeli military. That is why we have gathered here today and show that our cause is right and just on all fronts. To draw our own red line. And also to mount our own legal charges against Israel for committing genocide and the United States for aiding and abetting it, both crimes under international law.
Thank you. We want to welcome everybody again to the People's Court of Justice. If you're arriving now or if you're standing along the sidewalk, we welcome you to join in the audience, to join inside the People's Red Line so that we may hold these war criminals accountable. This morning, the people of this country, the people of conscience, have come together to draw the line of people's morality, people's justice, people's righteousness. And so we are here today to acknowledge that while international humanitarian law exists, it is not wielded by these bourgeois institutions for the people. And so today, the people use these tools to levy charges against the Israeli entity and the United States and Western imperialism. And we are here to say that the people charge genocide. So please join us. I know that it's hot, but it's only getting cooler. So please join us to hear more testimony as evidence of the war crimes that have been committed for the past 8 months and for the past 75 years.
Today, in addition to the crime of genocide, we will try the state of Israel and the United States for their numerous war crimes in Palestine. In our current global order and international legal infrastructure, war crimes are officially violations of international humanitarian law that take place in the context of an armed conflict. In the People's Court, though, while we see international law as an important front for solidarity and accountability, we also understand its limitations. In our search for true justice, we cannot simply set forth the charges of war crimes without first defining the political character of the Palestinian struggle. Rather than simply adopt the armed conflict framework used in the statutes, we must fully contextualize the power dynamics and the legitimacy or the illegitimacy of the parties involved. Israel is not a nation defending itself against a domestic terrorist group. It is an invading and occupying power. The Palestinian people are an occupied and oppressed people entitled to the exercise of their full sovereignty. This is not an armed conflict. This is an armed resistance movement fighting for national liberation. There are not two equal sides. Israel has the full financial and military backing of the imperialist powers. The Palestinian people have been under fierce occupation and siege for more than 75 years. It is with this in mind that we foist the charge of war crimes to underscore the atrocities Israel has committed, while we also understand the true stakes of the resistance movement in Palestine. Since the beginning of the 20th century, shortly after it was established, Israel has had the consistent support of one colonizing and imperialist power after another. After Israel proved its ability and willingness to operate as a proxy of Western interests in the region, the United States invested in its development in order to advance its own dominance in the region, ultimately becoming the primary military and financial sponsor of Israel. As we all know, the United States provides billions of dollars in military aid to Israel every year. It encourages and facilitates a number of private business and cultural exchanges between the United States citizens and Israel, including the police. U.S. bombs are dropped on Palestinian schools. Without this historical context, without a clear understanding of the material reality of the Zionist occupation and the Palestinian resistance, any legal framework that considers the two sides as equal is wholly inadequate to achieving a people's justice. Modern international human rights law further constrains the pursuit of such justice. Most war crimes consider only the attacking and killing of civilians as well as the destruction of necessary conditions for life. However, at the People's Court, we do not distinguish between crimes committed against armed resistance fighters and those who are traditionally considered non-combatants. Hamas did not arise from a vacuum, nor does it carry out the resistance through its own individual members. Founded in 1987, long after the Nakba of 48, when over 750,000 Palestinians were expelled from their land by the terrorism committed by Zionist settlers, killing 15,000 Palestinian people. Everyday Palestinian people contribute to the resistance in their organizing medical treatment, in their food distribution, in their reporting and journaling, in protecting their loved ones, in preserving Palestinian culture and identity. And the resistance has been ongoing since Israel's inception. carried on through generations of Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank, and in the diaspora. Therefore, while we indict these war criminals for crimes against civilians and children and women, the People's Court recognizes all Palestinian life as worthy of justice. Finally, before addressing the charges for the attack and killing of medical personnel, journalists, protected objects, the use of white phosphorus, we must recognize how these crimes serve the function of the Israeli political project. Not only does international law protect medical personnel and facilities, press and journalists, as well as historical monuments and buildings dedicated to religion, education, science, the People's Court recognizes that these entities serve the Palestinian resistance and help preserve the existence of Palestinian life, history, and culture. And they're being destroyed. International law protects hospitals and other medical facilities because their absence makes an area unsafe, uninhabitable, forces populations to flee. Without medical personnel and facilities, the Palestinian people cannot treat wounds from Israeli airstrikes. It was noted earlier and recently reported, Gaza now has the largest population of child amputees in the world. We look also to the future, to rebuilding Gaza. We heard just now some numbers about what it would take, even if everything stopped now, to rebuild the thousands of buildings, of schools, of mosques, of churches, hospitals that have been destroyed. This makes it difficult or impossible, this destruction, to give birth to the next generation of Palestinians, which is precisely the point. They cannot heal from preventable illnesses brought about by the destruction of infrastructure or the denied access to water and food. They cannot report because journalists are being targeted. Journalists are being forced out, murdered, preventing the documenting of these actions by the military occupier. It prevents the truth of the actions taken by the Israeli occupation forces from being recorded. Family members abroad are left in the dark about their status of loved ones in Gaza. The stories of over 2 million Palestinians there, over 40,000 murdered civilians, would never come to light without the reporting that we've seen. Today we'll offer a few examples of these crimes, but just a few, because there are too many to list here today, and the multiplicity of methods it uses to destroy Palestinian culture and the continuation of life. So first we'll talk about the attacking of protected objects prohibited under the Rome Statute, Article 8, Section 2b(4). To prove that a party is guilty of this war crime, we must show that the perpetrator directed an attack, that the object of the attack was one or more buildings dedicated to religion, education, art, science, or charitable purposes, or it's a historic monument, hospital, or a place where the sick or wounded are collected, which were not military objectives. 3, that the perpetrator intended such buildings dedicated to those purposes to be the object of the attack. Evidence that Israel is guilty of this crime has been shown across the globe in newspapers, Twitter feeds, anywhere else information is shared since October and before. They have intentionally bombed schools, also committing the war crime of scholasticide. They have bombed mosques and churches. They have bombed museums. They are attempting to destroy not just the Palestinian people in Gaza, but their culture and any chance they have at rebuilding. Just yesterday, it was reported that Israel, using a U.S.-made bomb, conducted a deadly airstrike on a UN school compound in Gaza, killing at least 32 people, including 7 children. This was the same type of bomb used last month in an airstrike that killed dozens of displaced civilians at a tent camp in Rafah, which Netanyahu called a tragic mishap. As for schools, Israel has destroyed or damaged more than 80% of them. And these are numbers from April. Surely that number is higher now. More than 5,400 students, 261 teachers, 95 university professors have been killed in Gaza. Nearly 8,000 students and nearly 800 teachers have been injured, with the numbers growing every day. At least 60% of educational facilities, including 13 public libraries, have been damaged or destroyed. At least 625,000 students now have no access to this form of education. Another 195 heritage sites, 227 mosques, and 3 churches have been damaged or destroyed, including the Central Archives of Gaza, containing 150 years of history. Isra University, the last remaining university in Gaza, was demolished by the Israeli military back in January. Without safe schools, there are additional risks that attend to women and girls, including gender-based violence. More than 1 million Palestinian children in Gaza now are in need of mental health and psychosocial support and will suffer the trauma of this war throughout their lives. I could go on, but again, today we're focusing on a small subset of the vast body of evidence supporting just this charge, and only a small subset of the charges that could be brought and should be against Israel and against the United States. We'll hear now testimony regarding the targeting of healthcare facilities and the prevention of birth.
This testimony is from a physician in Gaza from December 2023. We are displaced south from the valley, which is supposed to be a safe area, but every night, every day, there are airstrikes. They are targeting everybody. No one is safe. There are a lot of different types of injuries. We saw burns from different kinds of sources. We saw raw areas of flesh. We saw fractures. Also, there are a lot of kids with amputations. We have only the primary medical supplies with paracetamol, ibuprofen, and dressings. And unfortunately, we don't have access to our clinic. The Israeli army cut our access to the road. We treated a 6-year-old female child. She was badly injured with an external fixator, a tool to hold broken bones in place, and there is a big raw area in her flesh. She was crying, shouting. She was begging for painkillers, for sedation, because she's tired from the pain, and she's tired from the inability to move her arm. In most shelters, you will find fleas. You will find all kinds of skin diseases, all kinds of gastrointestinal symptoms. And in one shelter near where I'm located, there is hepatitis A spread between people. It's really hard to treat them because we don't have access to the needed drugs. We don't have access to anything at all. Water and food are not clean, and people are now eating anything they could find because it's really starvation here. I don't believe that anything I say will change the picture. My only message is that Palestinians have the right to be treated as human beings, have the right to live every day, every night. I fear for my kids' life, for my life. And I'm sorry to say that, but after 60 days of war, I'm losing hope. And I am saying that the ones who passed away in the first few days were very lucky. They didn't witness 2 months of terrifying days and nights. I'm seeing my people suffer, and I cannot do anything. This world is not fair. I'd now like to read to you a letter from Gaza dated October 18th, 2023. My friend, when I read your letter asking me to write a word about Gaza, I usually answer you immediately. This time, I was silent for days. The words escaped me. Why? Maybe because of the horror of what we are living. Because early this morning, my family and I miraculously survived due to a crazy missile that destroyed our neighbor's house and threw all the rubble onto our house. Or maybe because I feel that the pictures I see are more eloquent than all the words. Or because I am no longer very convinced of the usefulness of talking, especially since we are talking about the justice of our cause. In the midst of the daily killing, siege, starvation, and state terrorism, which we have been subjected to for over 75 years with no answer. My friend, yesterday the Israeli occupation forces bombed the Baptist hospital in Gaza, and so far more than 500 people have been martyred. They were cut into pieces and became a pile of meat. As playwrights, we know that one of the cruelest theatrical tragedies is the play Antigone, in which King Creon refuses to bury Antigone's brother, and from here the dialogue between them revolves about what it means to be human, what is dignity, value, and rights, even after death. Antigone sees the body of her brother in front of her and could not bear leaving him unburied. Whilst the bodies that we see after the Baptist Hospital massacre, without heads, hands, or feet, are the new tragedy of our era. An old woman at the rubble of the hospital addressed a nurse, asking him, "Son, give me that hand lying there. I recognized it from the ring. It is my daughter's hand that I leaned on in the morning when she helped me sit on the chair to watch the news. That hand that turned on the TV for me. She greeted me and kissed my hand before leaving. That hand that always embraced me and patted my shoulder. That hand that combed my hair and always cut my nails. That hand, my son, was the source of all my strength in my last days. Let me give her my last kiss so that it will spare me the need to have one more of my daughter's body." My friend, I do not know what to write more. If you consider this a word, so read it to your friends and give them my thanks and appreciation. Because I know that free people with big hearts, human attitudes, and principles have become very few these days. From Gaza to Laval, which I loved, and to Paris, which I adored, we will meet one day when I am free like the rest of the inhabitants of this earth. Signed, Ali Abu Yassin. Thank you.
Free Palestine.
Okay, we'll talk now about the second set of war crimes that we charge today. The use of chemical weapons, including white phosphorus, prohibited by the Rome Statute, Article 8, Section 2B18, and by the UN Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. There's ample evidence that Israel has used white phosphorus against civilian populations in both Gaza and Lebanon since October 2023. There's also evidence they've done so in prior attacks on Gaza. On October 11th, there were widely circulated images of Israeli artillery firing white phosphorus over Gaza City Airport. According to Amnesty International, the Israeli army fired white phosphorus in military operations along Lebanon's southern border between October 10th and October 16th. One attack in Daira on October 16th must be investigated as a war crime because it was an indiscriminate attack that injured at least 9 civilians and damaged civilian objects. These white phosphorus attacks clearly contravene international law. They are war crimes. We'll hear now evidence through stories of those impacted by the relentless bombings and chemical attacks that I've just mentioned.
This is a testimony from Thamer Nijm on the 13th of December 2023. Where shall we go? We are tired. Our lives have turned upside down. Running. From the minute we woke up, we start to run. When the night befalls, it turns to fear and terror. We run during the day for a loaf of bread, a liter of water, and a bite to eat. We run from place to place. Perhaps we would be safe, but unfortunately there is no safe place in Gaza. Wherever we run, we are in danger and bombarded in every place and at every minute in time. When the night comes and we are all sitting next to each other, we hug each other and lie to one another to forget the fear in our hearts. We keep moving from room to room on the basis that this room is safer than the other one, until we end up hiding under the staircase thinking it is the safest place. Do you see how our days are? Running, fear and terror. Every day the same, and anyone who can escape believes he is a survivor. Sadly, no one is a survivor. Every home has grief. Every memory once existed has been erased. I don't know what this is for, and where is this world from us? Are our lives that cheap, sir? Consider us, as you said, animals? Where are the animals' rights from what is happening to us? I don't know what tomorrow is hiding, but what I'm sure of is that we are dying, but each one is waiting for their turn. Until our turn comes, we must suffer and die 1,000,000 times. If this is the end of the story, then kill us all. We are basically dead. We have neither lived the past, nor the present, or the future. We have not tasted anything in life. It was all black amidst darkness, no taste or color. We always pay the bill. We know why. Because we are fragile. I will not forgive. God is mighty. Now the winter season started. Do you know what does that mean? We are living 30 people inside one tent. Unfortunately, every 2 people are on one mattress stuck next to each other, head to toe. When the night falls, the tent turns into a pool inside. May God not let it happen to any of you. We find ourselves in the middle of water, speechless. People start to cry, some people start to pray, and others try to fix the tent. What a miserable and sad situation. Do you know, we wake up from our sleep and walk in the streets like ghosts, like a face that saw a snake. All people in Gaza are in a state of shock. We do not know what is really going on. What is going on? Are we having a dream, or is this a candid camera? I hope it is a dream or even a nightmare, as long as we wake up and nothing has happened for real. If we are martyred, then I would not have been martyred in sacrifice for anything or for the sake of anyone. I died oppressed with many unachieved dreams. I died while I was still longing for life.
I can do a second announcement. What you need?
Very quiet night. A very quiet night of war. Last night was very quiet. I think I slept for an hour. A little more or less. The sounds of drones, planes, and cannons did not stop for a moment. All of that was nothing when a missile, a barrel of powder weighing a ton, or 6 barrels fell at the same time, shaking the earth, raising and shaking as if the earth's crust was a child's balloon filled to the brim with air, about to explode and destroy the world. Moments in which you witness death 1,000 times, and after the explosion ends, you do not believe that you are still alive and that you have been endowed with new moments of life. And you continue to wait for the next explosion, the next death, perhaps after a minute or 2 at the most. It was a really quiet night, enough that before we went to sleep, we were able to dine on 2 cans of beans for 30 people, which was unusual. The dinner was a big party in honor of the beans, but what spoiled the party was the lack of bread. We all dined with 5 loaves of bread, and the truth was that I was the one who spoiled the dinner party because of my heart. Because before that, I was standing on the street, and a man with his 2 daughters came and asked me for bread, just bread to feed the 2 girls, who had not tasted bread for 3 days.
Yeah, I can do another one.
In fact, at the beginning, I told them that I have no bread, but just one look from one of the 2 girls was enough to penetrate my heart like a balm of mercy. I told him to wait. I brought him 5 loaves of bread to share with him the bread I had. I will never forget, as long as I live, how his trembling hands picked up those loaves and how the 2 girls' eyes began to shine again, and he quickly went away thanking me. It was as if he was running away with his great spoils, which he did not want anyone to see with him. Sometimes the quiet gets boring, especially if a friend calls you in the middle of the night to reassure you that he is still alive. But his childhood friends Yusuf and Adnan and their families were martyred a short time ago. How much I love that Nadi Samar, Adnan's daughter, who is not more than 3 years old. Every time I went to visit them, she would run towards me and cling to my neck to take her gift with her black eyes, curly hair, and her great height, which was disproportionate to her age. We expected her to be a basketball champion. A really special night. I had barely hung up the phone and did not know how my tears had betrayed me. I only woke up to the sound of a large explosion followed by heavy rain that poured down us.
I can keep doing
that poured down on us on the roof, the zinc roof under which we were sleeping.
That anybody has,
It took moments until we realized that it was stones that had penetrated the zinc roof and scattered thousands of pieces from the building that was not far from our residence. A few meters before it became a large hole, of which only a few pillars remained, and a palm tree that had been planted in the house for decades. It remained miraculously steadfast, as it refused to die in order to remain a witness to what happened, but many of the dates that it was holding in its bosom fell. What a deadly calm. I heard the broadcaster on Al Jazeera saying that that night was the worst since the beginning of the war because the calm did not stop for a minute. My nerves almost shattered from the intensity of the calm. These shells and missiles were made to frighten us. You can't help but be afraid. But how can I write in the midst of all this terrifying calm? This is not consistent with the human soul because I could die at any moment and that would not be a disaster. I sat down to write as if nothing is happening around me. Yes, around me, because the ground keeps shaking and the smell of gunpowder fills my nostrils and smoke fills my mouth. Home from time to time, and the explosions do not stop. It seems that I have gone crazy. I think so, or I am dead. I will resist until the last letter and convey my voice to the world, the noisy world that I do not wish for it a quietness like ours. Enjoy your noise, and when you watch our news, turn your faces away from us or change the channel for fear that we disturb you. I wish you a good sleep. That last testimony was from Ali Abu Yasin on the 10th of October, 2023.
Remember that many of the weapons that are used to produce the heartbreaking testimonies that you're hearing today are given to the United States given to Israel by the United States. And there's plenty of evidence for that. For example, the weapons used in the Israeli attack on Thursday, June 6th, at the UN-run Al-Sardi school in central Gaza's Nuseirat refugee camp, which murdered at least 40 Palestinians, were U.S.-made weapons. They took a measurement unit from the missile, which was used to aid with precision targeting and manufactured by Honeywell, an American conglomerate that specializes in the design and delivery of sensors and guidance devices. Israel has historically used U.S.-made weapons, and the same part discovered after Thursday's attack was found after the Israeli bombing of a Palestinian home in Gaza in 2014. A January 2024 attack, which killed at least 95 civilians, including 42 children in Rafah, included evidence of a GBU-39 small-diameter bomb, a precision-guided weapon with a smaller warhead made in the U.S. by Boeing. And in all four attacks, there was no indication that the residential buildings hit could be considered legitimate military objectives or that people in the buildings were, quote, military targets, raising concerns that these strikes, like so many others, were direct attacks on civilians and civilian objects. They therefore must be investigated of and prosecuted as war crimes. We'll hear more testimony now, and then we'll wrap up this section and move on to the crimes against humanity. This testimony is about the toll of this relentless siege on Palestinians.
This testimony is titled, I Lost My Son, My Support in This Life. When God blessed me with my first son, Uday, I embraced him and wished for him a successful life. I hoped he would complete his education, that he would be able to get a job that would enable him to serve his community, his country, and his religion. My name is Fida Fathi Abu Yusuf. I am 40 years old. I live in Al-Nusayrat camp in the middle of the Gaza Strip. I graduated with a diploma in business administration from the Islamic University of Gaza in 2004. I got married nearly 20 years ago to Imad Al-Audat, and I gave birth to 4 children. Uday, 18 years old, Ragad, 17 years old, Muhammad, 16 years old, and Leen, 11 years old. We lived in a house in the Burej camp with my husband and children until I separated from him in 2018. Since my husband and I separated, I moved back into my father's house in Al-Nusayrat camp. Here, I lived with my children in a small room which contained the kitchen, bathroom, and the room where the 5 of us slept. We had lived in this small apartment for over 4 years. I searched for a long time to find a job opportunity so I could improve the living conditions of my children.
I think I could just
but I couldn't find any. There are no jobs in the Gaza Strip, and unemployment rates are very high. Several years ago, I thought of preparing and baking flatbread on fire, which my son Uday would sell in the market.
I think
I brought my idea to
I'll
life and
switch
managed to
through all the
form some
pins and
customers,
stuff.
business owners who owned small restaurants.
I think things are starting
the
to
work
calm
was
down a
little
little
and
bit now.
intermittent, and its preparation was difficult and required a lot of time and effort. My children helped me, and we were happy because this was a job that we could provide ourselves with so we could improve our living conditions. On September 9th, 2023, I managed to rent an apartment close to my family's house. My son Uday started high school in September 2023, and I was determined to provide a suitable atmosphere for him to study. We were happy to live in our new apartment. Although we rented it and paid 450 Israeli shekels every month, we at least had our own kitchen, bathroom, and had 3 bedrooms. The Israeli war on the Gaza Strip began on October 7th, 2023, less than a month after we moved into the new apartment, which was located on the 4th floor. I feared for my children from the intense bombardment. The occupation forces bombed several houses adjacent to us, and dozens of our friends, neighbors, and loved ones were martyred. I was very afraid for my children, and we all began to sleep in one room. I used to tell them that if the house was bombed, we would die together, and if we survived, we would survive together. Our financial situation deteriorated greatly during the war. The war caused the closure of all restaurants, and all residents of the Gaza Strip lost their jobs due to the closure of crossings and the depletion of all food supplies from the markets. I lost my temporary job because of the closure of the restaurants. We couldn't even find flour to cook with.
Hell yeah,
the days
love
were extremely
in the
difficult.
chat.
My son Uday searched for work in many areas, and on Wednesday, November 15th, 2023, he found an opportunity at one of the wood-fire bakeries in the Nusayrat camp. I asked him to take care of himself and stay away from places of bombing. He was my eldest son, my friend and companion.
Hell yeah,
He cared for
October.
his siblings
Let's
after I
fucking-
separated
oh,
from
hell
their
yeah,
their
October,
father.
that works.
He was everything
Let's
to us.
fucking go.
Uday went to work with
Thank
the sons
you.
of our neighbors. While Uday was transporting some bread on his bicycle, the occupation forces bombed several residential apartments in the Salah Towers south of the Nusayrat camp. Uday was riding his bike under the tower when the rubble of the bombing fell on his small body, and he was instantly martyred. Our neighbor's daughter told me that the occupation had bombed the Salah Towers area, which was very close to my son's new job. I rushed to the bombing site. It was about 800 meters from my house. I searched for Uday at the bombing site, but I couldn't find him. I meticulously searched everywhere, but I couldn't find him. I hurried to Al-Auda hospital in the Nusayrat camp and started searching among the injured for my son Uday, but I couldn't find him. I searched among the martyrs' bodies, examining their faces closely, but I didn't find Uday. My fear increased and my tears kept falling. I wanted my son. Where is my son Uday? People told me that some of the injured and martyrs were transferred to the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Dir al-Balah. I quickly went to the hospital and started searching among the injured for Uday. I still had hope that Uday was alive, but I couldn't find him. I shouted Uday's name many, many times in the hospital courtyard and departments, but no one answered me. I asked one of the doctors about the location of the martyrs, and he directed me to the martyrs' tent, and I went there immediately. Accompanying me in the search for my son Uday was my son Muhammad, my brother Jihad, my brother Ahmed, and one of our neighbors. We all searched in the martyrs' tent. The number of martyrs was large, but I managed to find my son Uday's body. I couldn't believe that my son had been martyred and that I had lost him. I hugged Uday, I held his face and his body. I found him injured with shrapnel behind his ear, shrapnel in his chin, and shrapnel which caused his right eye to be gouged out. Uday was martyred while he was at work to provide us with some food. We couldn't find ambulances to transport Uday's body to the cemetery as the ambulances were busy transporting martyrs and casualties to the hospital. We placed Uday in a car. I held him in my arms, and throughout the journey, I held him and kissed his face. We quickly reached home. I wished for the journey to be much longer so that I could continue holding my son. My mother, father, siblings, neighbors, and friends bid farewell to my son Uday. We prayed for him in front of the cemetery, and I buried him with my own hands in the cemetery of the Nusayrat camp adjacent to the Great Nusayrat Mosque. This was the worst moment of my life, and these days are the worst days of my life. I lost my life with the martyrdom of Uday. 2 days before Uday's martyrdom, he sat with me and told me that he wished to be a martyr in this war while defending his land, Palestine. He told his friends that he wished to be a martyr. Shortly before the bombing, Uday told his colleagues at work, Qusay Yassin and Muhammad Al-Houm, that he dreamt of martyrdom. He asked them, if a rocket falls on us and we are martyred, will God forgive us? Moments later, the rocket fell on them and Uday was martyred. And Muhammad Al-Houm was slightly injured while Uday's friend, Qusay Yassin, suffered a skull fracture and spent a whole week in the intensive care unit. He is still receiving treatment until this day. Since my husband and I separated, I have been supporting my 4 children alone. I worked hard to provide a living for them. My goals and dreams were to provide a decent life for them, but the war ruined everything. I tried to open a small stall in one of the shelters, but I couldn't because it required a large capital, which I didn't have. My martyr son Uday dreamed of achieving a high score in the high school diploma, attending university, and after graduation, securing a job to provide a decent life for me and his siblings. But the occupation killed him, killed his dream, and placed pain in our hearts that will never fade. Uday excelled in his studies during elementary and preparatory school, but his grades slightly declined after I separated from his father. However, I enrolled him in private lessons for Arabic, mathematics, and English. I endured additional expenses because I wanted a better future for Uday than what I had. I wanted Uday to achieve a high score on the high school diploma and to receive a scholarship. But in this war, he earned the honor of martyrdom, standing firm on our land of Palestine. Everyone who knew Uday cried for him. The mathematics teacher, Firas Eid, came to us and told us that he loved Uday very much and that Uday was a polite, respectful, and hardworking student. Uday wanted to have a better future, to get me and his siblings out of our difficult living conditions. His teacher cried a lot for Uday and asked me to take care of my other children so that they could continue Uday's journey. After the Israeli forces stormed the central Gaza Strip camps in January 2024, including the Nusayrat camp, I fled with my children to tents in the city of Rafah, south of the Gaza Strip. My apartment, before the evacuation, turned into a shelter for many of my relatives whose homes and adjacent houses were bombed by the occupation. Suddenly in this war, me and my children became displaced. We lived in the displaced people's tents in Rafah city for a whole month, enduring severe suffering. The weather was extremely cold at night, and the sun's scorching heat was unbearable during the day. We suffered a lot from the rainwater. We couldn't find food, water, or clothes. After a month, we returned to my apartment after the occupation withdrew. That month was full of suffering. Before Uday's martyrdom and after hosting displaced people in my house, I hid Uday's school books so that the children wouldn't damage them. It's been 6 months since Auday's martyrdom. To this day, I put out a spoon and a glass for Auday after preparing food. His body may have departed, but his spirit lives among us. Auday's relationship with his siblings was like that of a young father to his children. He was affectionate towards them, gave them from his allowance, and bought them many things. He dreamed of providing us with a decent life. Today, my dream is to continue Auday's journey, to be able to provide a decent life for my children, to educate them, provide a permanent home for them, and to secure a stable job for myself. I hope that this war will end soon. We are exhausted by the daily, continuous killings. Thank you.
So as we conclude the presentation on war crimes before moving to the final crime section, crimes against humanity, just note that we've mentioned only a couple, right, of the dozens that could apply. We presented only the tiniest amount of evidence, even for those charges that we are presenting today. Some of the other charges include, again, scholasticide, attacks on humanitarian aid and peace missions, rape and sexual violence, and on and on and on. No legal statute, no body of international law, not even any testimony could fully capture the horror of what's being perpetrated right now by Israel with the assistance of the United States. And it raises some questions. How will Palestinians rebuild after this phase of the resistance struggle when all universities have been destroyed, when all hospitals have been destroyed, when all places of worship have been bombed, when sites containing Palestinian art and historical documents, artifacts of cultural heritage have been razed to rubble? So while international human rights law provides us with a hook and a list of crimes, it doesn't accurately describe what's happening, which is an all-encompassing attempt to destroy Palestine, to destroy Palestinians, and to prevent Palestinian life from flourishing in the future. And we'll move now to the crimes against humanity. Thank you.
All right, if you're just joining us, we are watching the Surround the White House for Gaza protest in D.C. I'm not real sure how much longer this is going to go, but we're getting through. I think a lot of the beaches right now, so we'll see how much longer we got going on
this. The People's Court of Justice charges Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant with the following crimes against humanity for orchestrating and ordering the widespread and systematic murder, extermination, forcible transfer, torture, apartheid, and other inhumane acts against the civilian population of Palestine before and after October 7th and Gaza over the last 8 months. For facilitating material support for these crimes and providing political and diplomatic cover, enabling their furtherance and escalation, the People's Court of Justice charges the United States, based on the actions of the U.S. President Joe Biden and U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, with violation of their obligations as officials representing a signatory state to the Geneva Convention to prevent and punish such crimes. Crimes against humanity include that of murder, extermination, forcible transfer, torture, apartheid, and other inhumane acts committed against any civilian population before or during the war, or persecutions on political, racial, or religious grounds, in execution of or in connection with any crime within the jurisdiction of the People's Court, whether or not in violation of the domestic law of the country were perpetrated. Leaders and organizers at the helm of formulating or executing a common plan or conspiracy to commit any of the foregoing crimes are individually liable for criminal acts performed by any persons in execution of such plan. Crimes against humanity are among the most serious crimes of concern to the international community as a whole, warranting and entailing individual criminal responsibility and requiring conduct which is impermissible under generally applicable international law, as recognized by the principal legal systems of the world. The first prosecutions of crimes against humanity occurred during the Nuremberg tribunals against Nazi leadership. From its first use, crimes against humanity have been prosecuted in tribunals on the Rwandan, Cambodian, and Yugoslavian genocides. Eventually, these crimes originating from law, arising from fundamental principles founded on indispensable norms, were codified by the 52nd UN General Assembly in Rome, establishing the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court. The Rome Statute provides that crimes against humanity are those that do not require a nexus to an armed conflict, but are those committed in the context of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population pursuant to a state or organizational policy. The shared element of a crime against humanity is that perpetrators target civilian populations in widespread or systematic ways, subjecting civilians to the most egregious cruelty human beings can impose on one another. These crimes offend the core of our shared humanity, are not limited by borders, and are the responsibility of the entire international community to enforce. Though it is not required for the perpetrator to have knowledge of all characteristics of an attack or the precise detail, the indicted individuals being tried here have demonstrated essential contribution, intentional direction, and cognizable control over the most despicable and horrifying atrocities humanity is capable of inflicting on itself. Palestine has been subjected to widespread and systematic attacks for decades from Israel, enabled and funded by the U.S. The indicted individuals have used their offices with the intention of furthering these attacks. The awareness or intent required by an Article 7 crime has been shown by the expressions of genocidal plans, an intent already demonstrated to carry out crimes against humanity amounting to genocide. Each of the alleged crimes against humanity committed by the indicted individuals charged below require that acts be widespread or systematic and inflicted on a civilian population. The crimes perpetrated by the indicted individuals have been inflicted upon the entire population of Gaza, approximately 2.5 million people in an area the size of Las Vegas, significantly more tightly packed than New York City. The ICJ has established the widespread and systematic nature of Israel's attacks on the civilian population of Gaza and its multiple orders on the ongoing case brought by South Africa on the prevention and punishment of the crime of the ongoing of the crime of genocide in the Gaza Strip. The key elements establishing the execution of crimes against humanity have been established by overwhelming evidence in this tribunal, domestic U.S. courts, by the ICC prosecutor, and by Biden administration officials.
There you go. This is the story of Hiba Dawood, Gaza, January 24th, 2024. The story is not over yet. Do you remember my sister who I said was taken out from under the rubble of her house and she fled to the south because it was safer, as they claimed? In the morning after the end of the truce, her husband's brother came to tell us the news of her martyrdom together with her husband and her children. The Israeli army bombed the residential building to which she was displaced, and only her eldest son, who was 10 years old, remained. He was injured by a shrapnel in his eye. It was shocking news for me. My sister, who is very dear to me, she is 2 years older than me. We used to do everything together. We even used to work together. My sister is a martyr. She deserves the title of a martyr. She was an angel on earth and loved by everyone. She would not harm an ant. The nightmare is not over yet. Tanks are approaching where we took refuge, and shelling is everywhere. We left where we had sought refuge and returned to western Gaza because it had become safe and the tanks had withdrawn from there. The area there is not suitable for habitation. There is no electricity or water, but we have no choice but to die. We went out under the bombing and the bullets were surrounding us. My father was taking care of my injured husband and realized that his ear needed surgery because it was completely closed and had no opening for hearing. He needs a referral abroad to have his operation, but how to do that I don't know. We are trying, but we cannot leave the north, as the occupation has completely separated it from the south. The war is not over yet. This week,
all the
gangs
links should
return
be
to the
set
west
up
near
now.
us, and this is what worries me. They enter homes, kill men, whether old or young, kill and leave. But now, there's no place to run to. We decided to stay where we are. We are running from death to death, and there's no safe place to go.
Don't be afraid to be those hard.
Not only have the criminal acts directed by the indicted individuals been widespread in scale and duration, they have been systematic. Top Israeli officials have clearly espoused intent to systematically destroy civilian life in Gaza. The intent has been continuously carried out over the course of nearly 9 months. These officials, including the indicted individuals, have repeatedly equated Hamas with all Gazan civilians. The following quotes were cited by the ICJ in its
6
January
p.m.
26th
Eastern
order
Time.
for provisional measures preventing the crime of genocide in the Gaza Strip.
The view over Washington,
9th
D.C.
of October
currently.
2023, Mr. Yoav Gallant, Defense Minister of Israel, announced that he had ordered a complete siege of Gaza City.
We're going to continue
and that there would
covering
be
it
no
as long as they go.
electricity, no food, no fuel, and that everything was closed. On the following day, Minister Gallant stated, speaking to Israeli troops on the Gaza border, "I have released all restraints. You saw what we are fighting against. We are fighting human animals. This is the ISIS of Gaza. This is what we are fighting against. Gaza won't return to what it was before. There will be no Hamas. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week. It will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places." Deputy Knesset Speaker Nissim Vaturi from the ruling Likud party, of which Netanyahu is chair, wrote on X that Israelis had one common goal:
Hell yeah,
erasing
let's
the
go,
Gaza Strip from the face of the earth.
Here, let's go.
On the 13th of October 2023, Mr. Israel Katz, then Minister of Energy and Infrastructure of Israel, stated on X, "We will fight the terrorist organization Hamas and destroy it. All the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. We will win. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world."
I've just been handing out.
Despite these statements, the named U.S. officials have been unwavering in their total support of Israel's aims to eradicate Hamas.
Do I
By
have any
facilitating
left?
the acts described throughout this indictment, Israeli leaders Netanyahu and Gallant
There we
have
go.
committed nearly every single one of the Article 7
And
crimes
you get
against
VIP, and you
humanity.
get VIP.
With these key shared elements met, the People's Court brings the following charges: crime against humanity of murder under Article 7, 1A, the crime against humanity of extermination under Article 7, 1B, the crime against humanity of forcible transfer of population under Article 7, 1D.
Oh yeah, snack check. Everybody should get snacks if they need them.
Article 7F, 7.1F and G1, crimes against humanity of torture and rape. The distinguishing element of torture is the infliction of severe physical or mental pain or suffering, not incidental or inherent to lawful sanctions upon one or more persons who are in the custody of or under the control of the perpetrator. A distinguishing element of rape is the invasion of a person's body by conduct resulting in penetration, however slightly, of any part of the body of the victim with any object or part of the body committed by force, threat, or coercion. Whistleblowers have revealed that policies originating from the indicted individuals have resulted in egregious harm to Palestinian detainees amounting to Article 7 torture. Wounded detainees were subjected to extreme physical restraint, strapped to their beds, wearing diapers, and fed through straws. One whistleblower said that the prisoners were stripped of anything that resembles human beings. Currently, over 9,000 Palestinians are being held, with many without an arrest warrant. Just this Thursday, reports from the notorious Sidi Timan military base document incidents of abducted Gazan civilians being sodomized with metal rods, electrocuted, denied sleep, and mercilessly beaten with batons, rifle butts, and metal detectors until they fainted or died. Prior to October 7th, the countless cases of horrific abuse amounting to torture were imposed upon civilians and documented by Israeli human rights organizations. There are reports of rape and sodomy, among other forms of physical and psychological torture. A leaked draft of a UNRWA report detailed an interview that a 41-year-old detainee said interrogators made him sit on something like a hot metal stick and it felt like fire. And also said that another detainee died after they put the electric stick up his behind. Other detainees report being shocked in an electric chair numerous times. Yoel Donchin, a military doctor serving at the site, said it was unclear why Israeli soldiers captured many of the people he treated there. He said many detainees are unlikely to be combatants involved in the war. He stated that detainees included a paraplegic, a 300-pound man, and an individual who had breathed through a tube through his neck since childhood. Fadi Bakr, a law student from Gaza, was captured while he was caught in the middle of a firefight during an attempt to get flour for his family. He said IOF soldiers stripped him naked, confiscated his phone and savings, and beat him repeatedly while accusing him of being a militant. There have been harrowing images leaked from other Israeli concentration camps of detainees being zip-tied, blindfolded, and forced to sit in stress positions while soldiers verbally and physically abused them. Mass graves in Khan Yunis uncovered hundreds of bodies of men, women, and children who have been zip-tied, and some of whom were buried alive. The People's Court additionally charges the crime against humanity of apartheid under Article 7(1)J, the distinguishing element of which is the committing of inhumane acts, violating peremptory norms in the context of an institutionalized regime of systematic oppression and domination by one racial group over another, over any other racial group or groups. The indicted individuals intended to maintain the regime of systematic oppression of Palestinians through its extreme restriction of every facet of Palestinian life prior to October 7th, and severely worsened in the aftermath. I offer to the court evidence of these extreme restrictions through the Abu Sultan family's experience.
As the Israeli war intensifies on the Gaza Strip, especially in the northern area and Gaza City, thousands of families were forced to flee from the north to the central and southern parts of Gaza. Among the families that fled was my son's wife's family. After they fled during the war, they lived with us in our house in El Nusayrat refugee camp in central Gaza. My family home is located in the midst of a cluster of UNRWA schools, which prompted many of our relatives who considered the area safe to seek refuge with us. We live south of the Gaza Valley, which the occupation classified as a safe area. However, in the afternoon on Saturday, February 17th, 2024, the occupation forces bombed my house with several missiles, resulting in the complete destruction of my house and the martyrdom of 10 of my family members, most of whom were women and children. At 58, I am now deprived of my family, and I am completing the remainder of my life with what's left of my family. I am a sick man suffering from blood cancer. I've been suffering from the disease for several years and have undergone intensive treatment sessions to control and limit its spread in my body. However, I lost my immunity and became susceptible to the simplest of diseases, which forced me to leave my job and refrained me from moving too much. I used to go from my home to the mosque and to visit my daughters and relatives. That was my life. I was married to my soulmate, Ahlam Muhammad Abu Sultan, in 1987. She is from the town Hamama, which was occupied in 1948. My marriage to her was a gift. We have 3 sons, Nabil, Muhammad, and Ahmed, and 6 daughters, Palestine, Fida, Reem, Nur al-Huda, Aya, and Mina. 4 of my daughters got married and 1 of my sons got married. God blessed me with 9 grandchildren from my daughters and my son Muhammad. I lived the most beautiful days with them, and my wife and I were happy with what we had achieved in our lives for our children, seeing them grow up, get married, and witnessing our grandchildren before our death. My wife was my biggest supporter through my illness and the crutch who I leaned on at all times. The occupation killed my 2 infant grandchildren. My middle son, Muhammad, got married on March 1st, 2023, and Muhammad's wife was 5 months pregnant when the war broke out, and she suffered greatly. She gave birth to my granddaughter, Juri, on January 27th, 2023. We couldn't celebrate her arrival due to the intensity of the war and Israeli bombardment. Juri is my first granddaughter from my sons. We had planned a big celebration for her arrival. Before the war, my wife and I agreed to buy a cake and invite our relatives and friends to the party. But the occupation ruined everything we planned and destroyed the joy of welcoming our granddaughter. My daughter, Reem, married and gave birth to a baby boy named Ahmed. They were happy with the birth of their first child. During the bombing, my daughter's husband, Ala, and their infant son, Ahmed, were killed, along with the wife of my son and their infant daughter, Juri. The occupation robbed us of our joy and deprived us of our loved ones. My marriage to Ahlam made me one of the happiest people. Our marriage was the beginning of a beautiful future, and with her, I managed to achieve my dreams. She was beautiful in every aspect, loved by everyone, and had a good relationship with everyone she knew. She never hurt anyone. She had a pure heart, and Israeli bombs deprived us of her company. I have no dreams left after the departure of my wife Ahlam. All I wish and dream is for the war to stop, for the Israeli forces to be held accountable for their crimes, for the world to be just to us and to restore our occupied land, and for the reconstruction of Gaza to be expedited so that we can live the remainder of our lives in dignified homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Articles 7, 1H, and K, crime against humanity for persecution and of other inhumane acts. The distinguishing element of which is the infliction of great suffering or serious bodily injury to body or mental or physical health by means of an inhumane act similar in character to any other Article 7 crime. The indicted individuals have been have subjected the civilian population of Gaza to constant, indiscriminate bombardment. The war crime of weaponized starvation, deprivation of clean water, basic sanitation facilities, and health care, all while blocking readily available humanitarian aid. And now we will hear a story from Dir al-Balah of the relentless persecution faced by Gazans.
Since the bombings resumed, my every thought has been on planning our next forced displacement. The events that drove us from the north are now repeating here in the same manner. Our previous evacuation was marked by panic, which terrified the children, a mistake I can't make again. It was the most harrowing part of this war for me. My son Kareem, only 7, astoundingly asked for a separate emergency bag. His mature understanding of our situation is both heart-rending and awe-inspiring. Food supplies are dwindling. Today, Hassan, my husband, queued for 4 hours for gas, but to no avail. I'm stretched thin, caring for my elderly and sick parents and our children while Hassan spends his days trying to provide for us and his family. The scarcity of aid has led to desperate struggles over water, tearing at the fragile social fabric we once had. I've heard of people nearly fighting to death over basic necessities, highlighting the inequality and chaos that have arisen. Amid all this, I yearn for care and support myself. Your calls are my only respite, the time when I can truly be myself. Never did I imagine living through such times. With each day, the bombings seem closer, and the air is heavy with panic and foreboding. I fear what lies ahead could be even worse. Is that even possible? We've hit a point of complete exhaustion. There's simply nothing to eat. Even if the war were to stop right now, it almost feels meaningless. Life itself seems meaningless. Just imagine 1.8 million displaced civilians crammed into the south, an area already densely populated. Our brains can't process it anymore. The dead bodies, the explosions, it's too much. Tensions are high. People can't tolerate each other. We've heard horrific reports from the north about people being buried alive and women and children being detained. We're like the walking dead, devoid of life. Aid is scarce, and by the time we get any, we're buying it ourselves. Daily, there are fights for food and water. Crimes has surged in the new chaotic environment. There's no police, no security. Usually there would be some order maintained during a war, but now there's only chaos, no law and order. It feels like we're caught in a complex, unfamiliar game. If they opened Rafah, everyone would flee instantly. There are no words left to describe our plight. Our only pastime has become looking at the stars when they're visible and queuing for aid. The constant buzz of the Zanana, the drone, is unbearable. You don't understand. It eats at my bones. It's so loud, constantly interrupting sleep and conversation. It's like someone shouting over you all the time. Yet we find ways to cope. We joke, we sing. It's grim, and we know it might take years for people to return home, for hospitals and schools to function again. There's a sense of hope about returning home, but the path to recovery is daunting. We need to conserve energy for what comes next. You know how they say after party? Yeah, what comes next is the after party. Where I'm staying now, we have nothing. No food, no electricity, no water. The effort to find and break wood for fire just to eat something is backbreaking. Even basic needs like using the bathroom become a challenge without water. The relentless task of maintaining a fire is the most draining thing. I've been using garlic cloves to treat my fever and flu because medicine is nowhere to be found. Yes, I still hold on to hope. This war has progressed through many phases, and now we're in this brutal stage of survival. In the beginning, when I was home, it was different. If we were all home, half the mental pressure would be gone. Being displaced is the hardest part. We're all in the south now, where space is severely limited and we don't know anyone. Unlike the north, there are only low-rise buildings here incapable of housing so many people. If they had moved us to the north or to Gaza City, it might have been easier. Most of the large businesses and important infrastructure are in the north and the city, not here in the middle and the south. At least there, we wouldn't be struggling just for food. But much of that, the north and Gaza City, has been destroyed.
What makes a crime against humanity extraordinarily grave is that they are inflicted upon civilian populations and not necessarily during wartime. These crimes have been indisputably committed upon the Palestinian people. Each of these crimes has been materially facilitated and enabled by U.S. leadership. U.S. President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken have been particularly complicit in the crimes specific to Israel's war on Gaza. According to the Council on Foreign Relations, since 1946, the United States has provided over $300 billion in aid to Israel. Since the beginning of the 2024 fiscal year, the United States has provided $12.5 billion in military aid. Between 1980 and today, the United States has consistently provided at least $3 billion per year in military funding to Israel. The U.S. has spent over 15% of the $79 billion annual budget for primary and secondary education programs on arming Israel this year. The U.S. has used its UN Security Council veto power 12 times from February 2020 to February 2024 relating to crimes listed here. After the indicted individuals breached the purported red line of the named U.S. officials by invading Rafah, the Biden White House announced no change in policy and confirmed the non-existence of a red line when it comes to the mass slaughter of Gazan civilians and the perpetrating of these horrific crimes against humanity.
Thank you all for bearing witness to the evidence of the People's Court of Justice. We will now move to our closing statement, after which we will hear from our judges and the verdict will be announced. This court, having heard the people's evidence, will now consider the charges brought against the states of Israel and the United States, along with the individual defendants, Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, Joseph Biden, Lloyd Austin, and Anthony Blinken, who stand accused of committing the most grave crimes of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. In closing, I will briefly summarize the people's evidence. Under the charge of genocide, the people's evidence included is in the form of statements directly from government representatives which call for the elimination of the population of Gaza through the collective punishment of its civilians, the destruction of its infrastructure, the elimination of its culture, educational and religious entities and structures. And this clearly demonstrates that Israel has committed and is continuing to commit genocide on the Palestinian people. The Israeli military's destruction of hospitals has not only gravely endangered neonatal care, but has deliberately jeopardized the very survival of newborn babies and their birth parents. The Israeli army has also exhumed entire cemeteries and buried Palestinians in countless mass graves, which has inflicted and will continue to inflict tremendous psychological trauma on the Gazan people. Under the charge of war crimes, the people's evidence includes the fact that the willful killing of 40,000 Palestinian civilians, numbers that do not include those unidentifiable or who remain under the rubble. And because the levels of destruction have depleted Gaza's capacity to count its dead, including by killing those in the health ministries, these numbers likely represent a fraction of those killed. torture or inhumane treatment, including those in the desert camps, the detention centers, the refugee camps, those who have had their water, electricity, resources stripped under total blockage, those under the direct fire of war repeatedly fleeing with nowhere safe to go, and to each and every Palestinian person who endures with the mental and emotional anguish of family under these conditions, while individually existing stateless in a world that continues to deny the existence of our people and our rights. The taking of hostages, including the 5,000 plus Palestinian prisoners taken from their homes in night raids or from the streets in the middle of the day, men, women, and children taken without charge and arbitrarily detained in unreachable facilities where they are separated from their families, tortured, amputated, and experience unfathomable physical, sexual, and emotional violence. Unlawful deportation, transfer, or confinement, including those driven out of their homes in the ongoing Nakba, driven into safe zones, so-called safe zones, where they are attacked again and again with nowhere safe to go. Attacks on civilians and civilian objects such as schools, hospitals, and universities, leaving none left and no place safe for Gaza. Attacks on humanitarian aid and peacekeeping missions, such as the unprecedented killing of UN staff, journalists, and humanitarian aid workers. The use of prohibited weapons such as white phosphorus gas and the burning of children, rape and other forms of sexual violence, the destruction and appropriation of property without military necessity and not justified by the exigencies of war, including over 85,000 of residential areas and homes in Gaza. And under the charge of crimes against humanity, the people's evidence includes murder, the intentional killing of individuals as part of widespread or systematic attacks on a civilian population, extermination, the mass killing of civilians by inflicting conditions of life intended to destroy the population, forcible transfer of a population, forcibly displacing individuals from their homes, imprisonment and the severe deprivation of physical liberty, to include Gaza under 17 years of blockade as the largest concentration camp where every single individual living is deprived of liberty, and now in these heightened times is trapped in an area they are forcibly left without any option for reprieve. Torture, the intentional infliction of severe physical and mental pain and suffering on individuals under the control of the perpetrator. Persecution, the severe deprivation of the fundamental rights against identifiable groups based on the political, racial, national, ethnic, cultural, and religious grounds. Enforced disappearances of persons, arresting and detaining or abducting persons with the authorization of the state. And finally, apartheid, the inhumane acts committed in the context of an institutionalized, unseen, hidden regime of systematic oppression and domination by one group over another, with the intention of maintaining superiority over those subjugated. These acts are part of a widespread, intentional, systematic attack against the civilian population, and the perpetrators of these crimes knowingly commit them. The actions of the defendant not only breached international laws and conventions, but also caused untold suffering and devastation to an innocent people who cannot defend themselves nor flee. These heinous acts demand accountability and justice. The people move to determine the appropriate sentence for each defendant, considering the gravity of the crimes committed and the need for accountability and justice for all people of Palestine and for the conscience of the humanity of all people of the world. We will now pass these proceedings on to our honorable judging panel to share the deliberation process with us here. We will hear brief remarks from each member of our judging panel, and then we will move to a judge who will deliver the verdict.
Hello. After reviewing all the evidence provided, we, the judges, find the accused guilty of all charges.
Guilty, motherfuckers.
The truth, as a Palestinian man, I've been asked to be a judge today, and that's the first time ever in my life I'm not judged. I'm the one who's judging. So I had to ask for some guidance. And today I called three of my friends, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. And I asked them what they will say about what's going on. All three found the charged parties guilty. All three of them proud of you. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. May peace be upon us all. Today, on June 8th, 2024, I find myself answering the question of what connects me to Palestine. The answer is sheer humanity. I am no one to speak on another person's experience, nor am I superior to anyone to judge. Simply, I come here as a believing woman to use the privilege of my voice to bear witness when crimes against humanity are taking place. My friend Bilal is in Gaza right now. I can't tell you exactly where, since he's been displaced at least 6 times. He's told me he's losing track of the number. Bilal is an aspiring doctor, and instead of taking his final medical exams, he's writing testimony of one of the most brutal assaults that humanity has witnessed. I hadn't heard from him in a few days. I heard after an hour ago through his Instagram, which you can connect with. It's DRB13695, and you can read his live testimony even as of an hour ago. As someone who has experienced the trauma of violence, I'd like to remind us all of the mental toll and generational trauma that has brought us all to this moment. Bilal's last few sentences to me say, "Mentally, we are exhausted completely, and it's so hard to stay alive because we are in a dangerous zone. But we still try, and we hold on hoping every day that this nightmare will end soon. Faith and hope are the only things that make us get up in the morning. I am here today to end a genocide. I am here to do my best to put pressure on this government and its allies to free Palestine and put an end to the genocide and illegal occupation of Palestine. Enough is enough. Today, on June 8th, 2024, I and we charge the Zionist state of Israel with genocide. Today, I charge the U.S. government and President Genocide Joseph Biden with crimes against humanity and to be guilty on all charges. Lastly, free all Palestinian prisoners, release all data collected during the surveillance of all Palestinians, and give Palestinians the right to return, to resist, and to rebuild. Thank you.
My name is Tala Alul, and I am the daughter of a former Palestinian political prisoner. My father was thrown into an Israeli prison at the age of 15 for a felony he did not commit. He was an innocent teenager who was labeled as a criminal by the Israeli apartheid system. He was not offered a trial, a lawyer, and there was no justice served for his unlawful arrest. Israeli occupation forces pulled him out of his bed in the middle of the night to arrest him. He was a young boy who loved school and was interested in cinematography and enjoyed a warm, simple meal of sabanich. Before that night, he had no clue that his whole life, his whole world would be changed. Living under the occupation was hard enough. The minute he walked into the jail, he was beaten and tortured to admit to a felony he did not commit. He was kept in isolation for an entire week before being imprisoned with other political prisoners. All these prisoners who were unlawfully arrested and held hostage. He was surrounded by political prisoners, but he was also surrounded by sons, fathers, workers, artists, professors, doctors, philosophers, and who else? Lawyers and judges. In political prison, my father was first introduced to the People's Court. Him and other prisoners would have mock trials. Someone would play the lawyer, the judge, the persecutor, the person being charged. A people's court similar to the one you see before you today. They trained themselves to be ready if they ever needed to protect their people in a court of law. The justice system is a system filled with injustice. However, our people are educating themselves on their rights and all the ways Israel violates international law. Justice will be served, not just for my father, but for all the underage political Palestinian prisoners and hostages who have been arrested by Israeli occupation forces. Those tortured without a trial, with their mothers never sleeping because they don't know the whereabouts of their own child. Those given an Israeli lawyer who unlawfully dictates their future. With the People's Court, Israel will lose. We are here to ensure they are held accountable for their war crimes with real consequences and charge them with genocide. Palestine hurra, inshallah.
My name is Leah Muttadi, and I'm a Palestinian living in Washington, D.C. As a Palestinian living in the diaspora, I'm not so sure that my experiences are different than anyone else's with a heart that is paying attention. But we all are finding ways to stay connected to a truth that any non-member of the white, cis male ruling class knows in their heart. We're experiencing the failings of a system that wasn't built for us, a system that wasn't built for the well-being of women, children, queer, disabled, or brown, black, and indigenous people. Really, any other people other than the white, cis, male ruling class. People, mostly those that prescribe to the Western ideology that we must care for ourselves before our communities, says it can be self-inflicted trauma to pore over the posts of our bloodied bodies of our children or the footage of new mothers trying to care for their newborn babies now with fewer limbs. But how can we or anyone truly understand the urgency of this genocide and the 76-year occupation without bearing witness through our screens? We bear witness out of love and to bring justice. And why am I, a Palestinian living in the diaspora, qualified to make this judgment? Because I am a person of consciousness. But most importantly, I am the granddaughter of Mustafa and Hassan, who lived their lives in exile because of the settler, colonial, apartheid state of Israel. the granddaughter who was asked on a weekly basis growing up, Min wen inti, where are you from? And I'd reply, Ana min Betanan, Palestine. The granddaughter who see these would not let us forget where we are from and what we must fight for in our lives. I am here as a daughter and granddaughter of Palestinians living in the belly of the beast to uphold our land and our people. There is no amount of justice that will ever honor our martyrs and our land, but we are here today to demand accountability and demand justice. We charge the Israeli state and the criminal living in the house behind us with genocide.
My name is Firas, and I'm a Palestinian living in the United States. For me to go back home, to see my family, to visit the homeland, I need the two-day trip just to get to my house through under gunpoint, checkpoints, harassed, and terrorized for me and my family. That's their tactic of them trying to scare us to go back home, to forget our roots. But they don't know that we will never forget. The people here will never forget, and they will never forgive. You know, for me and my family, and not just my family, for everybody here that hears about Palestine from their parents, or from their grandparents, from the land they cultivated with their bare hands since they are born. They're trying to take that away from us, but they never will. And we are here today and every single day, and we have shown that in the past 8 months that we will never give up. Those genocidal maniacs right behind us who are put into office to represent the people, to listen to the constituents and their demands. For the past 8 months, the people have took to the streets and listed and shouted their demands, but they're not listening. They forgot that we're the ones who put them there. But now we are here to judge them. We are here, all of us, to judge them on what they did for their genocide that they are committing to our people. And we hold them accountable to everything that they're doing.
I am Grace Lourdes Veñas Escafi Cajat. My maternal roots are of the Orthodox Christian communities in Beit Jala, and while my ancestors, Cajat, Catans, and Rabachs, arrived in Peru of their own will, for many of my cousins in diaspora, the reason Palestinians speak, say, Spanish instead of Arabic is Israel. The Zionist entity displaced and murdered millions, and those that were left in our homeland, it trapped in webs of oppression, siege, and brutality funded by the Western world. I am Palestinian, Peruvian, American, but today I call on us all to reject the notion that bias in any way discredits the truths that we speak. It is not on the grounds of my identity that I am opposed to genocide. Just as our Southeast Asian, queer, Black, Jewish, Indigenous, and all other marginalized allies are not opposed to it out of anything less than their basic humanity and an existential understanding of what it is to be oppressed. While we are all up here listing our qualifications, let me simultaneously question the existing global governance structures that have failed us. What right have the United Nations to judge when at every turn they impugn their own legitimacy by allowing one major beneficiary of the genocide, the United States, to veto ceasefire calls? What right has UNICEF, whose executive director, Catherine Russell, is married to the CEO of BlackRock, to judge when to enact justice and sanction Israel would require them to dictate global governance that does not benefit them? I am more qualified as a U.S. taxpayer to categorically oppose the use of my income and sales tax for war crimes. I am qualified as a communicator to oppose the reductive and deceitful rhetoric used to falsely justify genocide and demonize Arab and minority resistances. I'm qualified as a human being to categorically oppose the brutality that we are shown through our phone screens, always watching with the terrible knowledge that all of the destruction and death that we see has so much more that we don't behind it. But beyond any qualification to judge these crimes, I have a responsibility to do so, as do we all.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. My name is Jumana Al-Hanti. I'm a daughter of Palestine whose family was ethnically wiped from their cities, Al-Abbasiyya and Al-Led, remember my cities, in 1948. Born in Kuwait, then displaced to Jordan because of the war, the Gulf War, when I finished, where I finished medical school and finally ended up in the United States to finish higher education. My story is a typical story of a Palestinian in the diaspora. I'm a proud mother of 6 kids, a neurologist and an activist. I just came back from Gaza. I went there on a medical mission for 2 weeks, but ended up staying for 3 weeks after the Rafah crossing was occupied and closed. I witnessed firsthand the horrific situation there. There are no words that can describe what I saw. Hearing is nothing like seeing. I know you have been bombarded by the influx of pictures and videos of the injured and massacred, but I'm here to tell you that seeing those grievous atrocities being committed in real time is 1,000,000 times worse than any video out there. Seeing the devastating destruction of hospitals, schools, houses, farms cannot be described or portrayed through a 30-second video. While I was there, going to the ICU was the hardest when I was there. I will never forget the noises of all the malfunctioning monitors and ventilators beeping. The children with extensive burns getting Tylenol for pain. The lack of sterility and sanitation, and having one nurse for 15 ICU beds. That's horrific. All this is still going, as you know, and getting worse by the minute. But I also dealt with another group of sick people who have been forgotten. Those are the ones who are suffering in silence with no medical care, no support, and no resources. Some of them have died of natural causes, but we all know that if it wasn't for the genocide, they would have had a chance. Patients with CP, cerebral palsy, autism, Parkinson's, seizures, MS, strokes, who have not had a chance to see a doctor or even get their medications for months. And we should not forget the healthcare workers of Gaza. These are the superheroes of the world, the most resilient. I've listened to their stories and broke down every time I heard them. They have endured so much suffering. After getting displaced several times, going from one hospital to the other, witnessing the destruction of these hospitals, and the killing of hundreds of people right in front of them. Some of them were taken hostages, humiliated, questioned, and tortured, and then released with only the clothes on their backs to the south, where their families are still in the north. They did not know if their families have survived or not, and that was for months. One of them told me when he heard his mom's voice on the phone after a few months, he collapsed, he fainted. These heroes are still volunteering their time and efforts in the European hospital. They're the most amazing people I've ever seen in my life. Everyone in Gaza has a story. Everyone has a horrific story. There is no justification for this genocide, and justice has to prevail. We find the United States and Israel guilty on all charges.
Guilty. Welcome in, Scribbles. How are you doing? We're watching the Surround the White House for Gaza
my name
protest.
is Samar Hussein Langhorn, and I am Bint Akka, daughter of Akka, Palestine, 1948. And I am a proud granddaughter and daughter of Palestinian refugees. I'm here to give my Palestinian people agency, something they have tried the most to take away from us. They tried to take our humanity, our agency, everything from us. But they have failed miserably, because I stand here in front of you today, like all of you, fighting and pushing for the Palestinian people to stay alive, and we are here. We all heard the heartbreaking testimonies of our continued annihilation since 1975. And I'm here to charge Israel and the U.S. with war crimes and genocide, and to let them know they will not win. Free Palestine!
Good evening, all. I'll make this brief as a judge today on the People's Court. My name is no longer important, as the names of our children, the seeds of the future, do not have the dignity of honing Asma'a home, as they were ripped away from this world by the hands of the IOF. As my comrades have said, we speak as the people of consciousness, and as a person with a conscience, I recognize I am a product of the Zionist occupation. I'm a product of the Zionist ethnic erasure of Palestinians. I'm a product of the Zionist forced diaspora of Palestinians. My grandfather, Hassan Abdul Latif Amara, a refugee in Jordan, fled his home at 6 years old in 1948. The journey of life, land, and dignity embedded in his soul carried my people, my family, out of Israel's colonial entity and into safer landscapes so that we may continue to prosper in any way possible, whether that is the U.S. or across the ocean. Here in America, however, we must fight the force that is the United States government and all of Western imperial control, which has consistently conspired with the Israeli settlers in Gaza and Palestine as a whole. So that our place as Palestinians in this country is not just to be a representation of our steadfastness and resilience, but a symbol of responsibility to support our people from all corners of the world, from all directions of the globe. Local and international, our mobilized communities are building profound change, justice, and under this court of law, equity. This is the People's Court, because our voices involved in the decisions over genocide under international law are just and true. And no matter what their rank, their power in the Zionist government, they will never strip us of the power to come together as a united front in solidarity for all oppressed people. And today, Palestine, Gaza, and our martyred brothers and sisters in Rafah. We charge the Zionist entity and the U.S. government guilty of all war crimes committed since 1948 and from October 7th to 2023 and on.
Guilty. Yo, welcome in, Ferret King. Hope you're well.
Hello. My name is Matez. My father's name is Abdul Aziz. My father grew up in the Shuja'iyya refugee camp in Gaza. If you don't know anything about the Shuja'iyya refugee camp, I'll tell you one fun fact. It's nicknamed the Death Trap in Gaza, because anytime the IOF tries to raid it, they usually get the highest number of casualties and deaths. Shuja'iyya refugee camp. The Death Trap. My dad, growing up, he wouldn't really sort of on his own share a lot of the stories from his life growing up. I can't tell you exactly why. He's a little socially awkward as a guy, but I imagine that retelling these stories is not something that's super fun. But he did once, of course, out of nowhere, drop a story on me where he said, told me when he was maybe 4 or 5 years old, he was hanging out on the balcony, and there was this sort of IOF troop, squad, whatever, walking through, and he remembers this very vividly, despite being at a very young age. They were just pretty much, whenever they wanted to, they could enter a house, an apartment, raid it, you know, claiming they suspect something's going on, and that was it. So he's this kid on the balcony, and they look up, they point at him, and he, you know, starts freaking out, because who wouldn't? And then describes to me this whole story of how they sort of came in, raided the apartment. Him and his 9 siblings and his parents were just sort of laid out on the floor, kind of told to get out of the way. and they pretty much robbed the apartment. They like robbed clothes, they took a bunch of the electronics they had, appliances, and left. The sad thing is, in Gaza, like after being raided, that is a very positive outcome. That's really the tragedy of it all, is that they didn't go in and shoot them, they didn't go in and beat them, they just took their things. And that story sticks with me every single day. Not because of just how grave it is, but just because of the normalizing nature of it. Like, he was telling me this and laughing, just sharing it as if it's another story from his life. And, you know, that's a testament to the willpower of our people, to the willpower of the resistance, both on the ground, you know, the guys, and our people who resist just in their day-to-day existence, insisting that their humanity will not be taken away, no matter how enraged, no matter how depraved the Zionists are. They insist with every fiber of their being, their humanity will not be taken away, because we are better than the Zionists. We are way better than the Zionists. Today, we saw that over 200 were killed in the Nusayrat refugee camp. They hid in an 8-truck. Just think about that. They hid in an 8-truck in order to murder, massacre Palestinians. We charge them with genocide. We charge them with every conceivable and also inconceivable war crime that anyone could have imagined. And we charge them with having no right to exist, honestly, because how can Zionism continue to exist? How can anyone expect Palestinians to sit by or coexist by these people who have created an entire state ideology that is predicated upon not just massacring them, but humiliating them and disgracing them every single day in such a normal way? It's just what life is in Israeli society, is to just put down Palestinians as much as they can all the time. So we charge them with genocide. We charge them with all the war crimes, crimes against humanity, and inshallah, we will liberate Palestine. It's inevitable. It will come. It will come. I'm so sure of it, because Zionism has to fall, and it will fall. Thank you.
After including testimonies, documents, and expert analysis, the people deliver the following verdict. Based on standards applied, this court finds the State of Israel and its actors, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant, the United States and its actors, President Joe Biden, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, and Secretary of State Antony Blinken, guilty on all charges. It has become an undeniable fact that Israel's actions in Gaza are in violation of international law, and we can see that the United States has acted to aid and abet them, protecting them from accountability and continuing to support them in their genocide. Thanks to the brave Palestinian people and journalists who have risked life and limb to share their reality with the world, Israel's actions and words have become their own undoing, their own confession of guilt. From the destruction of farms, homes, and hospitals to the torture, death, and starvation they unleash upon the population, it is clear they are committing genocide. They are committing war crimes. They are committing crimes against humanity. As much as they deny it, as much as they try to justify their actions, the people can see the truth. They are trying to decimate Palestinian life and history, and our government is helping them to carry out this atrocious death and this atrocious deed. We have spent hours together here, and yet we know that we have only scratched the surface of the charges that we could find Israel and the U.S. guilty of perpetrating. But that's still more than enough. The people find the state of Israel and the United States guilty today, but we know that they became guilty as soon as one martyr was killed, as soon as they dared to steal 1 inch of Palestinian land. The front of international law is an opportunity to highlight the international community's solidarity with Palestine, a solidarity largely hidden from us in the belly of imperialism in an effort to make us feel isolated and alone. But despite those efforts, we are seeing international bodies demand ceasefires and countries recognizing the state of Palestine. We know that the world stands with Palestine. But these actions are long overdue. The entire framework of the international rules-based order is designed in order to conceal, defend, and protect those that perpetrate the most horrific crimes against people across the world. Our government is at the heart of this insidious agenda. We feel it each time they veto yet another ceasefire charge, or as they attempt to sanction the institutions and countries holding Israel accountable. Yet over the past 8 months, the officials right here in Washington have felt the people's justice at everywhere they turn, as we, as a movement, have reminded them of their leading role in perpetrating the crime of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity against the Palestinian people. Today, we judge Israel and the U.S. to be guilty on a legal basis. But as we draw a red line around the White House, we know that our justice extends far beyond. We are taking a moral and human stance that points out what should be obvious, that Israel's actions are a stain on humanity, that our freedom is intertwined with Palestinian freedom, because those that oppress and fund their death are the same bodies that steal our taxes to fund injustice abroad. Shame. Instead of funneling our hard-earned resources towards our communities, towards our livelihood, we see them use our labor to continue to steal from the people all over the world. Today is another day for people's justice, for reminding us and the world that we know exactly who is responsible and who must pay for these immense atrocities. With this verdict, we honor all the Palestinian lives lost in pursuit of settler colonialism. We remember their lives, but we also take their martyrdom as a charge to us to continue building our movement. To us, the preservation of a true democracy is not upheld only through the herd. To learn and see for themselves what the reality of their oppression is, and to insist upon change. In order to honor our martyrs, we must hold our red line, demanding our governments take responsibility for their complicity and crying out for a free Palestine. And we will not rest until Palestine is free. As the late Honduran martyr Berta Cáceres said in 2016, impunity is not eternal. The people know how to get justice. That is exactly what we have done here today. Every time we document, indict, and convict these people for what they are, war criminals, We build our confidence in the just cause of our fight. We strengthen our knowledge so we can continue taking the streets and disrupting business as usual during a genocide. We forge a path towards a true liberatory justice. Just as we have come here today demanding accountability from these war criminals and putting the people's red line in action, we will continue to come and fight for justice and liberation. We are unwavering. We are unafraid and unrelenting. We will continue to fight, continue to disrupt, continue to agitate until total and complete liberation for all oppressed peoples.
Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Long live Palestine!
Long live Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Long live Palestine!
Long live Palestine!
From the river to the sea!
From the river to the sea!
Palestine will be free!
Palestine will be free!
And from the sea to the river!
From the sea to the river!
Palestine will live forever!
Palestine will live forever!
Please help me give it up one more time for our team here today, who worked tirelessly to make this happen.
I'd also like to give it up for the people in the background and our lawyers. Raise your hands. All the organizers, everyone who's been here, it wasn't lost upon me that we have access to water in this heat. And so for us to be here, this is community, this is companionship, and this is what they're so afraid of. So, Hurriya, Hurriya!
Hurriya, Hurriya!
Palestine Arabia!
Palestine Arabia!
Who here's from the DMV? I knew you guys were here. I really wanted us to come together for a second and reflect on the day that we've had, the success of the people forming their own red line around the White House. The Palestinian experience is a unique experience. We went into today hearing the news of over 200 martyrs in Gaza. And so the grief that we felt throughout this day cannot be understated. But the happiness that we felt being in community together, showing up in the tens of thousands surrounding that war criminals building and all the war criminals in heart of empire. Today marks a new phase. A phase of the red lines that the people get to draw, that the people get to hold, that the people get to determine what the red line is. Because the people are the red line. I want to thank everybody who stayed until the very end. I want to thank all the organizers who put in all of this effort the past few weeks to make this happen. The day that this was announced was at the People's Conference for Palestine in Detroit, another historic moment for Palestinians in the diaspora. And we will continue to make history. And we will continue to challenge every single war criminal. We will continue to confront Zionism and imperialism and all forms of settler colonialism, no matter where we are in the world. And it goes to show that the West Coast, that Canada, and that countries all over the world participated today in the red line of the people. So join me in one last chant. From D.C. to Palestine. The people are the red line. From D.C. to Palestine. The people are the red line. The people are the red line. Biden, Biden, we're not done. The Intifada's just begun. Biden, Biden, we're not done. The Intifada's just begun. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Gaza. We will continue to mobilize and flood these streets all over the U.S. internationally. We will continue to mobilize until all our demands are met, until all our prisoners are free, until the siege on Gaza is lifted, until there is an end to the occupation. Thank you, everybody.
Free, free, free Palestine! I want to thank you all for coming out, for everyone who's come from all across the country. We have people from Boston, from New York, from Florida, from California, from Michigan. Make some noise! We've talked today a lot about settler colonialism. And what does settler colonialism mean? It's not only that they steal our food, they steal our land, but they steal our culture. They claim that hummus is theirs, they claim our dress is theirs, and they claim our music is theirs too. Shame on them! So today, in our final programming point, we will have some members of the community perform traditional Palestinian songs for us. So make some noise for them. Our first performer will be Sonia Abdelbaki, a member of Melikat Debke, the first all-female Debke troupe in the DC metropolitan area who are dancing with the purpose to make sure we can't be erased. Today she will be singing the folkloric Palestinian song, Ya Tal'in Al-Jabal, or Going Up the Mountain, and will say a few words about its meaning. Make some noise!
Thank you. So singing this song came about when our Debki team, Melikat Debki, wanted to create an interpretive Debki piece to grieve together those lost to the genocide in Gaza and to inspire liberation through folklore that speaks to the land, its people, their safety, and their freedom. And the song itself uses onomatopoeia, followed using the L syllable, followed by a vowel which is repeated in order to mask the original word and send encrypted messages. The song was sung by Palestinian women and is about freedom from imprisonment, safety, and liberation. And this piece is to share our grief through folklore because it is deeply rooted in togetherness and community, and it's especially for the children of Gaza who will never be forgotten. It's also an empowering form of resistance against the aim to eliminate Palestinian existence.
يا طالعين عين للجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يمن عين للهنا يا روح يا طالعين عين للجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يمن عين للهنا يا روح ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا 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 بدي ملبوس بين اليمن يمن عين للهنا يا روح ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا 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 بدي زنار بين اليمن يمن عين للهنا يا روح إلا غزة اللي في جوي اللي يكون محبوس بين اليمن يمن
يا طالعين عين للجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يمن عين للهنا يا روح يا طالعين عين للجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يمن عين للهنا يا روح.
Free Palestine.
Can you pair? Alright. We are watching the Surround the White House for Gaza protests. I don't really know what's going on now. I feel like things are starting to wrap up. Um, I don't really know where the audio went on this. I don't know if there's going to be protests after this or not. Let me look and see if there's anybody else streaming this. Oh, I think this. Oh yeah, okay. The video is down. Okay, so I guess they're done. All right, I think it's over. Let me see if there's any footage left to get. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's over. I think people are heading home now. Oh god. Okay. Well, that was interesting. Um Looks like it went really really well. Oh my god. Let's see. Anything else to look at? Let's see. I'm gonna look, make sure nothing else is going on. Um, I'm not finding anything right now. Let me search one more time. West Coast 420? Hell yeah, let's do West Coast 420. Okay, good. Perfect. All right, let's do West Coast 420 and then we'll be back. Let's do some more Free Palestine music and I shall return. I don't think I'm going to be streaming much longer, but we'll do a quick smoke sesh and come back. I will be right back.
بوجه ظلامي يتيما عاريا حافي.
أنا ما كنت في وطني ولا صغرت أكتافي.
وقفت بوجه ظلامي يتيما عاريا حافي.
أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم. أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم.
حملت دمي على كفي وما نكست أعلامي.
حملت دمي على كفي وما نكست أعلامي.
وصنت العشب الأخضر فوق قبور أسلافي.
حملت دمي على كفي وما نكست أعلامي.
وصنت العشب الأخضر فوق قبور أسلافي.
أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم. أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم. أناديكم 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 أناديكم.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 1
We're back. Holy shit. Thank you all for coming. It was a lot of fun. We're gonna head out. We're gonna raid somebody. Let's raid ooh. Oh, Kyle the Communist. Let's raid Kyle the Communist. They're doing coverage as well. They're doing coverage at Los Angeles. Okay, perfect. All right. All right, friends. I'll see you all on Monday. I'm gonna be streaming Monday, usual time around 3 to 4 p.m. I think. Yeah, I don't even know what my usual time is anymore. Thank you all for hanging out and witnessing a piece of history with me. That was amazing. I'm blown away by what we watched today. An emotional ass roller coaster. I'll tell you what. Thank you all for hanging out. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I'll see you all at Sunday service, of course. Yeah. Hell yeah, of course I'll be at Sunday service. Let's fucking go. All right, friends. Thank you all for hanging out. We're going to raid into Kyle the Communist. They are at the LA protests. And yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you all for the subs. Thank you to the Chud for flooding us with beautiful new followers. And oh yeah, this was a fun stream. Thank you, New World. We're gonna raid into Kyle the Communist now. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for the subs, gift subs. Thank you for everything. Yeah, the Chud. Yeah, I know, right? Easy to forget. Classic Chud. All right. Whoa. Holy fuck, that scared the shit out of me. Oh shit. Thank you for the 100 bits, New World. I appreciate it so much. Hell yeah. Thank you all so much for the support. I appreciate it. All right. Let me get y'all out of here so y'all could see what's going on in LA. Again, thank you. I can't stop saying thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. See you all. Peace.
I get scared. I do anything
Stay
for
safe,
my
cuties.
people, but I don't know what to do. I'm just 10. They cry every day. You see all of the kids around me? They're just kids. Why wouldn't you just send a missile to them and kill them?
News telling lies, check the facts that they cover. Cause my people out here crying, or they dying, or they suffer. And just notice for my people up in Gaza and Ramallah. And it's free Palestine until it's backwards, motherfucker.
Free Palestine. This is the sound of a war. Can you hear me scream? Oh, why can't you see? How much more do we need to bleed? We're charging and we're fighting, can't get rid of us. You know we stand our ground, we won't back down, this land is ours. Free Palestine. This is the sound of a war and a cry for peace.
Cause I know that everyone knows it's time to take Palestine back this time. We won't hesitate now, I know that this is the sound of war.
What about Uts, Ramallah, West Bank, yeah, for Gaza? 2 times for the people in Palestine, strapped up, ready, all black in the hopper. Don't worry about your back, I got you. All gas, no brakes, no stoplights. I'ma come through heavy in my pot like I do not want friends, I do not need fools. Yes, I found peace, but I swear on God, I'm down for war. Rockets dropping, bullets popping, it's a war zone. And I got brothers in the checkpoint just to get home. How to get like that? How we let this happen? Better pick your side. Don't give me that all out's matter. Are you riding? Ready for the action? One call, that's all, get it cracking. Click clack with the blowback, get I lick back and the ski mask ready for classic.
I know that everyone knows it's time to take Palestine back this time. We won't hesitate now. I know that this is the sound. Cause I know that everyone knows it's time to take Palestine back this time. We won't hesitate now. I know that this is the sound of war.
This is the sound of. This is the sound of.